Hey everybody, it is Friday, April the 1st, 2022. It is April Fool's Day and the hobby's full of fools.
That seems to happen.
These are facts. These are facts. Now, just off the top, I'll give everybody who's starting a little bit of fair warning. This part's not an April Fool's joke. This part is actually true. So I'm actually on call for work. So I'm going to live stream while I do this. And as soon as the monitor that usually has stuff going on when I share stuff, it's actually got a work outlook on there. The second that thing pings off, I'm going to vanish for a little bit. Eric will regale you with tales of Boston Bruins lore. Bobby will wish he could mute them, so will everyone else. And then hopefully I come back within a reasonable period of time after I've told them, okay, it's all cool, we're good, let me shut this off. So that's the plan.
You're finally getting paid for this.
Yeah, it's like, I was like, this whole time, they're like, Carlos, we actually expect you to do the thing you're paid to do. What? Now is the time? Now is what you want to do? It's been over a year. This isn't what I signed on for. Terrible.
It's no Fanatics, but I mean, hey.
I know. It's terrible. So good evening, Paul. Absolutely. Baz, good evening. International Borders, good evening. Absolutely. But well, we've got a couple of things. Nothing crazy, like nothing super nuts as far as news and news hobby wise. There are a couple of things though. I definitely grabbed a couple of things in there. So good evening, Albert. Absolutely. We'll touch on a few different ones and we'll kind of see where it takes us from there. And anything else you guys want to throw in the chat, you definitely can. I'll be a little slower because I'm gonna have to use the StreamYard one. I don't have my second screen available for me at the moment, so I'm working with the one screen today for now. Eventually, I'll be able to shut the other one off and we'll be good. So quick, this one's a short one, but I may bring that up again. I did invite a guest, and if he comes by later on, I'll probably circle back around to it, but I will mention it briefly. I am keeping an eye on the WWE Prism First Off the Line. They actually did that, and I believe the First Off the Line, they're using the Panini version of the Dutch auction, sold for $1,100. That'll come into play. I'll mention that again a little later, like I said, if our guest comes by, because I want to chat with him a little bit about that. But WWE did do something interesting in the sense that they did, as I mentioned in the video, something that I've never seen before. You know, Fanatics getting a license, that's not news. That's not new. They're right now aggressively pursuing these licenses. Getting a license when the other company hasn't even released the first product of a license they just got that they announced like 4 months ago, that's a new one. I haven't seen that one before. Basically calling you a lame duck before you even started the first product. So that's the reason I bring up this Panini First Off Line, because that's literally the first product that they were going to release under this WWE license. And already, you know, they're on borrowed time, which is an unusual one for me. I haven't seen that one before.
Sure takes the rod of the hurrah.
Look at you. It is interesting just because of that, because it is an unusual way of doing business. I guess WWE doesn't mind, obviously they don't care, but at the same time it should give the other licensees some pause. They should think about it like, wait a minute, even if you got a long time left in the license, that doesn't mean Fanatics can't aggressively go after it. And obviously they're willing to go after it at any time or place. The question then becomes, does that create pressure from Fanatics for Panini to look at the situation and go, we're losing licenses left, right, and center. We are a bigger company than just trading cards. We do other things. Should we just spin off the division and be done with it and just get out of this early? So it could be a way for Fanatics to get into
that. On the offer, right?
Yeah, exactly. They don't need to buy the whole company. They could literally just buy the trading card piece and then just make a deal for that.
Sure.
Yeah. So any thoughts on that one, Eric? This is more of a general thing because it is a unique maneuver from Fanatics, just the way they decided to do it, and it's a bit brazen. That's what made it a little bit more interesting to me. Otherwise, it was just another regular Fanatics move.
I can't say that I fully understand. Like I'll say it again just so people know. I've been extremely busy this week, so I'm not even fully aware of the entire situation. I've been kind of on a desert island a whole week. So, and I've had
the rolling truck in Manila. It's tough times.
Yeah, and I've had very little sleep. So I do know that the WWE product was announced, and that after that, I can't say I know too much about it. And
yeah, I'll quickly outline it again just so we've got it. Basically, Panini was going to take over the license. They announced that back last fall, and Topps was going to roll in. Time was going to end. They were still releasing products. They were going to run through. Topps Finest WWE was released just maybe a month or two ago. It wasn't that long ago, or a couple of weeks. So that was going to be their last product, and then Panini was going to take over, starting with the Prism product. So they had already announced that it was a multi-year deal. So literally, Panini's just about to take it over. This week, before Panini's even released their first product, which is due to officially be released coming up this weekend next week with WrestleMania, Fanatics announces that they got a multi-year deal with a long-term deal with WWE that is going to kick in as soon as Panini's deal ends, before Panini has even released one WWE product officially.
And when is their deal end?
So their deal might be 2 or 3 years. It is a multi-year deal, but that tells you how far in advance Fanatics decided to be aggressive with it.
Right.
Which is kind of a unique. The reason I say it's unique is not Fanatics going after a license. They did that with Topps and baseball. They did that,
Right. Okay.
but baseball was going to end sooner rather than later. And the basketball and the football, they were in the middle of that license. They had been releasing product this whole time. WWE, Panini hadn't had the chance to release their first product under this brand new license they just got, and already Fanatics goes, by the way, as soon as this ends, you're not getting it anymore.
Very aggressive.
You're done.
Yeah. Okay. I'm on board now. Yeah.
Yeah.
They Fanatics is trying to take over the world, the hobby world. There's no question. I think they're have begun, and we'll have to see what happens. Once these products start rolling out in the future, because right now all we have is not so cool.
Yeah. Well,
you're gonna get Jackass cards next. Get excited.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what I need.
The attractive part is the money kind of goes back to maybe the wrestlers now, or as it is with the baseball, the players. So how attractive is that? Extremely attractive. It's a great selling feature. It's probably one of their best selling features that they could come to the table with. More than anything else, you're going to give us money. Oh, put money in the way and getting more back. That's so much better.
Well, I have a question about that, Bobby, because you seem to know more about it. I understand that with the card.
I just watch Carlos's videos. That's all.
Oh,
that's how you educate yourself. Yeah.
Yeah. So I know that the players were getting a part of the baseball deal.
Yes.
Since the wrestlers, to my knowledge, don't have a union.
No, they don't.
And Vince is the devil.
Effectively, yes.
How in the world are the wrestlers getting a piece of this? Because Vince isn't sharing. He does not share his toys in the sandbox.
So I can say this. I don't think the cards necessarily play into it, but I will say that the rumor mill was that very recently, like this week, there was a talent meeting in WWE, because at the end of the day, Vince, contrary to popular belief, he will die eventually. But it looks like his guy Nick Khan will. He's being groomed as the eventual successor, not one of the McMahon kids. This guy Nick Khan, who is a very shrewd businessman.
His daughter's awesome though.
Yeah, doesn't matter. You can sit on the sidelines and you can watch Nick Khan run the company. You can watch Nick Khan run the company. You tried. Most people assumed that it was going to be one of the McMahon kids. They assumed it was going to be one of McMahon kids or Triple H or some combination therein. Yeah, he's married in the family.
I thought it was Stephanie and Triple H going to take it over.
It doesn't look like that's going to be the case. It looks like it's going to be this guy Nick Khan is going to be the guy, because he's the one really making a lot of the decisions. Obviously under the auspices of Vince. Vince is the final word, but everything that Nick Khan has wanted to do for the most part, he's gotten to do. So
for how long?
Can't be accused for nepotism.
Well, the last couple of years. So basically, because he's been lining things up, and there's also the outside possibility they may eventually just sell and cash out. And if they do, a lot of the moves he's been making would make a lot of sense in terms of setting them up for that. Because Vince may be of the opinion that after he dies, he doesn't want anybody else in the family to have it. He's like, you know what? It dies with me. And then we'll just hand it off to somebody else, and none of y'all run it. You can have some money and go away. Do your own thing. But regardless of whether that happens or not, there was a meeting in which they basically outlined that they were going to do some slight modifications to compensation, but it's mostly through third party. So basically, their big acquiescent, we're trying to make the talent happier, is, so that stuff that you guys do sometimes on the side that we told you couldn't do and make money on anymore without our auspices or us making the money? We're going to let you have a little bit more of that. You're still the one doing the work, but we'll take less. Oh, well, thank you. Thank you, sir. Yeah. I appreciate you letting me work for my own money.
Right. Something's coming then.
It could be.
How much is the license? Like, let's say compare from MLB to NFL to WWE.
Oh, the WWE would have to be the smallest of those.
Probably.
Yeah, but it's hard to say because obviously it's under lock and key. They are a publicly traded company, so I'm sure the information will be included somewhere, because that would be under. But you can lump it under licensees. Like, there's a lot of licensees. Now, mind you, Fanatics also is taking over a lot of merchandise and stuff with them too, and some digital products. So basically the cards are included as part of this overall package that Fanatics gets access to. So the total dollar amount, how much is allocated to cards and how much is merchandise and other stuff, hard to say.
Yeah. Buck an inch.
It could be.
So, Panini right now. Sorry, Eric,
No, go.
Panini right now, I mean, obviously the water is coming in the ship like
Yeah.
everywhere.
But that's the reason I'm wondering if this isn't also a play on the side. I give you two alternatives. There is the Fanatics play, obviously trying to get licenses, scooping them left, right, and center as much as they can. Obviously very aggressive. But I
Going
give you
for
the
the
second
kill.
play as well, is if you make it untenable, basically what you did with Tops, you make it untenable where like you're a lame duck. At a certain point, does it behoove them to wave the white flag and be like, okay, because Panini is a big enough company that they don't need the trading card thing and they can keep operating and doing other things. But
Stickers.
they could spin off the trading card portion of the business, still get some money out of it while the licenses are still in effect and has some value. Because every day that goes by and the license gets closer to expiring, the value slowly drops on the properties they have. They're going to run out of basketball eventually because Fanatics already has that next. They're going to run out of football because Fanatics has that next. And now WWE is going to have it.
Yeah,
Basically,
wrestling.
Fanatics is taking their lunch. Fanatics is taking their lunch on everything.
So what else is left for Panini? Really?
Yeah, they've got other licenses, but it's one of those things. Who's to say if they're not close to running out, if that Fanatics doesn't pick up the phone and go, "Hey, we'd like this too."
These Tubs were selling candy.
That's right, exactly. And they maintained the candy side of the business. They sold off the trading card side, which is
That's it.
kind of the comparison I'm giving you here. Is like maybe it's just a matter of like,
Yeah.
okay, sell us. We want Prism. We want National Treasures. We want we want all your brands that you use for the card, so that we have access to them, and then we can make our version of Prism or Treasures, National Treasures or whatever.
So if I'm a big printing company right now, the biggest there is, like, do you think I'm calling Fanatic right now, making friends? Or
I would be very surprised. I was saying to somebody the other day when I was chatting with them, I'm surprised that we haven't heard of Fanatics making the play, because that's the last piece. If you own a printer, you control that means you control one of the most important things that all the manufacturers today don't make their own stuff. They work with suppliers who print the cards for them. Imagine how powerful you become if you're the only one in the space who actually owns your own printer in-house. Heaven forbid, then they have to come to you to print their cards.
Mhm.
Now you don't have to buy them. Now it's like we control your left, right, and center.
Newman said if you control the mail, you control information, right?
Newman.
Paul.
Seinfeld.
the voice of knowledge, Newman. Good evening, greatest top sports cards. So Baz here says regarding $900 W Prism, it's the old days when you could buy a case of 24 for less than that. A little high. No, I agree. A lot of that has been, they've been pressured a lot with it. So Baz still goes with his prediction. Fanatics will be in serious financial trouble in 3 to 5 years. Now, mind you, Fanatics has the ability to do one thing that a lot of businesses like that can when they're over leveraged. You can just ask for more money. Just keep doing it over and over again. Fanatics is still a private company. Yep. IPO for the public stock has most likely been pushing this to 2023. If people saw the financials, in my opinion, they'd be shocked at the losses. I wouldn't be shocked at the losses. You can't go that aggressively throwing money left, right, and center, making huge dollar deals. But don't forget at the same time, the in that trading card piece of the pie, the leagues did buy in on some ownership equity stake. So they have a stake in helping you succeed in that and making it work for you. So I have to say.
I'm kind of with baseball card curmudgeon there. I honestly believe that they will be in trouble. I don't think they really know what's ahead of them, and neither do we really.
At all.
We don't know where the hobby's going, and they're predicting what is going to happen, but we really don't know what's going to happen. Could we have predicted in 2000 what would have happened? No. We predicted it dropped down to the certain level that everybody says that it's not dropping down, who's on YouTube, but it is. It certainly is. I noticed the difference. I've been doing this too long to not see the difference. And not that I deal in cards that much, you can still see everything, and I hear what's going on. So, it's a leveling off point. And like Eric said, July 1st is right around the corner. We're going to have a lot of people, taking trips. My sister's going away. Nobody's around.
Listen, as long as I can get my WWE Prism for under $700 a box, Eric, I'm for it. Let's do it. Let's make it happen.
That's just utterly ridiculous. I can't even believe. I can't even.
Eric Jambalaya is out.
I just would never spend that kind of money on a box of cards. Especially nowadays, these box of cards that cost $700 got like what, 10 cards in them.
Well, we're gonna touch on because one of the topics I'm gonna bring up is the Golden Drake break, because that product is even more in line with exactly what you're talking about. The Prism product, there's not a lot of cards in it, to be perfectly honest. It's more than that because it was never meant to be. It wasn't meant to be a low-end product, but it also wasn't meant to be a high-end product. It became, people started obsessing over it because it wasn't accessible. Like, to put it this way, in 2018, I had a box and I opened a box of Prism Football. I bought it at the I don't even have a card dealer here, but I've got a comic book shop that has access to product. They were charging a little bit of a premium, but it was like 160, 170 bucks Canadian.
Fair enough.
That box went, I don't know, I was like $2,500, $2,600 US at a certain point, and it might be higher than that today because there's still some pulls in there you can do. I bought it for like 160 bucks.
Aren't you pissed?
Not really. I got my money back from it. I opened the stuff and I actually got my money back and then some from what I pulled from it, and I didn't pull the good card. I made money and I actually didn't. My break was average. It's on the channel.
You would have got 15 times that though if you would have.
Sure, but that's one of those things. Like if you know, then if your crystal ball works, awesome. There will be another opportunity like that again if your crystal ball is working. You just got to get it activated.
Which product right now goes half price since last night because that LeBron James something came out of what's his name there?
Flawless?
Drake. Yeah, Drake pulled that, or someone got him the 1 of 1 or something.
So did somebody get it to him? Because I know he didn't pull it. He didn't pull it in that break.
No, a break, I guess. Again, he was into whatever. Okay. So
then this would be different than the golden one.
You're holding those boxes now, like basically they're 50% off. The card is gone now. So.
Oh yeah. Yeah, well, I'm gonna touch on that a little. I'm gonna touch on that in a minute.
I just want to ask Bobby a quick question, and I think it will, and his answer will. We can discuss it more when your topic comes up.
Yeah.
Bobby, and Yanick and the guy who runs this show, what's his name? Probably knows the answer too. But Bobby, back in like 1986, how many cards came in an average pack?
86.
Just roughly.
For baseball, it would have been about 15. For baseball, it would have been around 15-ish.
15.
Somewhere in that ballpark. I know hockey would probably be different. Because don't forget different set sizes. Because Topps would have been the 792 set, so they would have needed more cards. So I think it's 15. Don't quote me on that, but I'm pretty sure it's in that ballpark.
But that's really the point. Is, in the past you'd get a pack of cards and there'd be say 10 to 15 cards in that pack, and that pack cost us 25 cents.
Well, actually, I can show you something kind of funny because that price point actually stayed much longer than a lot of people would think. Again, we're going by memory, but I can actually, I'll pull up one that's kind of fun, but I'll read a couple of these here. So Bob says, can't wait for them to run the presses 24/7 on Top Series 1. They already have. And they will. And to be honest, though, we talked about it before. Top Series 1, Topps, honestly, they should print a ton of it. It makes more sense because that keeps it available. Topps is not meant to be a high-end product. It's not supposed to be. It's a flagship product. It should be consistently available at retail, consistently available. If you go to Walmart and you really have a hankering for a blaster pack, a Topps blaster should be there. There's no reason that it shouldn't be. And if it means the cards aren't going to cost too much, great. Then that means you should have no problem hoarding. That means that people, if you want it and you want to open some cards, here you go. It's available. No worries. You don't have to fight anybody for it in the parking lot. There's plenty of them. Don't worry about it.
The interesting part about Eric's question is that you're saying 86 O-Pee-Chee, so it's 35 cents, 7 cards.
Yeah.
Topps, what's the price? There's no price on the pack, but there's 15 cards in the Topps in 86.
Yeah, I remember more. That's what I remember. Yeah, I remember.
What was the difference in the set checklist size? What was the difference in set checklist size?
Oh, you're at 300 and what was it? 396? No, 264 would be at that point. 264 and I don't even have that. See, I'm using the yellow guy.
Look at you. So real quick, good evening, Tom. Can't wait for Prison Parallels. Yeah, Prison Parallels to consistently sell for $3 to $5. Yeah, the regular commons are going to sell fine. They're not that expensive. We'll touch on that again in a minute here. So good evening, Jeff. Prism has become a cult classic type product. Yeah, there are definitely people that swear by it. There are people that legitimately like the Prism product, and that's fair enough. I get it because they like the color, parallels, and stuff. I get it. Fanatics valuation spending remind me of rookie prospecting, paying what could be versus what is. Yep. Good evening, Brad.
Hey, Brad.
Yep, absolutely. Let me know if you want to hop on and say, hey, you let me know. Is Fanatics buying stuff at the end of the boom, middle, start? Well, the boom is already kind of slowed down. That isn't to say you can't have other mini booms afterwards. July 1st, it all drops to 90%. I buy it all, and then right after that, we pump it to the moon. July 2nd. He didn't say anything about July 2nd. He only talked about July 1st.
Yeah, that's only that
to the moon.
That's right.
So here you go. Brad says, Yannick, I think the Drake logo man pull was an April Fool's joke. Anything today, trust nothing.
Exactly.
15 cards in the standard top pack. Perfect. Thank you, Buzzy. I think 91 Stadium Cup was the first score on 10 cards. Okay, perfect. 90 April Fools. Top's not a high-end product. Understood. So 396 for O-Pee-Chee, 264 for Tops. Yep.
Yeah.
Instead of putting 15 cards, they put 3 to 4 cards that are as thick as 15 in premium stock. Yeah, well, they started using the premium stock, like Flair. They started using premium stock as kind of a selling point because it did feel more premium. A lot of the other cards, by comparison, felt pretty flimsy. It was a reasonable tactic. Like, you can use it. It does work. It's just a matter of how you want to present it to people. It's just when you rely on that as a crutch and that's the only thing you're offering, that's when you run into some problems usually.
So 396, you get 7 cards. 264 for Tops, you get 15 cards. Both for about the same price. I think there's 5 cents difference between the two, 30 and 35.
Is this another reason why O-Pee-Chee is worth more? Because even though there were bigger sets.
Yeah, but they were produced in less quantity. Well, I would say it's probably equal between the U.S. and Canada because the amount is 10% of the Canadian population. We are in population. Production was pretty much the same, 10%, compared to O-Pee-Chee's being our 10%, which was actually probably about 70-80% in Canada. But with 10% of the population of the United States, that's a small production run in comparison.
O-Pee-Chee is really thin.
Thin.
Yeah.
Oh, thin cards. Here we go.
No, not thin
Don't get Eric
cards.
started with
like in small quantities compared to
Yes.
You tell them, Yanick. You tell them.
There you go.
That paper stock
quantity.
sucks.
Yep. All right, so Tom here says, I'm not even going to try to pronounce that. It's not going to work for me. Quite a day of nostalgic calls and everyone reminiscing. Good to see him get the love and recognition while still around to enjoy it. Okay.
Okay.
The name doesn't ring a bell. I don't know what that is. Anybody ring a bell? Name? No? Anyone?
Sorry.
You lost me on that one, Tom. I'm not sure. You're gonna have to help. You have to give me a little more context. I'm not sure about that one.
Kind of generic to me.
Look at this guy. Talking more cards that are too thick to take in a normal top loader. Stuff like the cup. Yep. Yeah, at least the cup though, they put enough stuff in there to at least make it feel premium. They've done a good job with that one, so it usually works. 1990 Leaf baseball was expensive and better stock. 2.50 to $4 a pack, and Flair was even thicker and went for 4 to 10. Yep. 97 Flair in the mail today. Very nice. Thomas Cardboard. Good evening. Thank you for that. So Bobby's also Canada. Yannick is allegedly in Canada. He is in the other country.
Yeah, he's not
I'm on
in
the other province there.
He's not
En français.
Nah,
He is in the Quebec. He is in the People's Republic of Quebec.
Yes.
that's correct.
Yeah.
Maple syrup country.
The Republic of Santa Banana.
There you go. and then Eric is in a rolling card in Manila. Allegedly Massachusetts. Allegedly.
Yes.
Waving
right.
Bobby Orr flag.
Sabres TV guy.
Actually,
Okay.
Eric is a closer distance to me than you two.
That's probably true, yeah. That sounds about right. So the
Takes me
Sabres
10 hours to drive to you to both your front doors. It would take me maybe half of that to get to his.
No, you're about 6 to 8 here.
Okay. So this is the reason why I didn't know. Sabres TV guy. Say no more.
Yeah,
I don't watch a lot of Sabres games, so I couldn't help you there.
No,
From
sorry,
what
I
year?
can't.
You guys catch the signal from?
Apparently 30 years. So quite a while.
Oh.
So I don't know. It'd be probably be. I definitely hadn't heard of his stuff.
In all seriousness, we've had in the past.
So radio call. Well, then I doubly haven't listened to it for sure.
Oh Jesus! Well, here and probably
Heard.
same with you guys. We had many long time broadcasters in all the sports. That went 30, 40, 50 years. And and in every single sport here in Boston, and then other guys took over after they retired or passed, and then they moved on to better jobs, and it's been a rotation ever since. But I mean, we had like Johnny Most for the Celtics, Gino Capoletti for the Patriots, Fred Cusick for the Bruins, Bob Wilson for the Bruins,
Rene Rancourt.
Rene Rancourt was our national anthem singer for the Bruins games for like 30 years. We had Tommy Heinsohn for the Celtics doing TV coverage.
I'm just gonna drop the mic with Foster Hewitt.
Foster Hewitt. There you go. So
That's said.
but it's nice,
How long did Foster actually do the play-by-play?
Well, we are looking from 1930.
Yeah, because he started with radio. He
to
started with
He
radio.
invented it. It was
36
never done
to
before.
54. Bill Hewitt took over his son, and then
Yeah.
we got a bunch of other people. So 30 years.
Yeah, because the
40
longest because I think the longest tenured one that I can think of was Vince Scully, because he went from the Brooklyn Dodgers through and then followed the team to Los Angeles, and he just kept going decade after decade. And he also did some of the Game of the Week, so he also got to do some of those World Series, because I believe the '88 World Series obviously had the Dodgers in it, but I believe the '86 World Series, I think he did that one as well. Even though obviously the Dodgers weren't in it, it was the Boston and New York Mets. So it's one of those things, like he got to do a bunch of other national games and stuff. So like, but he had a long run, like a very long run.
Annyeonghaseyo, Korean cardboard.
My
Korean
point.
cardboard.
I'll sum up my point. My point is, it's sad that a lot of these men and I'm sure women also that have been broadcasting and being in people's living rooms, as they used to say, for 30, 40, 50 years. That there's not many left that have that kind of longevity, and I don't think we're going to see that again. So
No.
to hear that somebody has passed, that was doing Buffalo games for all that time, it's really kind of sad, because we're losing that nostalgia in sports of the you grew up with this person, your dad, and you as kids listen to the same guy. You guys know what I'm saying, right? So
We had in the Blue Jays, I want to say it was Tom Cheek, but I feel like there might have been another one as well. But there was one that is actually on the Ring of Honor, because he was the play-by-play or color for like a super long basically from the inception of the franchise, like right near the beginning, and he had a super long tenure, doing tons and tons and tons of games. And it's one of those things where a lot of these teams have it, but you'll know them if you're local. But that's going to be one of those situations. The reason I can't recognize the game, I didn't listen to Sabres radio broadcast, obviously, so it wouldn't mean anything to me just saying the name. The play calls that they were out, the Mayday and that, okay, that makes sense. And the La 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 Fontaine, okay, I've heard that. I haven't listened to broadcasts, but I've seen clips where they'll play that call. But that
Well, I grew up on Buffalo TV too, because that was the only other channel we could
Yeah,
get.
you guys would have caught it all the way there, right?
All the way, that's what you had, 3 channels in Canada, and then we had Buffalo with 2 channels.
I mean,
So
Buffalo
I got
is
all
what?
the cartoons, I got all the news, and I got all the
Buffalo
whatever.
TV, yes. But even when I started watching hockey, I was watching Hockey Night in Canada predominantly, so I wasn't getting a lot of it, unless the Sabres were playing on Hockey Night in Canada.
You
the
had to
Sabres
watch
games-
The Price is Right somewhere, right?
Exactly.
yeah, but
So-
when we were younger, you had the rabbit ears, and not
That's it.
cable or satellite. So if the rabbit ears picked up the broadcast from Buffalo, you got to watch United States TV.
Well, actually, I got to play with that later on, because when I was at the apartment, we worked for the satellite TV company, but we knew how crummy the equipment was, so we refused to pay for it. So we got the antenna, but you could get the digital antenna, and if you were in the right spot, which we could get like 20 channels in full uncompressed HD from Buffalo.
Nice.
So it actually worked very nicely.
Yep.
And it was actually uncompressed. That's why I would laugh. Is that actually, when it's a good clear day, our signal is better than the satellite people were charging,
Oh, jeez.
because satellite is compressed. Satellite HD is actually compressed. So whereas opposed to this one, you're actually getting the raw signal from the tower. So it's like you're actually getting a cleaner version of it. So I had my HD TV, and it's like, look crisp, look good.
Very nice.
I grew up on Commander Tom, if anybody out in the chat there.
I think you mentioned that one, yeah. I like Baz's comment here. You know what's funny about Eric is the background is this digital backdrop. He has 2 shoeboxes of cards, but the rest is digital. He's in
That's
jail
it.
cell in Thailand. Boston Hangover Part 4.
Yes, good one.
Thank you, Brad. I'll catch up on a couple of these here. When you guys have a chance to look at Best Sabres calls, you'll enjoy it. Say thank you, Tom. Saw a video for the first time of Johnny Most.
Yep.
Okay, gotcha. Celtics TV
Johnny
announcer.
Most.
Drinker smoker, we should have known about him. Would have asked him to hear and follow. Sounds fair.
I kid you not. This is the best imitation I could do of him. He'd be, like, Havlicek stole the ball.
Well, that definitely sounds like smoker, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he that's how he sounded. You can go on YouTube and listen to him. I mean, he was a homer. He was the homer of all homers, and we loved him here. Yeah, he's sorely missed. even though he's been gone probably 30 years now, but he's still a legend here in Boston.
I seem to remember Johnny Quest more, but
Yeah, Johnny Quest, yeah. But Johnny Most had that voice because he just smoked 24 hours a day. He smoked in the booth. Well, in between calls, he'd be puffing
That was
away.
the way then.
who didn't?
Yeah,
Come on.
but he talked like this.
There you go. All right, let me read a couple of these, and then I'm going to pop off and leave some element of this menagerie in charge.
Leaping Carlos Popoff.
I know. Yep, they've completed it. I just got the ping, so I'm going to pop off here for a minute.
Okay.
Early color guys, ESPN before social media. Gotcha. No, that's fair enough. Let's see. Eric was when sports was actually network TV instead of locked up behind cable packages. Part of why baseball ratings are so bad. Baseball ratings are bad because the TV product's bad. But I understand his point. But like the TV product's bad. Like you could put the old announcer, it's not good. I don't like the presentation. I've alluded to that before. And I love the sport, but not the presentation. We all grew up Buffalo TV in Ontario, even Peterborough. Yep, absolutely. Canadian grew up Buffalonians in many ways via TV. Facts. Received 8 goalies starting lineups. Care to take some guesses? Okay, interesting. What years? Just at least narrow it down some years. That would help. Yeah, I can't say Tampa Bay's color team or any other teams totally understand.
Or
Can't say I know
decade.
Tampa Bay's. Yeah. The good old days. Now it's vaping. There you go. All right, perfect. Got it all caught up. The chat is caught up, so I will be back shortly. These gentlemen will take care of you, hopefully.
I hope so.
Okay.
He's gone. The show
All right.
starts. Finally.
That's
Holy
that's
crap.
right. That's right.
Years
By the
of-
way, I can still hear you,
the
and I can
teacher-
still remove you if I don't like what I see.
The teacher has left the class.
What was that? Huh? Sorry? I just needed to remind him. Just so he got a little reminder. I'll be back.
He'll be back.
Hear the voice, Eric.
All right. Welcome to Sanderson to Or Hockey Talk, where wrestling and baseball are prohibited. So,
Only hockey.
hockey
not
only.
hockey.
There's nothing but hockey in the comments. There's nothing hockey in the chat here with us. And it's hockey, and that is all. So, Bobby, I've had a question I wanted to ask you for a long time. What was the first hockey item that you were either given or purchased that sparked your interest in hockey collectibles and hockey in general?
Well, obviously, I think prior to cards, I guess I was about 4 years old. Me and my brother, we both got the same things all the time. So I get a jersey, he get a jersey, sticks. Because we wanted to play outside and we wanted to use a puck. Eventually, we got to a ball, but I mean, just had pucks back then. And remember, it's 1968, 69. So that was it. Just having some equipment and getting a pair of skates and going down to, different places to skate in Toronto, the City Hall and what have you. So that was my first hockey. And after that, I get 5 years old. I'm walking with my brother. He's 7 to school. We go by ourselves because that's what you did back then. It was very safe. Slept with your door unlocked. Anyways, and we would buy a pack on the way to school. That's what we did every day.
Do you remember the first hockey card you ever had in your hand?
Yeah, it had to be probably Bobby Orr. No, but it wouldn't be far. No,
It's not just saying that. It's probably a Bobby Orr.
It's because I'm opening 70, so in my head I'm
Right.
opening 1970,
Sure.
and generally seeing the Leafs. And I would say probably Sittler being there. He was rather new. I think Ellis or somebody else that's really more common. Maybe Henderson. You know what card I really remember most from that year was the Terry Sawchuk Memorial card.
Oh, yeah.
That card really stood out to me, and I definitely remember that. So pulling those things and the checklists, because we would fling them down the laneway every time we got one because we were mad.
Yeah, and back then, who the heck wanted checklist cards? It was like we said earlier, you knew that you were getting, we'll just say a number 10 cards in the pack, and you're like, yes, and it's like, oh, I got screwed. It's like you got one short because you got a checklist card. Now, of course, as we all know, if you're trying to collect vintage sets, those checklist cards might be worth more than the Bobby Orr card.
They are.
Because we threw them down the expressway.
You threw them on the expressway. Wow.
I threw them anywhere I could. I threw them on the trash. I threw them in dumpsters, sewer grates. I'm like, I was mad every time I got a checklist card because I felt as if I got gypped.
Oh yeah.
You know,
You didn't want to see a checklist.
No.
You're going. It's like, no, not
Yeah.
a checklist.
Oh, angry.
We had a laneway, and it still has a gate on it. It was between these two buildings on a main street on Queen Street, downtown Toronto. And there's still the building's still there, and then there's this metal, the big, what's it, the black iron gates, and it was always blocked off. It's still blocked off to this day. It's kind of a weird place that goes into a back laneway, but they never. So we would always throw them down there. Eventually, the owner of the dairy came out, and he put a garbage can out front because we throw our wrappers too there. So he came out and said, "Put your garbage there." He told us directly to us. Put your garbage in there. Don't throw anything, because it was fun. It was, you're practicing for, Nazis and dropsies that you were playing when you were a kid at school.
Right. Yanick, how about you? What was we're sticking with hockey. So I don't want to hear about any of your stupid Expo baseball crap.
I started with hockey.
And none of your stupid Expo baseball crap. I want to know, what was the first hockey card you ever had in your hand?
Being from that generation, it would have been 89, 1990. So I'm guessing probably would have been Peter Stastny.
Nice.
89 Stastny, O-Pee-Chee.
Oh yeah.
Like that.
Yep. The Stastny brothers, their story alone, even if they were never any good, their story about how they had to sneak out.
What do you mean they were never any good?
No, you didn't hear me.
Oh, Peter.
No, I said, hold on. I said
Anton.
their story alone, and even if they weren't any good, their story alone is amazing. The fact that they were so talented, especially Peter, obviously. I don't know, Marion and Anton could do okay, but Peter is the Hall of Famer. The other ones aren't.
Yeah.
But the fact that what these guys had to do to get here, and they got to play together in Quebec, and they were very talented. And Peter, of course, was. I don't know. I mean, am I wrong in saying that before Lemieux came into the league in '85, Peter Stastny was probably the second best player in the league?
Peter Stastny is the second best scorer of the 80s. Period. Like points total, whatever. But in the 80s era, he's got the most point after Gretzky.
I remember that. I actually remember that stat. It's one of those things that kind of gets forgotten with time because Gretzky was there and it was just this ridiculous thing. It's like, you do realize that being number 2 in that era, that was a lot of scoring.
And you got to remember, too, he was playing for Quebec City, man. It's not like you're getting fed all the time. You're the one who's putting the puck in the net. So.
Yeah. So I want to quickly say thank you to the chat for holding it down. That's a lot of comments. I can see through that. I'm going to scan through quickly.
Good job, Eric.
The short comments, though.
Yeah, I know for sure. I just want to say, so I'll quickly scan through. I know there's a lot of guessing there. Eric is drunk with power every time he gets a moment. Sometimes you got to remind him, though. So so Ty here is referring to when I reminded you that I still have control of the button.
Sometimes I have to be put in my place.
You do. So funny enough, like I think we're good. Everything looked good on my end over here, but then they said, it's like, oh, we got to make sure the other applications are good. We have to roll it back. It's like, so basically I need to keep an eye on my email. Could you please? Yes, I'll keep an eye on my email. Thank you.
Yeah, you bet.
Yeah, so good so far. Yeah, well, good so far, but I got to keep that window open, so we'll see. It should be fine.
Okay.
We're not quite out of the woods yet. So let's scroll here. I just want to make sure we don't miss anything. That work with the city of Edmonton to practice. Who take care of the all sorts of memorabilia in the 80s. Very nice. So how many of them did you guys be able to do? Okay, so 5 of 8 at this point. Did you guys guess them all, or not yet?
We didn't even look at the chat.
Good. There you go.
There's people watching.
You missed out because here's Name here for the Friday Night Instant Sorter's Way. You got to read the chat for that.
Hey.
Come on. Good evening, Name. So let's see here. Bobby mentions Queen Street. First place I rented in Toronto at college. Went to work downtown York Street via the streetcar. 1994. Bachelor apartment was $650. Good times.
Oh,
there you go.
That'd be nice.
Deal.
Name stuck out of hot dog cooking class.
Now.
Love it.
What?
Yeah. Well, let me tell you. Hold on. Let me tell you.
Mm-hmm.
Name got thrown out
What?
of hot dog cooking class.
Oh, are you starting rumors and innuendo here?
No, I am telling you an absolute fact. Okay,
he listened to you and put too much pepper on his bird.
and he got thrown out. He was causing trouble in class. He was burning the water again, and he got banned from hot dog cooking class.
Yeah. See,
Thrown
that's
out.
why we had that conversation. Boiled, fried, grilled.
Yep.
What do you want on it? You don't have those things right in the right perspective. You're out.
No, he kept getting it. He just kept, he kept doing it backwards, and he ended up getting thrown out of the cooking class.
This is a tragic story. It took a horrible turn.
And I promise you this, and he'll even tell you that I'm telling you the truth. He was so ashamed, and his community was
So are we talking on a scale of shame? Just to be clear,
Yes.
we'll get back to your insult because I'm
Okay.
enjoying it. But on a scale of shame, are we
Yes.
talking about like shame of knowing you, shame of being your friend, or shame of knowing Tim of the Slabstrong hat dark helmet?
That is
Like there's a scale here, and I don't know where we're falling. on.
well, being friends with me is a horrible burden.
It
and,
is.
Most people won't even acknowledge anything close to it.
Which really is a testament to her strength of character.
I would,
Bobby,
say
I
so.
think this is a very, very strong like endorsement of like honestly, think of we're even willing to put up a bougie Eric.
Yes.
It is. You guys are impressive, but you Canadians have to be nice to everybody. It's kind of like a country rule.
Oh, we're
We
not
don't
always
have
so
to.
nice.
We
trust
are
me.
nice. That's the difference.
Oh yeah, you're from Panama. Never mind.
My people never got that memo. I didn't
No.
get any of that. It's like y'all
No.
suck. You're trash.
There's some horrible stuff that goes on down south.
Corruption is my birthright.
Right. So I just want to finish
Go
that.
ahead.
That name embarrassed himself, his family, and his community so much by getting thrown out of this cooking class that he had to escape and leave in the middle of the night, and he is now hiding in Vancouver. And that is the honest to God truth. And if I'm wrong, he'll tell you.
Eventually.
He has left his community in shame and is now hiding in the woods of Vancouver.
Stanley Park.
Interesting.
He knows it's true.
Clutching his Jordan Tutu cards because he got some nice ones recently, so he's probably clutching them.
He doesn't let go of them. His kids are like, "Daddy, hug me, hug me." He's like, "I can't."
He had to be more like Stephen Carlos, microwave, hot dog, plain, nothing on it.
Yeah.
You can walk away a winner.
You really can. You really can. If
How
you
far
want
did he
to
go?
get fancy on the cheap pack of 12 hot dogs, you can pan fry them. You can do that if you want. Like you don't have to work. That works. Just get them toasted and heat it up, and you're good to go.
Actually, speaking of which, Quebec Nordiques, their arena had the best grilled hot dogs known across the league.
Voted by.
Sorry?
Voted by.
Every Quebec.
Every Quebec. Okay, there you go.
Quebecer.
I appreciate that we got synonyms for bougie tonight. Flambeau and Chi-Chi. That's interesting.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Baz is really throwing in the vernacular here. It's like if Eric was a lady, he would be considered ratchet. Ooh, that's strong.
Nurse Ratchet.
Strong.
Hmm.
Interesting.
Oh, I don't want to be Nurse
Interesting.
Ratchet.
Interesting. Very
We
interesting.
all know that one.
Okay, so before we got into this divergence, we got the starting lineups, and then I can see first packs and all that. I got that. What else was going on? Did anything else come up as far as the topics, or we got into this here bit here?
Yeah, Eric was asking questions. And
We're just talking about.
That's fine. I figured as much. But I need to finish my business.
And in all seriousness, I think it's a fun topic
Yeah.
of what was the catalyst of that started your
Journey.
journey.
Okay, so that's
Right.
what it was. That I was
So-
trying to figure out from the responses here. I was trying to figure out what precipitated.
And of course, we banned all non-hockey topics and answers. So the question is like, what was the first hockey card, or hockey memorabilia
related.
that
yeah.
got you to this point? Now I know what mine was, and the guys were kind of trying to remember exactly which one.
You never stated yours, Eric.
Well, you guys didn't ask because you're rude.
Well, you just
You had
preempted it.
to be clear, you had all this uninterrupted time. You basically, to be clear, you basically had the stage without adult supervision. Bobby.
minute to answer to ask the question, and you get 2 seconds to answer it. Like,
I was gonna say, like,
gotta zone so
teacher was
far.
away. All you had to do was take the floor, grab the microphone, and have your moment. You couldn't answer that.
The next show is because of Merrick. I don't know.
Like, honestly, all right, Eric, explain
Yeah.
yourself. What was it?
Uh,
Anyway,
Bobby Moore.
y'all should have known it was coming. All of you should have known as soon. Like, it was so good. Go ahead. Now you may.
The Noel Picard card for you.
no.
Do it quickly. Do it
He's the
quickly.
one who tripped Orr. He's the one who tripped Orr.
I number 4, Noel Picard, trip number 4, Bobby Orr. The first card that I was ever handed was a Pat Verbeek rookie card in 1980. In 84 is where the card came out. I was handed it to me in 1988. I did not know hockey cards existed. I knew baseball cards existed. I thought they were the only thing that existed. I was not in the
How
world.
old were you in
You
84?
started baseball?
In 88 is when I started.
Yeah.
I was 13, 14.
Oh,
And
late.
Yeah, and nobody,
Yeah, I was gonna say I started about 2 years after that. So,
yeah,
but I started pretty early.
but I had no
How old
one.
were you though?
Oh, when I started in '90, I was 7.
Oh, okay. And
Yeah.
Yanick?
I would have been 9 in '89.
Yeah. So every kid that I was hanging around, 4, 5 into hockey cards. All of us.
Yeah.
Everybody.
Well, it
4 and
makes
5.
sense.
4 and
Oh,
5.
yeah,
4 and 5. I was
89.
moving countries. 4 and 5. I was moving countries. We were a little occupied.
We'll give you the pass on that one. But,
Fair enough.
But every kid we had, like in kindergarten, the against the wall, everybody's playing. This is kindergarten. I remember. It's like unbelievable.
And everybody had baseball cards, and I thought,
we didn't want them because we wouldn't let them play because we said we don't want the baseball.
right,
Keep your Hank Aaron. Come on.
and I honestly didn't have any friends that collected. Really, I didn't have any family that brought me along into the hobby.
Same.
So I never experienced anything except some baseball cards at school that kids would have. And the first time someone handed me a stack of cards and the one on and said, "Here, do you want these?" And because they knew I liked hockey, and on top was that Pat Verbeek card, and my mind was blown. I had no idea these existed. My next question was, "Do they make Bruins ones?" And they're like, "Well, yeah, of course." And
That nonsense.
and within 24 to 48 hours, I was at this pawn shop that had cards in my town, and I lived there for the next several years. So that's how I started. Someone just randomly
Pat
said,
Verbeek.
"Yeah,
Once we
Pat,
got the
Hall of Famer, New Jersey."
Devils then?
So
Yeah.
now you know Eric started his life living in a pawn shop.
That is correct. Carlos, how
Facts.
about you? What was the first hockey product that you got your hands on? Especially coming from,
Product.
there's not a lot of hockey in Panama.
No.
No.
Hockey came late because I basically collected baseball pretty exclusively
course.
for several years. I'm thinking
Your
probably
first hockey.
95, 96-ish. Probably 94, 95, 96-ish would probably be around that time. Start off with collector's choice just because it was inexpensive. It was straightforward. We weren't spending big bucks on cards at that point. But within the next little while, because I started the Medina collection in 95, so it would have been late 95 when I started the Medina collection, and I've been running that for 27 years. But
Pretty inexpensive time to start, which is
it was, yeah. And the good news for me is Medina was only about 4 or 5 years in. He was still relatively young. He had some success. The team had moved over to Dallas, but he had the 50-goal season. But he was still a young guy. He was still in his mid-20s. Like at that point, you got a whole career ahead of him. He still played another 15, 16 years. So I basically got to collect the whole latter portion of his career, and then obviously past that point.
How old were you when you landed in Canada?
So about 4.5-ish.
Okay.
Yeah, 4.5-ish.
So 4.5, you're not really aware of too much going on in the world.
Yeah.
So
And we're to be honest, even if we had been, like the priority would not have been anything frivolous. The priority was like, all right, let's get a place, let's get established, let's figure out a business.
But I guess my question for you, and maybe because I was watching stuff with my grandfather and dad, watching Bruins games at 4, on my dad's lap and all that. You came from a place where hockey didn't exist.
Yeah.
You get dropped into the birthplace of it, where you got 10 channels on TV right now up there. That still to this day drives Tim absolutely insane that you couldn't change the channel without hitting a hockey game. How long did it take you to become
Who's running
aware?
this show?
To become I'm curious to become aware of this sport and start to enjoy it.
Well, I was aware of the sport almost at the beginning. I just wasn't paying attention to it. It was one of those things because I'm watching my baseball games. I'm watching the Jays games, and the Jays are winning World Series and all that. And my local team is the Leafs, so we didn't have a professional hockey team.
Time, right there.
Right,
Yeah,
Okay, yeah.
we needed to get a professional hockey team first.
Exactly.
And
Still do.
yeah, still do. The Leaf fandom also kind of turned me off. To be honest, the Leaf fandom is really annoying. Like you got to either deal with it or you don't. It's one of those things.
It's coming off in 93, 94. Remember that was a big time.
But don't forget, by 1990 I was collecting cards. So at that point, sports radio was on. I put on some sports radio. I was still playing around. I still had it on. So at that point I was still listening.
Radio?
What's that?
Nothing.
Not quite those guys. Predates them slightly, but the thing
they've
is
been around.
but obviously, the Fan 590 in Toronto is going to play Leafs talk all the time, and then you're listening to the Leafs callers, and I'm like, y'all are delusional. Like even at that point, I'm like, y'all are crazy. I'm staying away from that. You're on your own. So real quick, I'll catch up a couple of these comments here. Albert says Jordan Tutu signed a 1-year deal with the Oilers. I'm not aware of that. That's news to me. That'd be interesting. I'll leave that to name to look into. I like Hockey's question.
Mind.
Yeah, he would. I like Hockey's question. Let me come back to this one. Someone please remind me to come back to this one because I actually like this question. Early days of Skydome, they had great hot dogs. Yep. Do you guys think hockey cards have room potential to grow in the U.S.? Sure. It will be a weak market relatively. Yes.
In comparison to Canada, you can't
Yeah.
get there.
Yeah. Room to grow. Sure. But when I say grow, I mean like 5%,
It's
10%.
marginal.
Yeah. Like it's
so
not gonna.
marginal.
If you're thinking double, triple, no, no, not to that degree.
If you think of how many cups go to the U.S. teams, you think there would be more. You think it would just shoot up, but it doesn't.
Yeah.
It's the college football. That's
When Gary Bettman
So
rolled
hard.
it does.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Well,
When
just-
hockey, go ahead, Carlos.
Yeah, I was gonna say, just keep rolling with Arizona. Just try Arizona part 17.
Oh,
Just keep trying. Keep trying. When Arizona hoists the Stanley Cup and no one cares, the crowd goes mild.
yeah.
We
That'd
don't
be
give
great.
up on teams or cities. That's
Yeah,
what that
there you
is.
go.
And it's like, get out.
Eric's show debut is as good as the Shockmasters. I like that reference, Bob. I like that reference.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe 1990. Fair enough. Yeah, if they learn how to market the sport, I don't think there's anything you could put a gun to people's heads and they're still not going to watch hockey. Not in the numbers you're looking for.
I think it really would help if people would go to a few games.
Yeah, you can sell the sport
in
much better
person?
live. In live, you can sell the sport. I agree
It's
with
just the excitement, the aura, the everything that surrounds the game, the overpriced popcorn, the plain hot dogs that are $16, $17.
Yeah.
Those things.
that. Yep. 6, 7 years old, cared enough to buy packs. Yep. Being young, the Bills 4 Super Bowls. Yep, absolutely. That was a good time for Buffalo sports. They were good for a while there. Eric bought his cards. I will say I'm pleased that the Bills are decent again. That's good. I think that's good for them. And again, I do wish them the best. I hope they get good. I would love for them to win a Super Bowl. I think that'd be great. I'm not a fan of the Bills, but I've been in proximity and watched enough Bills games over the years. Like, no, I'd like you guys to win something, please, by all means. When Eric thought his cards were juvie school as a kid, yeah, immediately shift.
Listen,
Bass has a whole backstory going for you.
when
There's
I
a
was
lot.
when I
It's
was in
pretty deep.
juvie, I ruled that joint.
You did you?
Yeah, no one was shiving me. I was doing the shiving.
So basically, you kept talking about Bruins until they were like, "We're just leaving."
And this Kiss T-shirt.
True.
Don't
True.
make fun of Kiss, man. That's
I'm
come
not
on.
making fun of
The
Kiss.
problem is when you were sitting in the classroom with the Kiss makeup and everybody's like, "This is music class. Why?" It's like, "Kiss, man, Kiss arm." No, just stop it. Play your flute, Eric. Play your flute.
I'm not Jethro Tull. I'm not playing a flute.
Oh, I love
You will
that.
play your flute and you'll like it.
Okay.
How's the local market getting interested in the hobby? Yep. 76, 77 O-Pee-Chee dried. Nice. Fair enough. Okay, cool. I wanted to make sure
Just
we got
want to
caught up
show.
on that.
Here it is. Here's the exact card. I still have it.
Oh, you
This
still have
is-
the card.
This is
Okay.
the card. I
Okay.
still have. This is the very first card.
The
I was,
V card.
the card that I was handed in 1988. There it is.
Look at you.
I have one card.
I still have cards that I own from the beginning.
I have
I
one card
probably
left
still
I
do
gave
as
to
well,
my
but-
brother. So
I probably still do as well, but it's kind of tough. It would be hidden in some other boxes there. So let me leave this comment up. Let me scroll down and double check to make sure. Yep. Play the recorder. That's what I'm alluding to. Eric had Kiss. Manson. Yep. Kiss t-shirt on us. Yep. He was the cat. Nice. Okay.
Paul Stanley, wasn't it?
I think so. Yeah.
No.
Okay.
Peter Chris was the cat.
He was
the drummer.
singing back.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, Peter Chris.
There you go.
I'll stand.
So-
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
So let me touch on this one real quick. So this was actually kind of fun. We had some hobby beefs this week. Relatively
going on?
minor stuff with some folks, but this one was fun because it's kind of like the saying the blind leading the blind. This is like the blind fighting the blind, and both of them just arguing, but they're facing in opposite directions. It's very entertaining. I'm gonna sit there like I can't really back either
In
one
the
of you. On
cage
this.
match.
Yeah, but
Above
it'd be a cage match where they're both blind. It's like one of them's actually outside the cage and the other one doesn't realize it and is fumbling around. That's the fight we're getting here. So anyway, so basically what happened is AIH Sports, who I've seen a fair bit of his stuff. I think there can be some interest in it, but it just depends. Some of it gets a little repetitive for my taste. He has been very committed and very interested in trying to get people's opinions on a lot of live streams about the shill bidding on the V-Friends and stuff. Now, we talked about this a little bit. My thought process is that shill bidding is not new. And actually, again, if I did my screen sharing, I'd love to do, I want to make sure these guys are good because then I can use my second screen again, which would be lovely.
Yes.
But one of the things that I pulled up an article on our good friend, quick hobby history lesson for those that remember, Bill Mastro. If anybody remembers Bill Mastro?
Yeah, no.
He went to jail for 20 months for shilling his auctions over years and years and pleading to that in addition to trimming the T206 Honus Wagner, like lots of stuff. The point is lots of stuff. And then he was recently on the Probstein live stream, which we talked about on this live stream. So shill bidding isn't new. Shill bidding also isn't being solved. PWCC was taken off the eBay platform under the guise of shill bidding. When Probstein's still there, Probstein had an interview with Bill Mastro on Instagram where they hung out with their buddies. It's like, guys, like, no one cares.
Is shill bidding even a thing?
Well, it is, but I actually think my argument is it doesn't matter.
Prove it.
My argument,
I've been asked
my
to
argument
do
is
it
it's
for
irrelevant.
people.
My argument is it's irrelevant.
I've been asked to do it for people.
Yeah.
And I refuse.
But Eric,
told you I
indirectly,
did.
Eric, you're actually making a very simple point here. My point is that shill bidding is a thing, but like complaining that it's like, oh well, people aren't talking. What, you want me to tell you water's wet too? Like it's a fact of life. Like I'm sorry, this is if there's an auction.
It's like,
If there's an auction, there is a thing. Let me help you out. V-Friends is being shill bid. Patrick Mahomes cards are being shill bid. Hockey cards are being shill bid. Baseball cards are being shill bid. Football cards are being shill bid. Take a card, shill bid. Fabergé eggs are being shill bid. Watches are being shill bid.
Hey, oh, whoa,
No,
easy
no,
with the
no
eggs.
shill.
All of it. The point is, if there's an auction, there's an opportunity. There are ways to do that. Now, not in the internet age, we try to be, cyber detectives, right? So the people go, it's like, oh, look at the low feedback. If you were actually smart, you would get together with some folks who have legitimate feedback and be like, I want you to bid this much on this. And if you win it, we'll figure it out. This is not difficult to do. By the way, if you're talking about eBay, here's the only countermeasure you have. You have one countermeasure. It won't fix everything, but it makes it harder to shill bid you and make you pay a higher price unnecessarily. Snipe the card. The whole thing with shill bidding is bumping up the reason why people see the shill bidding pattern. The pattern is it's these small incremental bids moving the price up. They're trying to figure out what your upper limit is. So it's these little tactical bids, and you see a bunch of them from these low feedback people.
Oh, yeah.
It's people fishing. It's trying to figure out what that number is that you'll pay. Well, if you snipe, you haven't tipped your hand early. That will not prevent everything, by the way. It won't. But it is your best countermeasure. I'm actually trying to give actionable advice instead of just whining about it on a YouTube video. The best thing you can try to do is actually bid as late as you possibly can in the process, and that minimizes the amount of this that is going to do this to you. It will not prevent it forever. You may still pay higher than you wanted to, but if you put in a bid, a snipe, that was an amount you were actually comfortable paying, you should be able to sleep at night. Does
Right.
that make sense?
No, absolutely.
When I first got on eBay, the first thing I thought of going, why wouldn't I bid till the last minute?
Correct. Don't tip your hand. There's no
I never
reason.
understood. I go, why are these guys going crazy?
Yeah.
It's like, we got 7 days. It ends.
No, you want to bid 10 times on day
Yeah.
one and then nothing for the next 6 days, babe. Bobby, come on.
For 25 years, I've been scratching my head going, what?
Yeah.
Why? What?
My bottom line is instead of making videos whining about shill bidding, and instead of going in the comments going, why aren't we talking enough about shill bidding? I have an idea. How about you actually give actionable, usable advice? I just did. You want to countermeasure shill bidding? Bid as late as possible in the process. That will not guarantee that you won't pay more than you should have, but it will help you as much as... That is actionable advice. That my 30 years in the hobby gives me the experience to be able to tell you this one stupid thing you can do. That's why I don't give a crap about shill bidding.
I think
don't
you're
care.
right. I agree with you, but I also think the shill bidders hired by the company, like
Sure.
Probstein,
Yeah.
are there in the last second of big cards, and they're the ones driving the price up. Also in the last minute.
No, the person paying the most is driving the price up.
Yeah. So let me touch on the second half of this because there's a couple of comments here that I want to hit on. So I wanted to cover the first piece, the actual shill bidding. Like I said, here's the actionable advice. I want to lead with the actionable advice because now I'm going to lay into the rest of it. AIH Sports is a whiner on a lot of this stuff. Again, making videos about shill bidding, I don't give a crap. Putting comments about shill bidding, I don't give a
I don't
fuck.
know this. I don't know.
I didn't even know who he was, but I just looked there and I saw his partner the last few days, so
Yeah.
he just lost every credibility, whatever that guy.
Yeah. So here's the bottom line. Making
Well,
videos
that's
whining about shill bidding is stupid and pointless. I've given you the only thing you need to know about shill bidding. Do with it as you will. Take it or leave it. Shill bidding is not going to go away ever. So whining about it on YouTube isn't going to change that. So use that piece of advice. Here's the other part of it. Making a video whining that somebody blocked you it's weak. I don't have an issue with it. I understood from the perspective. I understand you being annoyed about it, but complaining about it, you're weak. You're weak. Okay, now great curator. Blocking somebody just because you don't like their question, that is also weak. And then making a live Instagram live where you talk about positivity and all that. Great curator is a one-trick pony. He has one thing he can do. He did some videos where he talked a little bit about some basic negotiation tactics, which is transferable skill from other businesses and things you can do. You can take some principles from negotiation and other things, put it into a video, and it can be helpful and actionable. Great. The rest of it, I don't give a crap what he says. I've watched some of his videos. He doesn't have that much insight. Does he go to shows? Yes. Does he buy and sell? Sure. That's arbitrage. Anybody can do that. That's no special insight.
Most of the videos out there are weak content for the most part.
Yeah. So I just wanted to touch on it here because Tom here is talking a little bit. So from the perspective of the unnecessary blocking, I get it. But you know what? It's going to happen. Move on with your life. Because the stuff you're worrying about, the shield bidding thing, it's like, dude, make 100 videos on it then. If it really is that important to you, I wouldn't care about it. I wouldn't watch them, but make as many as you want.
If there was some resolve there at the end, I could see.
That's what I mean. Do you have a point?
There's no point.
That's what I'm saying.
Just say shill bid.
That's right. So it's like not if people are talking about shill bidding. I just did for several minutes, and I gave you something actionable you can do about it.
And we can talk about it for the rest of this. Whatever, it wouldn't matter.
Yeah.
It's done. It's nothing you can do about it. And can you prove it?
Yeah.
If you can prove it, good.
Yeah.
Other than that, it's.
Have any of you ever been asked to do it for somebody?
No.
Shill bidding? No. Usually they'll know better. That's against my doctrine of no effort.
Oh.
No,
Yanick, how about you? Has anyone ever asked you to bid up on something? I've been asked many times, especially the beginning of eBay.
What kind of friends you got, man?
And
Exactly.
people who want to make money and not lose money, I guess.
Yeah.
And
Hey, up here in Canada, we don't do that. Though.
I understand
We're
that.
friendly.
Right. So I've been asked since the beginning of eBay to do it many times, and as I got older, I absolutely refused.
Yeah. I
As you
would.
got older.
So let me.
People
we'll
don't
touch.
ask me.
We'll touch on that later. We'll come later on this.
People are too scared to ask me. So
There you go. So only because pure later. So now I agree with the part of this statement is because the curator was very dismissive of it from the perspective he decided to get on his high horse and he's like, now here's the thing, and I want to put it to this way: the idea that just because someone poses a question, it deserves an extended discussion is not true. There are dumb questions, or there are questions that don't lead to anything useful, and that's a waste of time. And I value time. I'll engage in an interesting discussion or conversation if I think there's value to it. But otherwise, it's like you want to walk over to somebody's house and debate them on them when they don't know who the hell you are. They may decide to engage you, or they may tell you to get the hell out of their house. Both scenarios are plausible.
some people have more time than others.
That's the thing. So real quick here is the thing: you don't have to bid more than you're willing to
Kellogg's.
pay. Yep.
And that's that.
And that's the thing. If your countermeasure is what we talked about, but also don't bid more than you're willing to pay, and then it will be a minimal concern to you. Yeah, shield bidding is a thing, absolutely. Know what price you want to pay up to, and if it's shield above that, don't bid. Correct. Because what happens, by the way, is if they keep shield bidding and no real person ever pays, they don't actually make money on that. So that's what I mean. Like, it doesn't actually impact you if you are not going above the price that you were comfortable
It
paying.
only affects the real guy that wasn't part of the Shill, really.
That is correct. Yep. So Aaron here says, I think this type of bidding is particularly nefarious. The shilling tactic is the same. Who's doing it doesn't actually matter. So here, Gary Vee and the hype crew, etc. But you can't prove they're the ones doing it. That's the problem. You assume that that's who it is because they would have something to gain, right? The problem is it could literally be anybody. It could be somebody else who has some VFriends cards and would like their cards to go up in value. But here's the thing. They jump immediately to, well, Gary Vee and his hype crew. So you think Gary Vee is personally worrying about the individual price of these cards? Or is he on to his next venture? Because he's already made his money from this one.
Oh, yeah. Vinny VDVC. And
Yeah.
Aaron, getting back to your Kellogg's, yeah, the 90s were lambasted with cereal issues. I've never seen so many cereal boxes issued. I think there's more in the 90s than there has been in the 2000s to date.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Sniping is good if the bids aren't more than you're willing to pay. The good news is then you don't have to bid. You can stop there. I like to bid
cool.
my bid 10 seconds to go. Yeah, that's fair enough. I'll unsub from him a few times because it does get old. Yeah, great curator. Yeah. So my point is is that AIH Sports. I get his point. It's a bit redundant. It's unnecessary. I don't fault him for it. Look, you want to make that content. That's what you're happy with. Do it. I'm not going to discourage you. I'm just saying you're not going to fix shield bidding. It doesn't matter how many times you complain about it. That's my first point. My second point is the great curator needs to grow a set of balls. Just you don't want to deal with it, fine, don't deal with it, but then don't act like it's unworthy of your because there was one line in his Instagram live that I thought it amused me as a man of much arrogance. It amused me that he would try this tact. He was like, it's like anybody outside your tribe, their opinions don't matter. I'm paraphrasing, but that's effectively literally what he went out and said. I was like, well, your tribe is this size and the overall hobby is this size. So they outnumber you. So even the folks that aren't going to bother directly to it, it's like, no, there's more information out there than what you've got in your little tribe. You might want to expand your horizons slightly. You might want to peer out the window once in a while. Look outside. It's good for you.
You don't care about the opinions of people in your tribe.
Correct.
Never
That, my
mind
friend, is
outside.
consistency. That, my friend, is consistency.
Yeah, never mind outside.
All day, every day, Eric. We don't take days off.
I am well aware.
People live in a vacuum.
True. So let's see here. Yep. Every time I try that, I'm out bid last second. Yeah. Put in your max bid and bid as late as you can. Yeah. That's what. If you bid as much as you could, and you did it as late as you could to give yourself the best chance, great. You did what you could. Like sometimes you're gonna lose. It happens. It's okay. Hobby positivity is like becoming the live, laugh, love stencil on the wall. Yeah, it's kind of lame. It's kind of a weak thing. Like hobby positivity is the saying is like I don't want to think. But also some of the contrarians think that they're being very clever and they're amazing. It's like, guys, if your topic is stupid and dumb, I'm not going to spend that much time on it. Doesn't matter how clever you think you are. The Great Curator is also defended Mark's cards. Yeah. Well, that goes back to what I said earlier. I called him a one-trick pony because I don't think his knowledge base is that deep. He's just, well, if somebody has a good relationship with him, he just vouches for them. And I've already talked about the dangers of vouching for people you don't actually know that well. That's actually really, I'm very careful of how far. And by the way, there are different levels of vouching. You can say so-and-so is a great guy. In my dealings with them, that's fair. That could be 100% true. That's not necessarily a lie. But saying, my relationship with them has been pretty good. We've gotten along well. Trust them in all businesses. Wait, that's a very big leap from where we started. That's a lot. Have you done business with them? Are you comfortable from that perspective? Are you then going to recommend it? Because now you're putting your name on the line. So if they do something ridiculous, now you're like, but you said they were cool. And we can see this in practice. We can see this in practice. We've had stuff here. Brad here was in the chat a little earlier tonight. Brad's been on the show a bunch of times. Brad and I chat offline a little bit here and there. I went and sent the cards in. Brad took care of it, got it back to me. Smooth transaction, couldn't have been better. Everything worked beautifully. I even sold one of the cards on eBay today. So I got the stuff back and boom, sold it and made my money already back. Wonderful. But my dealings with Brad have all been good. That is all true. I have no issues working with Brad and the team at PSA Canada because my experiences with them have been good. I trust them and their predecessors I had good experiences with. So I've been working with that company as a whole for a long time. And then with Brad after working with Len. So I've had, it's been a good succession. So I can say that personally, I have no qualms about it. Am I going to tell you to use them? No, I'm not. I'm not going to make that recommendation to you. I can give you my personal experience, but that's as far as it's going to go because I'm not there 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. My dealings with them, I'm very confident that they're doing everything the way they should be doing it. I'm comfortable. I can tell you that honestly, but that's as far as it's going to go. I'm not doing any official, seal of approval for anybody. if I'm not there watching the operation day to day, if that makes sense.
And that's the thing about the hobby is that we have GOAT status after 2 years, and
That's what I mean.
With everything that's going on, so you're endorsing somebody going, "Hey, take it from Brad, greatest guy in the world." I think but they've known him 2 years.
Yeah,
it's you can't.
And I that's what I say. All I can
to that
do,
degree.
yeah, all I can do in that situation is give this has been my relationship with these folks. These are the dealings that I've had with them. Done business, had a dinner, had a beer, and talked over time. Hung out at the show. All of these things are true. Does that mean I'm going to unequivocally give carte blanche recommendation on everything? It's like, well, I don't feel comfortable doing that, but that goes for anybody. Like, you're gonna have to work real hard to get that kind of a seal of approval. But a lot of folks give that very easily, and then it's like, well, then you put your reputation on the line. You got to be you better make sure you got that button down. And you better know exactly what's going on if you're going to put your reputation on the line to that extent.
And people have reputations actually that sort of precede them.
Yeah.
And they've been around for
exactly
25, 30 years, whatever, collecting, documenting, writing, that kind of stuff.
Fair.
Do you know anyone like that?
No.
Okay, me neither.
I'll look it up later. We'll go. Yeah. We'll go to the Google.
We'll go.
Had to look these people up. Yeah, Eric's story is suspect. Friends.
Hold on a second.
Well,
Mom, if you're watching, could you please go into the comments and tell everyone to please be nice to me?
we're always nice to you.
No, I'm just if my mommy is
now.
watching,
In fairness, Eric, just to be clear, you are aware that with Carlos, like nice is like on a curve, right? Like,
Well, if she's watching, she's gonna set all you straight. So
I see.
I better get out of here.
My favorite
That's
people
right.
is when people complain about sniping services. Yep. Right. Feels bad, man. Yep. I think the hobby needs people like AIH Sports, but it needs to balance things out a little more. The great creator is soft. I agree with the latter portion of it. AIH Sports, I don't think he contributes that much. I don't think look, I don't have an issue with his content. I just don't think it's that provocative or interesting.
Well, I think you need those to gear the other people to be better or worse than.
But outside of literally just picking a fight with Great Curator, which piece of content do we want to say has been compelling? He's talking about negative interest rates on bonds, and he basically is saying that when the economy hurts, it could hurt collectibles. Well, duh. I only did a year of economics to figure that one out.
That's wisdom in itself. Right
sure. The analogy I use with somebody, like at this point, our bar is so low it's subterranean. Just being upright, we're above that bar. We don't have to work that hard. But I'm with you, Hockey. Hey, look, and another thing, to be clear, before they go and make a video and complaining about me, I'm not saying don't watch it. I'm saying if you like it, if you get some value out of it, or get entertainment or value, those are the two things. You get entertainment or value out of it, watch it. Go ahead. I'm just saying my opinion is I don't see the value in it. But Curator is soft. I'm 100% on board with you on that. And if he wants to cry about it on Instagram, I'll laugh. You can block me. I don't comment. Why use vouchers when you use trade safe? Settle down, Bob. Settle down. And for the money, it's the first time seen a random Kenny Chow card vid. There you go. Monorail. Love that. Don't know if people can be figured out pretty quickly, even if you can control and curate your images. Generally, yes. If people are around enough, they will show their true colors in time. That is usually how it goes. I think the only thing you can do is try to strive for some consistency between your public and private persona. That's the goal that you should, like, if you're trying to be authentic creator, authentic. The best you can do is just try to have some consistency.
That last week.
I know. I think some random randos were talking about that.
Right?
Somewhere off in the ether. But if you're actually trying to achieve the actual thing, the best you can do is I'd like just to see some consistency. If you're in this venue, you come off, you're like this, you talk like this, you're like this. And then when the camera's off, you talk like this, you come off like this. As long as it feels and sounds the same, like, I don't see the issue here. So maybe the best way to do it is like, Yanick, Eric, you see me and Bobby in the real worlds. Is there are there fundamental differences between the persona on the YouTubes and the reality?
We just need a table, a food court with no room for anyone, and overpriced junk food.
Yeah. So if you want to make a joke, Eric, you can, but after I actually need a real answer to this.
No,
question.
And Marcel Dion, like a couple
Yeah,
goals back.
Yeah.
You know, listen, Yannick's 100% correct. What we have been doing here on Friday nights is no different than what we were doing in the food court, how we treat each other, the things we say, our opinions, how we say things, when we say things, how we treat each other. What you see is what you get.
Yeah.
Food court
And-
at the expo,
Yeah.
which announced their first guest, Yaga.
Jaromir Jagr.
I saw
Yep.
that.
Which is good. I think that's a great guest.
Is it the first time
because
for
he was supposed to be like at a recent one, the one of the last couple, but they weren't able, they had a scheduling issue or whatever.
Is it the first time for him in Toronto or at the Expo?
I feel
that's
like
question.
years ago. I feel like he made one appearance. It would have been years ago though. It would have been a while ago.
Does that kind of stuff
It's
a
funny,
lot,
they
right?
showed
It's
his,
so
I
nice.
think it was score or pro set card as Yager's here. You know?
Yeah.
And the funny part is you see all the stars it's when they're younger, and then you go meet them. It's like, dude, oh, I didn't know. You know, I thought you were, you know, you get that persona in your head. Oh, I'm gonna go see this guy. You know, and you get there and it's like, wow.
Yeah.
Anyways,
That's
it's like
fair.
the Hacksaw Jim Duggan and a few others that I saw, Jake the Snake, and I went, dude, wow. You know, I saw their advertisement on the thing that I went to, and I went. And then you go to see them, you go, oh, yeah, I haven't seen you in like 30 years. Wow.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
Well,
damn that aging.
Especially those guys. Well, those guys.
Yeah, those guys had hard miles, many hard miles.
There was very hard miles, but he was still funny
Wow.
anyway. So. Both.
Is that who was that? Let's see.
this is Bobby Hull.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah.
I will be seeing him tomorrow. This is
Oh.
not the man that I will be seeing.
No, no, it's not. It's not.
I don't think that's the man he wanted to be known as, even because he was losing all his hair at that time.
Right.
And it's, you know.
Yeah.
Yep.
He still has the hair though.
There's
The comb over, yes, yeah.
I think I'm just gonna get maybe one thing signed. His signature is just not what it used to be. I don't want to be insulting. We're all gonna get older. We're all gonna, you know, lose our abilities to do things that we used to do. But
He's got the cigarette voice now.
oh yeah. But his signature is very shaky, and it's not this very nice flowing. I mean, he's one of the greatest signatures of all time. It's just absolutely gorgeous. That's not what you're going to get tomorrow, and I'm not going to show up with 50 things and pay that money to have something not look very nice.
Eric, you mentioned something very interesting. You said the greatest signature of all time is. We can't even say that in today's world. You got the greatest scribble of all time. Like, that's what it is in today's or the
Oh,
last
it's disgusting.
15, 20 years. So going back, you know, you can look at Gordie Howe had a great Beliveau, Mickey Mantle.
He did. Yeah, Mantle got good with the
Beautiful
M's
flow.
because he had a very different type of M, so he put a little flat flair on it.
Yeah. So everybody has that distinct. Today, they don't even care. And you guys out there, if you're listening, any of you players, I know how you tune into our show all the time.
All the time.
Yeah.
But, you know, get an autograph. That means it's your name. It's not a scribble. It's not a short form. It's not just to make money. It's to represent you in your name. As
Do you
a
want to
player,
see my
as
GSP freaking autograph? Ooh.
Your JS what?
The
GSP.
GSP is not good. No.
Oh, is that? Oh,
Yeah, it's not great. It's not
I
great.
got two. I mean, you know, whatever. I'm still happy,
you got
but
two scribbles? Yeah.
Yeah, they are. They're pretty bad.
they're pretty bad.
But it was funny. Like your point is valid. I always found that was very entertaining. But that's why I think I mentioned to you guys that's always the entertaining contrast because Carlos Senior and I have the same name. So when we're signing, we're technically signing the same name. Mine's legible. Carlos Senior is a C and a squiggle. Now he can replicate that squiggle 1,000 times out of 1,000. Like I'll go out and I'm like, how on earth did you manage? No, it's the same. And he goes, no, I can do it as many times as I need to.
Got an auto pen in that.
Yeah, he's got it attached to. He's got it attached to his arm. Is what he does. But he is impressively consistent. Like he can do that exact same. It's a squiggle, but it is the identical squiggle that he did 10 years ago, that he did 15 years ago, that he did 20 years ago. I'm like, all right, I'm impressed. It's still a squiggle. Like for God's sake, couldn't you have actually made letters? That would have been nice.
Any different or
The C, he's very consistent on it. He's been very consistent on it over
it's a
the
nice
years.
C.
Yeah. It's very straightforward. It gets the job done.
So it's distinctive enough to be.
I can't see it, buddy.
Yeah, you
Oh,
gotta.
yeah.
Yeah, right there a little bit. It looks like it's smudged a little bit as well, unfortunately.
That's all of them.
Look, the other one, it's even.
Oh, 1 second.
Oh, that's better. That's good. Oh, look at that.
Yeah, it's not great.
Yeah.
not
But
great.
Now, when
that's
he
three
first
names,
started-
right? George, Saint Pierre. Look at this.
There you go.
it's-
It's clear. It's obvious.
It's
Obviously.
3 letters, if anything. So.
Yeah.
Now, is his early autograph different, or did he start from scratch?
No, that's see right now.
Scratch.
If I asked him to sign
Some
something
are a
for,
little better than others. This is a 2010, both of them. So that's all over a decade old.
yeah. So, but in 2010,
No,
he was around
popular
there.
then.
Yeah,
was very
yeah.
popular. But I'd like to take it back another 10 years prior to that. What was he signing? Because this is when
I've
it's gonna
seen that
start
there's-
early autographs being worth a lot more money.
Sometimes, if it's a nice autograph, yeah.
Oh, for certain. Look at
Yeah.
Lemieux. Look at Gretzky. I got his autograph in 1979.
Yeah.
At 1980, when I was at the, I don't know if you've heard that story. I was playing in a billet system down in Detroit.
So when Gretzky signed it, did he write "Bossy was better"?
No, just put number 99 Wayne Gretzky on
Yeah.
the sticks that we bought, and
Yep.
very legible, very beautiful.
Sure,
Now,
yeah.
I still got the stick, but I wore away because I used it for ball hockey. But anyways, and broke the blade. But
There you go.
I still got the stick.
Yep. Anecdotally, I find there's a lot less shield bidding on cards that aren't Ultra Modern or First Battle Hall of Famers. It's just about the cost, though. Because in all honesty, if the vintage was available to do it, you'd chill it. Like, if there's money to be made, people think it's a certain category. No, it's not. It's just, is there money to be made, and is there enough incentive for the person to want to do it? If there's enough incentive to do it, of course they will.
How do you find that there's less?
That's what I mean.
would you
Like
know that?
hockey. He puts anecdotally, which is a good qualifier.
I got it, yeah.
But the thing is, like, unless you're analyzing the bidding patterns of thousands and thousands of cars in every
Then
category,
he put I in there.
yeah.
After
look,
the anecdotally,
yeah.
so kind of eliminated.
Yeah,
the
yeah,
anecdotally.
I'm with you.
Sorry.
So Tom, that's why you're everybody, genuine collection enthusiasts. Yeah, might not always agree, but open to good argument. No, that's fair. Even if it makes me wrong, no worries.
Well, it's too bad that Tom doesn't agree with you three.
There's 4 people here.
Interesting. Well, Eric's sort of a person. Does he count as a person? Are we sure he's a person?
I don't know. He might not even be.
Allegedly.
Here.
Hashtag allegedly.
You just
Allegedly. AIH doesn't seem to be either what I bought. Hold on. Does seem to be. Sorry. Either
Does
this
seem
is
to
what
be
I bought or the
either.
sky is falling. Yeah. That's what I mean. I get kind of bored if you really only have 1 or 2 gears and it's like the same video over and over again. That's what I found after a while. It's like, it's not a bad video, but it's like if you do the 15th iteration of the same video, it's like, okay, do you have another trick? Can you do a card trick this time? Anything
either-
else? Show
is
me
it
something
either-
else.
Either or either.
I'll go with either in this case. That's what I go with. So Carlos might have enjoyed Slam Wrestling's article. I love that Slam Wrestling's still around. I have to check that out. That sounds interesting. I wonder if they'd probably interview Billy Cilia if I was going to guess, because he'd be the person to talk to on that. But okay, thank you, Hockey. I'm curious about that. I've heard of this article. I haven't had the chance to read it yet. Today was hectic. I was running around a lot today.
Forrest.
Yeah, Forbes did an article on PSA. They talked a little bit more of the vault thing because I've got that on my list here. We just haven't gotten around to it. And I do have a general question, not specifically about the PSA vault, but more of a general question we can get to in a minute here. So I'll have to read it first, but I haven't had the chance to check it out. Yeah, I think it's Sportscasters, the one you're thinking of, the card that Eric showed for Bobby Hall. Those are the Sportscasters?
Yes.
We were talking about telecasters before, Foster Hewitt. Sorry.
No, but it's grabbing some of the
I
those
know.
greats. Yeah.
Yeah. There's from 77 to 79
Yeah, and I think you have a complete set, don't you?
of
No.
77s. I don't
Yeah.
have 78 or 79.
Of all languages.
Oh God, no.
Bobby Hall was an infomercial legend in the
8
early
different
90s.
language.
Rocket was nice. The Rocket signature was, absolutely. Maurice
Yeah,
Richard.
beautiful. That towards the end.
I-
but yeah.
Even in the 90s, yes. Ken Griffey does have a pretty good autograph in a lot of cases. His current one's decent, but you can definitely get some clean ones that, like, very clearly he writes it out very nicely.
I think, is this going to be a factor going forward? I think that's something to bandwagon the autographs, because it actually really pisses me off that they're just scribbling so you can sign stuff faster on cards. It's actually because of the card industry, I would say. That, hey, just, so you can sign 50 cards or
Mhm.
500,000 cards, whatever it is. I honestly believe that has promoted that to that degree.
Yeah.
Is it signing photos? And
Well, I'd be curious. This is something that we have to keep an eye on for when Fanatics really starts really putting its really sinking its claws into a lot of what, because a lot of the current Topps products that are being done right now have already been designed. They've already been figured out. The allocations,
Yeah.
everything. You're not going to see the effect for maybe another year approximately before you really start seeing an impact. The question then becomes, Topps base and stuff is very limited on autographs. Some of the other products have more. people always complain about the sticker autos and the sheer quantity and such. Well, the alternative is to do on card, but on card means you have to have a controlled environment because otherwise you're sending the player in hoping they give you the stuff back. And if you want to maximize your chances of getting it back, then you're probably going to want to send less. And if you send less, you're going to put less in the product, which means the value will be higher. You'll probably get better autographs, so you have better quality control, but it also means you're going to get less of it. So people are like, oh, but what about my hit in the box? So you can't have it both ways. That's why I said a lot of these hobbyists are like, you're trying to give me something that's not possible. It's like, I want the box to be cheap, I want there to be tons of hits, and I want them all to be valuable. These things cannot be done at the exact same time. It doesn't work that way.
And that's the issue they're having with Giannis, is not returning his signatures. I hear a lot of complaints and a lot of stories about how he's also a collector, and there's like a conspiracy theory that he's kind of holding on to the most valuable cards that he has sent and he is signing because they're going to be worth the most money in the future. So when he gets 1 of 1s or 1 out of 10s, they're not getting back. And they're also, the redeemable cards. What are they called?
Redemptions.
I don't know. I'm
redeemable.
really
That's the same word.
I am
Works.
tired.
It's not even
That he's not sending them back and people aren't getting them.
Yeah.
And he has a really bad reputation right now in the card industry in regards to his signature and signing things. And he's really screwing up.
Who is that? Bobby Orr?
No, Giannis.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can't pronounce
Give us the last name.
No, Giannis.
Antetokounmpo?
Giannis, Greek guy.
Antetokounmpo?
Antetokounmpo.
I'll ask my wife. She's Greek and Hungarian.
There you go. I am a junior, yeah. Absolutely. So Carlos Senior and I, so we have the first 3 names. It's the 4th name that differs.
Yeah.
Bob, majority of great autos from players previous generations. Yep. So here's as far as GSP episodes. Did you get it from Albert?
You buy that
No,
from
I
Albert
wouldn't
Jones?
think so, unless he's Steve Angel.
I was gonna say, unless you've changed.
Unless you have
Do you guys have favorite autos of players? Not like the most valuable, because that should be your favorite, but like when you see the auto on something, 8x10, a hockey stick, a football, a card, you really appreciate the time it took and the artistry of it. It's not just, they got a little bit of flair, but you can see it very clearly, and it's like artwork in our hobby.
I'm not a Montreal fan, but I'd say the best in the hobby would have been Gene Beliveau.
Yeah.
So consistent, so clear, very beautiful.
I got one.
I agree with one of the choices
right
here.
there.
I thought Maurice Richard's autograph was really
Very
good.
nice too,
Very
yes.
very well done.
Yeah.
For a lot of the stuff when he takes the time to sign it, I think Joe Carter has a very legible autograph. Whole thing with the J and the C. It's pretty straightforward. Like you can tell it's Joe Carter. It's very clear what it says. That's always appreciated. Yep, Maurice Richard. Yep, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
very nice. Beliveau,
Basically, you're looking for consistency. Really, what you want is consistency.
Belivau's like an auto pen. He was like an auto pen. He just so consistent. And some people just have that knack, like an artist,
I've always been very enamored with Ken Hodge of the Bruins. He just really did a good job.
Oh, John Beliveau. There you go.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, looks exactly like the one that's on my wall behind me.
Yep.
Like distinctive J, distinctive B, and I
Yeah.
think that's what really sets it all off.
Yeah. That's what I say though. Like in any autograph that you appreciate, you're looking for consistency. That's what you're looking for. Because if you get, and if it's very legible, and if I don't tell you who it is and you can read it and you can figure out what it is, we're probably in good shape. Michael Jordan playing days, Bull autos are worth more than current. Yeah, and that would be fair. Any thoughts on the drama between Ric Flair and Mark Madden?
No.
So I assume you're talking about Mark Madden, the former commentator. I haven't heard. Mind you, Ric Flair has beef with a lot of folks. So if you can be more specific, hockey, I'd be happy to comment on it. I just don't know what their specific issue is right now.
Like airline stewardesses.
Anything with Flair. Flair, I've mentioned it before. Ric Flair was an all-time great wrestler, great performer, but that man has some serious insecurity. If you're not like praising him constantly, then he gets mad at you. He's got an issue of some kind. Like the guy's got a couple of screws loose.
Yeah, he's a great entertainer. He's a horrible person.
Yeah. He's got a lot of problems.
Yeah.
So this one, Bobby, let's indulge it because I got my answer. What's your favorite Zero Cool card? We got so many good ones, so many alliterations.
I think I've only seen 2 or 3, and that's
Positive
because of
Porcupine,
this
you've definitely
show.
seen. That's my personal favorite as
Just
y'all.
because of this show. I really don't look at. I've seen a couple others, but I mean, like, it's childish.
Yeah, it is.
Immaturity, stupidity. As far as I'm concerned, and to be worth that kind of money, you guys are all losing the whatever. I'm not
Silly
even going-
gooses. He's
So you're saying they've lost? You're saying they've lost the plot?
No, I think there was no plot to begin with. It's just like a couple guys shaking some shit around in a room, going, "Yeah, dude, let's do it. Yeah, those suckers will buy anything." Yeah.
exactly.
And
Well,
that's
look,
the
Eric,
truth.
you'll be pleased to know that Zero Cool is elevating with their second series. They have
Yeah.
announced their second series.
Yes, they have.
Are
Jackass.
they gonna hire an artist?
Jackass. No,
So-
it's going to be Jackass cards, Bobby.
Yeah,
Jackass.
so you got to see a
Oh.
naked man's rear end with firework in it. Yay!
How many are you buying?
1 of 1, Steve O-Pee-Chee.
Oh God!
Is that an actual thing?
I don't know.
I,
They
look,
don't
look,
know.
you, okay,
What
so real
else
quick.
do you-
So Yanick, just so we're clear, this next series is entering what Bill Simmons terms as the Tyson zone. So let me quickly explain what the Tyson zone is. This is a reference to Mike Tyson. But specifically what the Tyson zone is that someone transcends ridiculousness, an individual transcends it to the point that you could say a story about them and you have to think for a second, that seems plausible. It doesn't matter how ridiculous it is. That's
know.
when you enter the Mike Tyson zone, because there's a point in time where Mike Tyson was so weird that you could have been like, Mike Tyson has claimed that he's been possessed by aliens and he's going to build a spaceship to communicate with them. And you could be like, I could see that. Sure.
Plausible.
It doesn't matter how ridiculous it is. The more ridiculous you're like, I could see that. Yeah, sure. Why not?
I'm, quote unquote, I'm going to eat your children. Unquote.
Yeah. And that's minor on the low end scale.
Yeah.
The point is, and then he went shopping for seasonings. The point is, you can believe it. That's when you enter into the Mike Tyson zone. With this set, Yanick, this set is in the Mike Tyson zone. You could be like, and there's a card for this ridiculous thing. I could see that. It's
I'm not
Jackass.
surprised. I mean, come
Sure,
on, man.
could
There's
be.
Poopy Pony for $1 million. So what
Well,
else is new?
as soon as Mr. Computer Whiz, well, actually, Yanick, I think you have to be put in that category now.
Hell yeah.
We need to do that. We could either do it all live during the show, or we could do it behind the scenes. But we got to get this Poopy Pony NFT going.
Yep. So let me read a couple of these here to get caught up on these guys here. So Aaron here says the Giannis thing is actually my fear of Gary Vee and the hype crew when they have a stake in the manufacturing distribution. Well, right now Gary Vee doesn't have a stake in the manufacturing distribution. It is Fanatics, but you never know. He could always buy in. Giannis has some redemptions, which he kept. Yep. Speaking of autos, Giannis also changed his auto. That is true. Yeah. But that's usually what happens with players. They'll start off with a longer autograph, and then it'll get truncated. 100% Crosby, he puts the time in. Yeah, it's fair enough.
Yeah.
Ricky Henderson has a good auto. That's a good point, Matt.
Yeah, I know
good
that
evening.
one.
Ricky likes his autograph.
He does. Ricky Henderson's a character. I enjoy him. Ricky is pretty easy to get an A's game as well, according to a friend. I can believe it. I think Giannis also has a lawsuit with Leaf. Yeah, I think that's been settled, or it's close to being settled. Check out the Paul Lesko Twitter, because he keeps an eye on that stuff. Usually he's a good source for that.
Freak something.
Yeah. It's over his Greek freak moniker. That's right. Exactly. Rick Flair's a horrible person. Amazed anyone could give business one with him. Yeah, he's problematic on a good
I told
day.
you he wouldn't auto I was in person. It was 1973.
Did you tell him you were the Burrell?
He wasn't
Should've led
the
with it.
Burrell
I wasn't
yet.
the Burrell at that time.
You should have led with it. How's the Poopy Pony NFT cut? We're still in talks. We're still working on it. I think it's over sticker autos the Leaf has. Yep. Yeah, there wasn't a plot to begin with. True. Yep. Ric Flair fired his friend of 35 years, Mark Madden, from their podcast. Ah, gotcha. Okay. It's a very public Twitter beef. Twitter, of course. Flair is such a loser that he can't even enjoy his match anymore. Look, if you're firing your friends of 35 years, publicly firing them, it's like, yeah, you've got a lot of problem. Got a lot of problem.
Yep.
Yes, he did say that.
Yes, he did.
This
know.
is my autos book. I have an extra book. It's just for autos. So anybody, Bauer and Salming and all these other people, I
The
got
Playboy
sign in here.
edition.
Yeah, this one has never been used really. It's for autos, and I just brought it out early on, so I got a bunch of autos in here. Sandy Hawley, if anybody knows that name.
So Buzzy here says Michael Jackson never owned the Elephant Man remains, but it was believable. Yeah.
Yes, it was.
Michael Jackson is another guy who falls into that Tyson zone thing. Because there's a period of time where it's like, Michael Jackson did ridiculous thing X. I can believe that.
There was a time. There was always a time.
No, when he was with the Jackson 5, no one cared. His first couple of albums, he was just doing his thing. When you're initially a pop star, you're eccentric. But then as time goes on, and it's like, wait, you're just a weirdo. You're a freak.
You don't look the same.
Yeah, it's like there's a lot going on over there, my bro. What's happening? I don't know. At that point, it's like, all right, look, man, whatever. You do your thing.
Did the reverse Pinocchio thing. So
Yeah. Let's see here. Raleigh Fingers. Yes, I would say.
I have another
It's
one.
a little bit. It's like at the top of the shot. If you can see there, that's a Raleigh Fingers autograph up there.
yeah, he was at the expo. I think I
He
met
was.
him.
That's where I got it from. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yannick, who's that?
Andre Dawson.
Hawk. Yep. Former
See,
Boston
that's
Red Sox.
nice.
By the
Look
way,
at
I
that.
like that they use a sticker with holofoil. It helps the signature pop a little bit more. I like that.
Yeah,
Look at the swoops. Those are like artistic.
Yeah.
he has a really nice signature.
Yeah. See,
Yeah.
that's okay. No scribbles. Just, how long does that take you, really? Like, if we're talking about how much people are paying for autographs, like, Yager, I don't know how much he's going to be. He might be $150.
I think I paid this $40.
Here's a fun exercise, and we can come back to it. I think we can get it. Guesses on what the Yager. Now remember, there's going to be different categories.
Oh, yeah.
Let's stick with like a base autograph, something straightforward, something simple. Not even necessarily a puck or whatever. Just a straightforward, whatever the small item is, the normal.
You remember
What do you
what
feel?
Hossa
You feeling
was?
200?
No.
Gordie Howe was 200 at the end of his life, and I think Yager could get that, and I think he thinks he should.
Canadian or American, Eric. See?
Hossa was charging, I think, 80 in November.
Yeah, but that was offensive to me because I actually wouldn't have minded grabbing a Hossa if it hadn't been ridiculous. I'm like, I'm not paying $80 for this.
That was
I got
'cause
some
of-
nice.
That was because of that weekend. He was got into the Hall of Fame that weekend.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think Yager, he's kind of up there. He's very unique. I would say he's probably going to be the top.
And he's still playing
yes.
at 50.
Yeah.
So.
But he's playing for the team he owns, so it kind of like.
I don't think he can go to the 200 mark. I think he'd be about the buck 25 to 50.
Okay.
Because the other parts, actually, once you add that, you're at 250 by the time you're finished. So 150 goes for 250. But Carlos talk about the base auto. So I think about 150 would be fair. I think actually it's a little too high personally because he's still young enough and still going to sign a million more things. And we have to keep that in perspective of what you're collecting.
Is he a signer? I mean, some guys
he
love
hasn't been
to
to
sign.
the expo, so I guess not. But then he's still a current player. It's hard to get current players at the expo. Very hard.
Okay, what does a Jaromir Jagr autograph goes for? Look, even like I don't even know.
I used to have one because for a little while I did a little project where I wanted to have autographs of all the 600 goal scorers. It was a fun project to do, actually. It was a fun project to do. But it's one of those ones where I did the project. It was kind of fun. But then I was like, okay, so what am I going to do with this? Am I going to frame it or something? And I was like, And then I started selling them off. I kept a few because I still got the Dino Cicerelli. I think I've got the Yari Curry and a couple of the other guys there. But if I ever was to pursue it again, maybe I'd go with the 700 goal guys and maybe narrow it down to a more uniform. Like maybe a certain series or something where it looks a certain way, because I was just happy collecting the different ones, and I've still got the Howe bobblehead. Obviously, that was part of it, so I consider that to be a piece of it. I'm just looking here.
Yeah, I don't think Yager signs much. I
Doesn't
think
seem
his
to, no.
I think his signature is somewhat rare, and I think people will pay big bucks and to have like him write 2-time Stanley Cup winner on it, it will probably be even more. So I think it'd be a start. My guess, because that's what the question was. So my guess, it starts at 200, and then you start going like $25 on top of that if you want 2-time Stanley Cup winner.
Inscriptions and stuff.
Because he's not in the Hall of Fame yet because he hasn't stopped playing.
Yeah, exactly.
So he can't even put HOF yet, which we know he's gonna. That's obviously gonna happen.
Yeah.
Wait until a couple more years when he can then add that to it. He's going to charge even more.
I don't know, man. I found it pretty steep. At 200, I'm not saying it's not worth it, but
it's not worth it. I'm going to flat out say it's not worth it.
Oh,
okay, then
I'm
I'll
not
say it's not
paying it.
worth it.
Yeah,
I'm not paying it Canadian or American.
Here's the thing, Yannick. I can tell you for under 200, unless something has changed, and like we can always check. We can always check on eBay a little later here. You guys just have to remind me. But I was able to get Yager. I was able to get Yager's auto on a bunch of different certified products on card, way cheaper than that. For 200,
sure.
I should be able to get 2 decent Yager autographs on card. And if it's a good design, a good clean design, that's a way better value comparatively, as opposed to trust. Oh, but I got to see him for 3 seconds, and we took a picture. Cool. I'm not paying $200 for that. Thank you. Not worth it. So Bob is in agreement with he's going with 199. Real quick here. I think.
Wait a minute. Bob agrees with me.
He does. He's back.
Can
He's
we
playing
end
the
the
long
show?
game still. He's playing the long game.
Can we end the show? You remember George
So-
Costanza? Let's go out on a high note.
John Havlicek. Yeah, there you go.
Very nice.
There's another one.
And another Boston guy, Ted Williams.
Oh, here we go. I like this.
Ted Williams has a gorgeous signature.
I agree with that. Yeah. I've seen a couple of them. They're quite good. Has Eric seen the Jackass movies? If not, there's a YouTube show idea. Old man reacts to stupid stuff kids did for a movie.
A lot of Jackass movies.
That's true. We need zero cool Australian animals. Kenny Kangaroo. Poopy Platypus. Eddie Enchilada or Enchidna.
Look,
I like the
right-
alliteration. I like the alliteration as a card did. I am appreciating it.
Right now, quick like average Jagger, you can get an autograph 95 rook. I don't know. It says it's those signature rookies, but and overall it's $84. And
Yeah.
There's another one at $60. There's one at $150. The one that he wears the Philly jerseys are actually more money because there's none of them.
Yeah. I would bet, like, I'm not suggesting they're going to be cheap, but I'm saying that you can, for $200, you could do some nice shopping and get some pretty good, you'd have some nice options.
Right?
Yeah. So what I'm doing is I'm taking the number and I'm looking at viable alternatives. What are your alternatives if you would like to have a piece? I think there are some options available to you. Googling, yep. Yager's not a big signer, never has been, didn't in the game. I think they did have to do something to get him to sign at one point.
So it's a big thing him coming then.
Yeah, for sure.
And I think
agree with that.
you're gonna have to pay out the nose.
In relative terms, probably. Bobby's got his cardboard box going.
Not at all. Ooh.
Uh-oh. Trash in. Ah, very nice.
Thank you. This is my it's a leap ticket, right?
Oh, okay, gotcha.
So I got all the signatures of the players. I go to the alumni luncheon and I see a lot of the players, but you're not allowed to get autographs, so they respect that you don't ask. So I've gotten a few there and a few everywhere. But I got Ted Kennedy and Bobby Bond and
Johnny Bauer.
Johnny Bauer. Yeah, all in person. They were really good. Mike Palmateer, Daryl Sittler. I told him to sign up here, and then he goes signs in the middle. It's like I can't fit anybody up here now, you freak. Anyways,
That was Bobby's exact reply to it. He was like,
Honestly,
"You freak! What are you doing?"
I said sign right up here, and then he signs like in the middle, like he's the king. And I went, "You were my childhood, not anymore."
It's like the Burrell will not forget this.
Yeah,
Oh, no.
I don't forget the 10 points he scored in one
And he
game
was
against
kinda-
Boston.
And he was sitting there, kind of like, come on, we're here for you.
Was he at the expo last time? Did they bring him in?
No, I don't think so.
Trying to remember who was there.
I don't think it was. I don't even remember.
I know it's crazy that we don't
We
remember.
didn't go because it was in that back room where it's usually in the outer part.
Yeah.
So we didn't get to go in that. Anybody in that back room.
What's the question there? You're wondering who was signing?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. Was Sittler there in November?
No, well, you know who was? Well, no, Bond was
One of these.
No, but he wasn't a signer official one because he was just kind of going back to do some in the
Right.
back private. Remember, Eric?
Oh, I remember. And I got it. I'm staring at it right now, and my picture with him.
Look at you.
Uh,
All right,
who was
so good
signing? Carlos, do you remember?
for the previous expo.
Yeah,
I can look it up here in a minute. I have now been freed from my responsibilities. Free at
thank
last.
God.
Free at
Oh,
last.
Thank God.
Yeah. So now I actually get to have my second screen back, and I can actually look this stuff up. So
All
give me a
right.
minute here. Let me shut this thing down.
He's
That's
nothing
why
without
the
a
nonsense
screen.
was going on there.
Exactly.
Carlos like, I don't know, maybe we'll find out.
That's right. Now we have no nonsense. So yeah, who else? Is
Well, you think that's a joke? Literally, the email was because they were waiting for a couple of other folks to validate. Because if there were enough issues, they were going to roll it back. There was going to be an issue extended. I was like, oh, so I had to leave the email open and be like, I can't turn it off. It's like, okay,
The Fanatic money check finally cleared. Carlos is ready.
I know. Like, geez.
Ted Kennedy is a tough one to get. Alan Stanley and Wolf Paymont. Yeah, not
Eric.
many. Still got a lot.
Sorry, go ahead, Bobby. I'm sorry.
I'm finished.
Yeah. One quick thing I was going to mention, and this is where kind of now this is more of a problem now, is that when I use the example with the Yager and comparing it to, now mind you, obviously as time goes on, a lot of these guys, they start bumping up those prices and it increases the cost. But if you wanted to pursue a product like the one I described, for the longest time it was very easy. Because you have a bunch of guys who'd have these great stats and great gold totals and everything, but nobody buys their stuff. It's cheap as hell. I showed you guys that lot. There was all those gold autographs.
Yeah.
It had the Medano in it, obviously. I put that on the Instagram and everything. But Ginla's in there. Ginla was part of that lot. It's a toss-in.
Hall of Famer.
Yeah, I paid the equivalent of $2 a card, including this one. So it's like literally I'm in it for under $2.
Wow. Former Boston Bruin.
And I got Byron Defoe as part of that list too. So Boston Bruin in that card.
Yeah, I'm on the Expo website here, and guess I'm clicking on because we got that notification via email.
Yeah.
But it's not on his.
On the site yet?
You know, I'm quite surprised. There's 2 months left, and he's really, I guess, so tied in with the other Expo in Edmonton and
The Strongsville show.
and the Strongsville. Yeah, so he's lacking here. I actually texted him. I said, "Do you want an article or what?" And he hasn't even got back to me, so he must be busy. Even the dealers list isn't even up. Like, there's nothing on the site. Like, I'm very surprised.
Okay.
Very.
Yeah, so it could be. I think Steve still needs to work on having like somebody dedicated maybe to actually running the web page to keep it all up to date.
It's always been good. This is the only time, so he's got too much on his plate, I think.
Could be.
And I don't know if the Strongsville show would even work out for him, let alone the Edmonton show. Might be good for the West people, but I don't think people from Toronto will really travel there. I don't see too many people doing that.
There you go.
It just doesn't have the population. You need a good run of people. I think the show out there would be great, but I don't know if he can sustain that out there in the size that he wants to get it to, I think.
Right.
But we'll see what happens. I'm looking forward to hearing back to see, that it goes well.
Yeah. Good evening, C. Settled for a Yager mullet relic.
Yeah.
Ooh, it was the mullet shot. Yeah.
Yep. Ozzy Card Dad here helping me out with the pronunciation. So Echidna. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Okay.
Yeah, I wouldn't have gotten that from just reading the name. It wouldn't have helped. So apparently he thinks your volume's a little low. I'll double check on it. If it's still low, let us know and I can tweak it a little bit from this end.
I can't do anything on that.
I can still touch on it because remember you were too loud the other day. I can always put you back up a little bit. I should have a little room to do that.
Yeah, I wonder why it does that.
Yeah. So Avril Lavigne, Top Trunks rookie to the moon. We did need someone to pump some of the merchandise, so that's important.
Oh wow.
Hey, at least somebody's got to promote one of these things, It's about time. Jeez. Eric's been trying to promote the Boston Bruins cars this whole time, and it hasn't been working.
No,
Okay.
I don't want people buying those. I want to keep them cheap so I can afford them.
Okay, so let's have a little fun with this because we talked about it a little earlier tonight. And again, if there's any topics or anything you guys want to touch on, I touched on the Great Curator and AIH thing because you asked. So if you bring it up, we can talk about it.
I do have. I don't want to interrupt you, and if you want to,
This is extreme. You can interrupt me after an extremely important thing.
Okay.
It is nearly 2 hours into the live stream. I have not filled my beer because I was on the clock. I'm going to fill my beer because Carlos without his beer is very cranky.
Mm-hmm.
But before I do, almost 2 hours into this thing, I rarely ask you guys. I don't ask you guys more than once or twice a show. If you could hit the like button, it is always appreciated. It is free. Help out the algorithm gods to go along with the content gods. Show appreciation.
Help a brother out.
I know. Didn't realize it was Good Friday weekend. Know a few people are going because of family commitments. There you go. Interesting. All right. Continue your interruption. I will go get my beer.
So, and I will obviously wait for him to come back. He may know this, but did you guys? I'll start again. I said earlier that I haven't been able to keep up on things this week like I usually do because my life's been a little crazy this week. I saw a headline, I think maybe on Instagram, that said Mark's cards, the one that had all the issues with with embezzlement and PSA and all that so many months ago.
MARX, yeah.
Yeah. Got robbed. Did you guys see this or hear about this?
No,
got
I didn't.
robbed. How can you
Okay,
get robbed?
I don't
didn't
know.
have any money.
Well, I saw the headline. I was going to go back to it, and I just have never had time to do that. And I
What's
didn't
it
know.
called again? Mark's Cards.
Yeah, and I saw a headline that said that they had been robbed, and it's like, wow, this guy can't catch a break. He's lost everything. On top of that, he's getting robbed. So I didn't know if that's something you guys knew about, or anyone in the comments knows what I'm talking about, or I dreamt it. So
I don't see anything newer than a month-old news about Mark's Card.
it was
Wake up, Eric. Wake up. Wake up.
It was in the last couple of days, I think, on Instagram. I saw that.
I thought they were done. So, like Bobby said, what can be stolen from them?
Well, if again, I just didn't read it. I was going to get back to it, but he could have been robbed before everything fell apart.
True.
And I don't know.
Now it's coming out now.
Right. So I was wondering if anyone knew anything about that, and I don't see anybody in the comments writing about it. So I guess I must have dreamt the entire thing.
Is this the Marks Cards thing?
My question is, did you see something about Mark's Cards getting robbed?
I heard that this was alluded to, so just finished to come back on. I heard it alluded to, but it's one of those things where it's kind of an 11th hour thing. It was like, really? Now is the time that you guys bring this up? It's like, you might have wanted to mention that sooner. I'm dubious. Let's put it this way. I'm extremely dubious that because, the timing is a little bit too coincidental. I don't know. So I'm not sure.
I was telling the guys that, obviously I've already said 5 times. It's been a crazy week. I saw something quickly on Instagram, I believe, and I said, I got to get back to that. And I just never had the chance. And I was hoping I see some comments are coming through now.
Yeah, I think, I'm not sure if this one might be related to it. Saw it, but forgot to read it. Yep. We'll get to the BGS Love Fest shortly. Thank you for bringing up Quasi Card. That is an important segment. Missing a card show because an old myth by some guy that survived death. Good riddance. I read it because I only believe in the content gods. Moving on.
So the show had Bret Hart, of course.
Well, I remember that. Yes. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. That's right.
And so we got the memorabilia in November. Shane Corson, Darcy Tucker, Peter Ing, Gilles Gilbert.
Yes.
Bret Hart,
Yes.
Daryl Sittler was there. You're right.
Tiger
Williams. Yes.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Billy Smith, Felix Bachman, Bobby Hull, John LeClaire, Daniel Goyette, Marion Hossa, Kim St. Pierre, and there was Jesse
Bobby
Barfield,
Hull.
Andy Moog. David Ayers.
And Michel Goulet canceled.
Yes, just because you were coming.
Just because this is
one.
Dominic Hasek was there.
Right.
Gilbert Perot, Adam Oates. That's a lot.
They had a lot, but I thought Sittler was there. I thought that.
And if Marcel would have sold his autograph $25 each, he would have been a millionaire that weekend. Eric would have buy everything.
Yeah,
nonstop.
plural.
There you go.
Curtis Joseph, Mike Keenan, and Michel Goulet did not play.
Now, I told you guys, I know we joke about the Marcel thing, but I told you guys, like 2 weeks before the expo, he was like a half-hour drive from my house, getting $75 American per autograph. And then I walk by him up at the expo, sit around and talk to him for a half hour, 45 minutes. I buy a hat from him, and he signs the hell out of it for free.
A picture and almost a hug.
Well, that used to be and a restraining order. You got that for free.
I've
been paying for that.
That's a different kind of payment.
And you always will.
Yeah. But the thing is that used to be the story, because that was the thing with Gordie Howe too, because he'd be down stateside but then they'd come up, and then, like, relatively speaking, the prices wouldn't be that crazy when it would be on this side, because they just, mind you, I think part of it is that they were able to make it up in volume, because they understood that, like, okay, we'd like to borrow X amount of your time. We'd like you to sign autographs for however many hours. Well, in the Canadian thing, it's like, well, you'll get to sign tons and tons and tons and tons of autographs. So in reality, per autograph, we can be a lot more reasonable as long as we can make it work. That's all good. But that's basically how it was for years. I think though now a lot of them have started to level it out. And I think when they brought up Joe Montana that one time, he was charging equivalent to like what he'd do in a stateside show. Like he was
didn't
charging.
show.
Yeah, I understand, but like
canceled.
before that, the price though that they were putting on it was like equivalent to what would be like in a stateside show. It wasn't there were no discounts at all. So see here says, yeah, Rob, what a coincidence. Yes, I agree. I was on Sports Card Radio. Okay, gotcha. So that's probably where it was. Gotcha. Now he's going to be able to say all lawful supporting documents. Yeah, we'll have to see. There's a lot more. This story is going to have a lot more related
There's
to
a
it.
movie we can make about this. It's so good.
Yep. Paul actually sent me a good one here for one of our favorites. All right, who wants to check out my cards? ComC's April Fool's joke.
Sure.
I'm interested.
All right,
All right.
so here we go.
Building from scene from
Some
see
space,
from the
yes.
It's from it's from the space station.
All right, so here we go. Coming off the Mint Collective, it is clear that the grading and vaulting of NFTs is the future! Exclamation point. We are excited to announce that ComC is now the world's first one-stop shop for getting your NFTs graded and vaulted in a top-of-the-line military-grade vault. Bank vault. Your NFTs will be encoded on diamonds and slabbed in kryptonite. Not even Superman could steal them. The vault is securely located on an undisclosed private island in the Pacific Ocean that is not owned by any country, so there's no need to worry about taxes. The service is refreshingly simple. Simply send your NFTs to the ComC mailbox, and we'll use our new elegant processing service. The account will be charged $3 for traditional size NFTs, $50.50 upcharge for oversized and vintage NFTs. Any NFT that's already graded will incur an additional $1 graded fee. Storage fees will be on a standard 1 cent per month after the first 90 days. Enhanced security fees for NFTs, however, will be increased to 2 cents per $1,000 of asking price per day as a result of self-insuring NFT. I'm already really tired. Like, Lord, no, like I appreciate you trying, but I was mentioning earlier, paragraphs, people. We can have paragraphs. Like, it's a thing. We don't need a total block of text.
There's no taxes in space.
Yeah, so anyway, don't delay. ComC guarantees all entities received by the end of April receive a gem mint perfect pristine 10.5. We talked about that 10.5 first. We did. Tim, with all 4 subgrades of 10. Yes. We're working diligently to implement this innovative new service, and our team is ready to meet all your graded NFT needs. I would have fallen for it if they had said in the island it could be seen from space.
Well, exactly.
That's when I knew he was full of. That's when I knew he was full of crap.
That's right. Yeah, if it can't be seen from space, it's not real.
Yep, it's not legit. Doesn't sound like the ComC I know, my friends.
Not the thing we were promised.
Sounds good. So let me grab this. In the meantime, if there's any other thing you guys want to throw in the comments, you can. Otherwise, we'll get to Eric's BGS Love Fest after one other point I've got here. I had a chuckle at the content creators that were at the Mint Collective. We're surprised it was mainly a networking show and not many dealer tables. Yeah, it was always, I think the emphasis was going to be a networking event. And we did talk about that, and I thought that made sense, that it was going to be focusing in on that. So let's touch on this. I want to touch on this one for a couple minutes, and then we'll do, and then we'll come back to the vaulting piece, I think, in a minute. Okay, so Ken Golden did that break of Flawless with Drake. Now, obviously, we talked about already, kind of the whole, getting celebrities involved in it. Obviously, we know that it gets eyeballs on it, but I'll say one thing specifically about the Ken Golden one. I thought it was botched a little bit, but the big reason I was kind of dubious about it is because the focus became for Ken more than anything else. Ken's record against technology's undefeated against Ken Golden. He always has a problem with technology, but it became a bit of a running joke because, if any of you did see the live feed, Card Porn was there, the infamous Card Porn. We was actually doing a live from there. But what's funny is that Card Porn's live kept rolling, even as Ken lost his connection to his Instagram, and then spent an inordinate amount of time trying to fix it. I was like, Ken, just use Card Porns. Just direct everybody to Card Porns. Like, it's on. Just use it. I just sat there going, like, watching Card Porn's feed. I'm like, when will this idiot just use the feed that is working? Like, Drake is literally sitting there ready to open a case, and he's like, can I open the case now? Can I open the case now? He's not saying it, but he's like looking.
Right.
So, can I open the case now? Like, I don't got all year, buddy. I'm paying a lot of money for this shit. Can I open it now?
So they know who Card Porn is now then?
Well, Card Porn was there, man. Card Porn was there. Live.
Holding the phone.
That's right. But remember, Card Porn is a collective. Card Porn is not one individual. Card Porn is a they.
Yes.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
a they.
So there is a element of card porn that was there. So somebody got to see card porn. Drake knows who card porn is, or at least part of card porn.
Wow.
Well, he was talking to Drake during the thing. The Drake was literally looking at him while he was taking it with the camera. So yes, Drake knows who card porn is. So
It's like anonymous. They're all.
yeah. Did we get a card porn face reveal? I heard some rumors that some people were looking like at windows and like trying to see reflections as card porn was recording. So maybe.
I always do that too.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just
But
trying
hey-
to look for past autographs here and pricing, so I'm just trying to
Sure.
equivalate.
But I will say,
$450
but I will
or
say one thing about that. The most interesting thing for me, I thought the break was fine. Obviously, it took too long because they really did dwell on the technology. Once you know that you're going to have a technical issue, you gotta be able to adapt on the fly. Here's the second thing, though. This and the $1 million laden break that we talked about last week. You've got this big product, this expensive product. You're doing this whole thing. You're trying to make it into this big deal. You got Drake there. This is a big deal. You're getting a lot of eyeballs. The Ken Golden one had over 6,000 people watching at one time. Like, you're getting a lot of eyeballs. Can one of you afford a freaking laptop that can stream? A backup stream? One of you?
Don't they have 10 assistants each?
Like, why? This is. I was laughing because I was chatting away with some folks while we were watching it, and I was sitting there like, a bunch of us on YouTube, and we made the joke, and I said, it's like, well, it's not like any of us YouTubers know anything. It's not like we know how to do a live stream for hours at a time while shit's going on.
5, 6, 7 hours.
Really,
Yeah, like-
they have assistants, like even people. You got people, Carlos.
I got people. Ken Golden doesn't have people. He's not on my level.
I thought he had people.
That was a good show.
I
That's
thought so
what
too.
Montana did show
Yeah, that's right.
prior to he did
wow.
the show.
And he probably charged. If I remember, he was charging a pretty penny for the autograph.
I thought it was in here, but
Okay.
it isn't. They don't have the prices. I'm so
I feel
surprised.
like it was $275 to start. I think that was a start.
Well, Bobby Orr was, I think, the same prices or less than Montana.
Okay.
I think or like 200 now for an autograph.
Probably.
At a
Oh,
private
they
signing.
did
He
these
doesn't do public signings.
experiences.
He only does private signings, and I think it's like $200.
Yeah, I think it's fair.
But
So
I think
at
if you go through his sister's company, up Great North Road,
yeah.
I think it's still 100. I think I haven't checked in a while.
All right. No, I think that's fair. But I will agree. Yeah, it's better than what he did with Barstool. I agree with that, Aaron. It's a fair point. But my big thing was, I was like, look, we're making this into this big deal, this whole luxury thing. You got the celebrity angle and all this good stuff. It's like, guys, one of you can afford. Like the man talks about, he will brag endlessly of how he knows Shaq, how he knows Barry Bonds, how he knows all these people. You know who you should know? You should know an Apple genius who can teach you how to use your fucking phone. That's who you need to know. I don't care about Shaq. I want you to learn it. Get an Apple genius that can teach you how to use your phone, or put it on a laptop with a little web camera and stream the damn thing and have a backup stream. That way, if one thing breaks, you're not sitting there like an idiot, running around like a chicken with your head cut off, while everybody's sitting there like, can we just let Drake open the damn? Also, it's not about Ken Golden. I don't care about Ken Golden. Everybody wanted to see Drake open the damn thing and try to see if he pulled something cool. Like, just go with what's there. It makes more sense.
I like the little meme they did with the haircut.
that's right.
The hairdo on Ken Golden.
I just thought it was funny that Ken Golden. I think somewhere in Ken Golden's mind, he actually thinks that people were tuning in for Ken Golden. I was like, they're tuning in because Drake's there. That's the only reason they care. Maybe card porn. They don't care about you.
People tuned in by the thousands.
How many?
When
6,000 at the
when-
top. 6,000 at
when
the apex.
Drake
And-
Drake was in the comment section.
Yeah, for sure.
This guy, he was actually live
Yes.
on camera.
Yeah.
But
I
were
mean-
they competing with Will Smith and Chris Rock at the same time?
I think it was the same night. Yeah. But
Same
like,
time.
yeah, but here's the thing. They were getting, remember, this is sports card content here. They're getting 6,000 viewers on Instagram. By the way, just Golden has a YouTube channel. Why wouldn't you put that on the YouTube as well and get more eyeballs potentially? You can stream to both, by the way. You can do that. We have the technology for this, I assure you. It is very possible to do it on both platforms. Give the maximum size on. Why wouldn't you want the maximum size on? Some people don't like using Instagram Live. It's kind of annoying. It's not the best experience. I can actually watch it on desktop. So for me, I had it on the other monitor and it was fine. But it's not the greatest. If you have to sit there with your phone or a tablet or something, it's annoying. It's not great.
See, they took the prices in 2017 off of all the guests
Of anything.
from the
Yep.
expo. So you go back to 2016, then they have all the prices of everybody. Johnny Bauer's $20, like Sittler's 45.
Yeah,
So,
ain't what
Williams
it is now.
See, Dave Williams is $30. I know he was a lot more at this last expo.
Sure. Yeah. It's definitely been an escalation with a lot of these guys. So Ozzy Card that here said, we had a mainstream media outlet here do an article on the Drake Golden break. By the way, that's bad because imagine if people are writing about your break and it was like an amateur, half-ass amateur hour. Hey, Golden, you're premium, right? You're part of the collector's universe. $850 million and you guys can't actually have a break. You can't buy the man a laptop or get people to use one and set it up when you got Drake in the room.
Have you seen his latest big item on his auction right now? But baseball memorabilia. He's got a Jackie Robinson game use
Yeah.
jersey.
Wow.
Yeah.
For sale right now coming up.
The thing is, auction-wise, Golden still gets a lot of really good stuff. Where I'm giving him because just to be clear, I'm not picking on Golden just for the sake of picking on Golden. I don't know him from Adam. But the point is that you are presenting yourself as like a premier top-tier guy, and you look like a rank amateur. It's embarrassing that you can't successfully pull off something that, a ramshackle operation on StreamYard can do. That's embarrassing.
It is.
Like, because here's the thing. If you get the really premium StreamYard, you can have 2 cameras. What? Oh my God.
What's the combined worth of those two guys?
That's what I'm getting at.
I
Like,
mean,
you have no excuse.
Think
You have
of
no
the
excuse.
money those two guys have put together. I mean, just
Yeah.
$1 billion.
That's what made it worse. That's what made it worse is my point, is that you guys have the funding to be able to make this great. You should have it on multiple platforms. You should be able to see it in HD. It should be glorious. It should be great. And you should have already a camera set up and everything. Make it good. Make it fun. You're spending enough money on this goddamn unopened product. It should be great. And Drake should be able to have a good time and go from box to box to box, open this stuff. Great presentation. Great job, guys. Let's go.
Yeah, the fact that you try to do it with an iPhone instead of something a lot nicer is really embarrassing, and it's almost insulting to the fans.
Do you think he's got to put his credit card and he gets approved for the first $5,000 like all of us? Equal?
Who, Drake? I think he picks up the phone and calls Ken. And assuming Ken figures out how to answer the phone.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So at least he's safe with the first $5,000 until they figure the rest.
That's right. It's not great, man. It's not great. It was one of those things where, like I said, I'm not picking on just for the sake of picking on. But, like, to me, obviously he didn't pull anything crazy. I think he pulled an Anthony Hardaway logo man, which is a nice card. But compared to the price of the boxes they were doing, like, it's not great. This one. Yeah, here. According to the article, so thank you, Ozzy Card Dad. I heard about this. According to the article, the MJ is $1 million card. Yeah, there was a lot of exaggeration about the pricing of the card because they did the 86 Fleer. They did an 86 Fleer box as well and pulled three Jordan rookies. And then I think 3 of the sticker, rookie year stickers as well, which is actually about average for an 86 Fleer box because it's a 132 card set. So there's enough cards in there that you should be able to. 3 to 4 Jordans should be standard. That should be normal for an 86 Fleer box. So it's not the greatest. Yeah, Instagram. Yeah, I'm not for live streaming. I don't like Instagram. I understand if you really want to do something quick, you want to set it up and let your audience watch and comment and do all that. It's not terrible for that purpose if you're in a hurry. But if you want to set something up and make it good and make it interesting, like we've got so many amazing options. Imagine if you got Drake and you say, okay, we're going to have a phone set with Instagram Live. We'll do that so that audience can check it out quickly on the fly. We'll do a thing on YouTube simulcasting at the same time with proper equipment so that you can see it. And you can do it on Twitch too. So you got 3 different venues where people can watch. And imagine if you get a combined audience of 10,000 between the 3 platforms. You'd have an even bigger eye on what you're doing. Do you get what I'm saying?
It's not making sense, Carlos.
I know. Well, you want this promotion, right? Like this whole idea is you're trying to get attention. Heaven forbid you try to make it as easy as possible for everybody to see it. What an idea.
There's your bobblehead that you got at the expo.
Yeah, the Gordy? Yes.
Same with mine. I'm missing because you had to cut out.
Yes, that's right. That's right.
But Ric Flair's like $40. Lemieux was 180.
That's kind of cheap for Flair. That's not bad.
That's a couple years ago now.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
So now I think these
That
guys
was
have really stepped up.
pre-COVID.
Yeah, pre-COVID.
That was a whole other world, man. Back then, people were free.
Agreed.
Well, some were a little bit more expensive than others, but yeah, in today's world, like they've really jacked them up.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, and Albert makes the right point. All those avenues, all those streaming platforms, they're all free. So it's not like a big cost. Like you can do it. I think for a guy who's so hungry for attention and media and all this stuff, it's like you drop the ball and a great opportunity to showcase. The Leighton thing dropped the ball in one way, and then Golden is trying to do like a fancy thing with Drake, and it's like you drop the ball in a different way. To me, yours is worse because you play yourself up as being this premium guy, and this was amateur hour, half-ass bullshit. No, all the positive porcupine in the world is not going to save you. And positive porcupine is very powerful, but not that powerful.
No,
Can't fix that.
This was complete poopy pony.
Terrible,
Yeah.
just terrible.
I'd buy the NFT at Poopy Pony though.
Fair enough. I think that's reasonable.
As soon as the people in this room here that understand how to do such a thing, that they brag they know how to do, I say let's do it. Then we'll sell it and give the money to charity.
Do you still have that thing you drew, or you threw it away?
They're going to give the money to your wife there, Yanick.
Sure.
Well,
There
he
you
said going to give it to charity, right?
I know. Dude, do you know how much money we got given to charity every year?
Yannick, don't ruin this. It's like Bobby found the loophole. It's like we're gonna get it rich on this shit.
That's right. Exactly. You know
The
that.
fix is in, bro. The fix is in.
Like, I'm just signing to write it all off to charity, man.
That's right. That's right. Golden's promised he'd have Blizz with him. That's facts. Facts. He did some more Blizz. All right. So I'll move on from that. If you guys have any other thoughts on that, I just wanted to get out a couple of ideas about that specifically because, like I said, to me, I think that was drop the ball. We had a lot of fun making fun of it that night, just because it's like this is so half-assed. It's like there's so many of us that do live streams. It's like, guys, we could have whipped something together. If we wanted to do a break from Eric's place, I'm not even there, and I promise we could have set it up in 20 minutes before the show, and we would have made it work much better, easily. Not a problem.
The truck's driving by your house in about 20 minutes.
I know. We'll get this done. We'll get her done.
Back it up. I hear the beep, beep.
Look,
beep.
I'll put it another way. Here's just another way to do it. Tonight, I spent the first chunk of the show before I could pour my beer actually working on this stupid thing and looking at a second screen, and I was able to more effectively run what we're doing here and still do this while doing that than Golden was as soon as one thing went down. And suddenly it was meltdown disaster. It can be done. You just need somebody. You need somebody to steer the ship who can do it.
Don West, get him back.
So
True.
just think of the scene. So the whole crew is just watching him struggling with
Yes,
the ball. Like,
he has a couple of folks there trying to help him, but like he's clueless. He doesn't know how to do anything.
The last time someone tried, that person still haven't been seen, and
Nobody
so
did any
everyone
memes or anything.
stays there.
Oh, I'm very disappointed about. The lack of memes is really disappointing. You did have the Ken Golan like Drake hair meme kind of thing.
Yeah,
that was a meme
I saw that.
Yeah. Dapsman IG feed break better. Yeah, it's true. Here's the thing. It is true. Dapsman actually knows how to do that on Instagram. So it is a fact. Ken Golden could have gotten Dapsman. We could have gotten Joke Inception on this, and actually it would have been better.
That's what you call worst case scenario. He still could have done better.
He still would have done better. Still would have been an improvement. Yeah, $1 million break, 10 cents results. That's facts. Oh, one more thing as well. It's become kind of silly, the Don Quixote-esque quest of trying to get the stupid triple LeBron logo, man. It's like, this is the most the most terrible way of trying to pull this stupid card. You may as well just get a bounty. It's like, y'all open it, I'll buy it off of you, whichever one of you pulls it. Because
it's more fun this week, Alice.
well, the thing is, if you remember, for the Leighton break, the cases were $40,000 per. Every single one of them was a money loser. Like nobody pulled anything. Normally, you get one massive, huge hit that like think of the cup when you had the Ovechkin Crosby year. That was a super expensive product. It was a very hyped product. They hyped it to the moon. Very expensive, but could you pull monster cards out of it that would become worthwhile? Yeah, you could. This flawless break, you basically have to pull that LeBron to make it worth your while. because otherwise, a lot of the rest of it, I don't know. Maybe you get your money back on a case, but if you're opening multiple cases, good luck. You're dead in the water. You're drawing dead before you even started.
But
It's not
for
good.
Drake, that's ginger ale money on he's champagne pappy, man. So
Well, I get it, but I go back to what I said about the thing that money can't buy, which is time. You sitting there watching Ken Golden fumble around with an iPhone is a waste of your time if you Drake.
Carlos, I said a lot of times, like people got more money than brains, man.
I think it was the sparkling wine opposed to the champagne. Yeah,
There you go.
Yeah.
champagne. Sorry, my mistake.
Yeah. Now I
That was
did
Dom Perignon, not Don Quixote. So
There you go. We talked about that little April Fool's thing from ComC talking about like their NFT vault, but obviously PSA announced that they're going to have their vault and their thing. Now I'm not concerned about that right now. The eBay vault to me has the most potential intrigue because of the things you can link to it. Because from the buying and selling perspective, I could see some value to it. For people that want to flip, it's easier. For people that want to buy and consolidate, that gives you an option that I can see value to that. The PSA one less so, but like whatever, fine, I don't care. My thought is, have we reached or are we rapidly approaching vault saturation?
critical
Because
mass.
now
We're
we
at
got
that
some
point.
big because you really got to offer something interesting. PWCC Vault serves a purpose because when they're doing their thing and you buy something in the auction, you can keep it there until you're ready to ship it. They take really high res images of your cards. So in reality, if I want to show you one of the cards and I don't have it in hand yet, I can show you really high res image and we can look at it prior to me getting it in hand. And
How
honestly,
much-
the picture they take is better than something I'm gonna be able to take.
How much is your card costing you there so far on PWCC? Because last time I just like 3 days, man, it cost me like 42 cents of storage. Like because yours you bought it before 37 the 31st.
There you go. You
Yeah.
got it.
Well, that's the only one. You won't
Yeah, I get invoices of zero. I get invoices for $0.
Trust me, the how much they charge you will not put that card in their storage again.
Yeah, for sure. But that's again, that goes back to as you go along, whatever the arrangement is, each one of these is going to have its own arrangement. What we're looking for is like, okay, so what features are you offering me that makes it worth for me to have something there? I'm not necessarily needing to send it to you, but if you're tied to an auction platform, I can see the value. That's why I say the eBay one, I could see that. I could understand where that could be some value. I got to see how it plays out. I got to see how they execute. But can I see the potential? Yeah, okay. Keep it there until I'm ready to ship it in one lump shipment. Wonderful. That's what I'm doing with Ship My Cards anyway. You save me a step. It's already with eBay and we're good to go. Sounds wonderful. If they can execute it well, that could be a game changer and make eBay useful for some folks. For some sellers, it could make it useful being like, okay, so you bought the thing and you're going to let it sit in the vault for a little bit. Price goes up on it. You immediately put it back up for auction. It's already in the vault.
I think the vault really is just a value-added service that's kind of
Correct.
generic now across the board, and
Correct.
it's if you don't do it, then you're just behind. So it's just a common thing now. It's not like the vault. It's not big like it was 2 years ago when PWCC started 3 years ago.
I agree.
Right.
But that's why I said, though, I think eBay is the last one that has enough things potentially tied to it that they can offer. The value add for an eBay is huge because it eliminates a lot of problems they have. So
And the potential thereof with adding extra, money sitting there, and when they take it to the next couple steps. I think.
it solves a potential problem that a lot of people have with the platform. It gives them a better reason to use it.
So do you think eBay's got better logistic, or like just because it's established already with their hands on everything?
Yeah.
Well, if you're talking about the company having better logistics, sure. But we've never seen them try to run a vault. We've never seen them attempt this. This is something different for them. Because we know the mailing thing that sucked. That was with Pitney Bowes. It's trash. The international shipping, that's garbage.
Yeah.
My
Not
first
great.
impression so far with this sounds to me like a lot of those TV packages 10 years ago. Ooh, like it's cheap, it's fun, we all have one. But then now you realize that, man, you need
It's a new
7
cell
different
phone package.
of them
Yeah.
to even make something work.
I agree.
We'll see. That's my prediction. I think it's all like going like vault. Yes, of course, but if the guy you're buying from does not necessarily like to deal with these guys and vice versa, now just look at the crapshoot with how do you paying for things everywhere. My slab doesn't take this guy. eBay doesn't take that guy.
Yeah.
Another one doesn't take Visa. This guy doesn't want your money. Like you're like, okay,
That's the reason why I said that. The reason I posed the question, I'm not worried about the PSA vault specifically. That's why I made it broader. I'm talking about the vaulting in general now. We're going to have very similar marketplaces. We're going to have a lot of options for these things. And it's going to be like, okay, so what are your differentiators? Right now, the only ones that I see that have some differentiation is the PWCC because it's tied to this. They do take really good images. You can share a link, which then allows people to be able to, you can show people stuff until you're ready to ship it out. Do it at your convenience and your leisure. Great. So that's fine. They were basically first to market on this concept.
Yeah.
So they did that. So great. They've got certain things going for them. Wonderful. The eBay thing, if they can execute, I could see a lot of things they could do with that make a lot of things. But I was like, can you? Because that's a lot of work. There's a lot of stuff that has to work correctly for this to be interesting. But it could be.
Well, not that eBay doesn't do things without having full command of what they're doing anyway.
Oh, heaven forbid. Perish the thought.
So, as much as they will do it, it's just a matter of how much money they really want to throw at it and whether it'll be functional for everybody to use easily. I think the ease of, and that's what eBay is, kind of the ease of things.
Yeah.
They are, in the grand scheme of things, you sign up, you have an account, you pay, you buy, sell, feedback, done. It's very simple.
Yeah. There's a lot of simplicity. And I will say that their app is pretty decent for what it is. It lets you navigate quickly and go through things.
Relax, but yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah. The big thing for me is that because I've got a preset when I do a lot of my feedback and stuff, I keep pretty generic responses as well. So it's one of those things like, oh, positive feedback, boom, it already has it pre-populated, tick, 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 boom.
Yeah, but it doesn't do that on a lot of mine now. It used to come up the most common ones you use. But it's not coming up now on my US-based one, which is
really interesting. I'm still getting that. I've been getting it.
No, I have to type in. I go, I have to type great fast friendly transaction. Thanks very much.
Okay, gotcha. So I think the LeBron triple logo man is overkill anyway. Yep, good opening. Instead of making 3 singles, they put a 3-1 card. I agree with that. So good evening, John. Absolutely. I read the PSA Forbes article. It mentioned they'll have an app to scan your card and will give you a pre-grade. Yeah, I heard about this, but thank you for checking that out as a card guide. There's a couple of interesting things in it. I definitely want to scan it a little bit more. My question is pre-graded says 10 and it comes back in 8. Yes. I don't think it's binding. That's what makes it interesting. It's not binding. Okay, so John here says, I have to share this with collectors. They'll appreciate it. Sold a Jeter auto today, private sale. 2020 Chrome Black, 1 of 5, auto red for $5,000. Took a year to finally sell. You got to report to the card ladder. Eric, tell him he's got to report to the card ladder.
You got to report it to card ladder.
There you go.
And to the government.
Just tell Eric, he'll tell card ladder.
That's right. He's got the hookup. Tell him on Clubhouse. Get it over with. Hey, guys, we got a thing. Do it. I hope they don't charge you the pre-grade. Yeah, no, I think that's free. I think it's interesting from the perspective of if they set up the technology well, I think it'll be cool if the pre-grade thing could determine the centering well. Because there's certain cards with a centering where there isn't a border, where if you could actually figure out the centering with any good capability, that'd be kind of neat. Because they do have that fingerprinting software that they've been developing, their little version of the AI that they bought from Gentleman. If you take the similar brand and similar thing and you go, okay, so this is how we measure centering, and that's what we're using anyway, if you can provide that in an app so people can do a pre-scan and go, actually, your centering's bang on, you're good. Especially if you can't tell, that's helpful where you don't have borders.
Going forward, there's most cards don't have borders, right?
Yeah, that's what I mean. But that's why I could see some utility here if they execute well on it.
Yeah.
Again, it's execution, right? The idea, sure, sounds great. Can you do it? Can you make it viable? Can you make it user-friendly? Can you make it workable?
We'll see. Good
evening, Bob Lewis. So that sounds good. Talked about the vaulting thing. Let's scroll through here. Got that one done. Got one done.
I have a question for Eric.
Go ahead. I have gone through my points for the evening.
It crossed my mind this week when I heard I like this guy, Knuckles, Chris Nyland.
Yes. Yep. What about him?
Radio does this thing in Montreal.
Yep. Boston born.
Where do you draw the line with you? You're being Eric. Where does Eric draws the line with Chris Nyland?
Regarding what, my friend?
Regarding that, born and raised in Boston, but played most of his career with Montreal, but ended his career with the Bruins. So I was just curious. You made me thought of you. I'm like, man, Eric's
Yeah.
mind must explode when he sees this.
Yeah, you know, and I've met Chris.
Knuckles. Yeah.
He's a super nice guy. I mean, you could take the boy out of Boston, but you cannot take the Boston out of the boy. His life story is pretty amazing.
Yes.
You know, he's a recovering addict, and and that's not even the tip of the iceberg. He was married at one point to Whitey Bulger's girlfriend's daughter, and the first time Chris Nyland showed up to pick this girl up, Whitey Bulger was waiting for him and gave him the dad talk. But it's much different from us other dads who say, hey, listen, you better respect my daughter or else. This is a mass murderer. And that's what Chris Nyland walked into, was Whitey Bulger in the living room telling him that he's going to respect, this girl. And he ended up marrying her. I think they ended up getting a divorce years later. But, Chris Nyland's story is absolutely amazing. There's a lot of photos of him in a Montreal jersey fighting like Terry O'Reilly. And definitely, it's a tough line. You really brought up a touchy subject, Yanick. Thanks.
Hey man, I grew up here, and
Yeah.
you know how many times Knuckles fought the Nordiques and like the whole like rivalry back then too.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
I like the guy. I always appreciated Knuckles.
Yeah, and he's authentic, and that's the thing. He is authentic. What you see is what you get. I know I said that earlier tonight.
He lives in Montreal now.
He does. He considers himself a Canadian, a Montreal Canadian hockey team.
Oh, he did like 90% of his career. Boston and New York.
He played for the Rangers. He played for Boston. He's from Boston, but at the end of his career, he went quote home to Montreal. That's where he lives. He considers himself a Montreal Canadian.
Still on the radio here, I think TSN.
He had a tough week. One of the few things that I was aware of this week, it was something to do with Chris Nyland. It's funny that you mentioned him. He made some comments about a current Canadian player. And it didn't go over so well, and he had to make well, he didn't have to. He chose to make an Instagram apology
go back
for saying the things that he said about this kid, and
I think an Instagram apology is also kind of weak. Like if you really think about it, like
it was on video. It was on video.
Okay,
I don't know what it's about, but I think it was about toughness or how players are now. Something like that.
He called the kid out because he
cross check.
He's had a lot of injuries and he wasn't, these old school players, man. I mean, you guys know. I mean, these guys would play literally with broken legs, and they have no tolerance.
Walked on glass to school. I got it.
Yeah, they have no tolerance of people missing games and things, and their old school mentality comes out, and they say things, and then they have to walk them back because it's not 1978 anymore. So that was his week. He had a tough week, Chris Nyland.
It's probably why I heard of him.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm always a little bit iffy on that whole idea there, because I get the idea of toughing it out. I get the concept of it, but at a certain point, it's like it's diminishing returns.
Right.
Like, okay, look, you tough it out, and then you carry the team on your back to the win or whatever. Okay, fair enough. You tough it out, and you're like mediocre, but inspirational, I guess, because you toughed it out. It's like, actually, you're a detriment to the team right now. You're not actually helping us here.
How relevant is that, though? Really? Chris Nyland talking about Austin Matthews, whatever.
Well, it wasn't Austin Matthews, but
was it somebody else?
I'm not sure.
It was a kid on the Canadians, I believe, that he called out and challenged his toughness and his manhood, and kind of made fun of him a little, and it didn't go over well. And so he did a public apology. did a video, posted it on Instagram. It was very sincere, like everything Nyland does. He's not fake. I give him that. Whether you like him, don't like him, agree with him, don't agree with him, you got to respect the guy. He's been to hell and back, and he's always
honest.
through
hell again for no reason.
Yeah. So
the no reason is the part where I say like, just be quiet.
Wisdom is not, anyways.
Yeah, sit in your chair. Yeah. So Bob mentioned here that he got a PSA order, 71 card ultra modern back. So that's be kind of interesting. It'll be interesting to see what happens with that one. Yeah, gentleman style pre-grade. The majority of the smart, clear emphasis, hobby will think this is the grade they'll be getting. Yeah, that's kind of my worry with stuff like that. I moved to QA yesterday. Less than a day it went through. Impressive. My other order hasn't moved from grade phase in like 9 months. The current stuff is actually moving through pretty quick. I'll be honest with you. Like if you're submitting something in right now, it's going pretty quick.
Give up on the old stuff. Just go with the new.
Yeah. Nello is a beauty. Yeah. I always, this is kind of so Baz's point here is kind of what I say is like, I get the idea, but it's one of those things like, okay, but are you tough or you stupid? Because yeah, like it's the line is very thin between one and the other. It's like, I'm not actually that impressed because you're in the way. I actually would rather you get out of the lineup. Go. If you're useful, then fair enough. But you know, for some of these guys, it's a little borderline. So Jeff here says it's Jonathan Drouin.
yeah.
Gotcha. Perfect. Thank you, Paul, and thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Paul, and thank you, Jeff. Appreciate that clarification. But yeah, it's I'm okay. Like at the end of the day, look, it's your opinion, fair enough. Like even in the fake sports, the Undertaker did this exact same thing a little while ago. He goes, all the current guys is like, they're all, they're soft. They don't go on the road and all that and the other thing. And it was like, dude, this is an entertainment product. You were a gullible moron who was agreed to do that shit. That's your problem. You're a sucker. You let Vince play you like a fiddle, and then you speak his praises. You're an idiot.
Do you remember? And I totally agree. Do you remember?
And by the way, great performer. Again, great performer. But I'm separating the two. Great performer, elite level performer, did an amazing job. Vince is your buddy because he's your buddy and you make him money. Mm-hmm. But that's the reason he's your buddy. And you did very well, and you made good money in your time and everything. But he was willing to let you keep dragging yourself out after you were already broken. You're old and you're broken, and he lets you go out there to do another one because you keep agreeing to do it. That's not toughness. You're a cretin. You can be a very loyal employee and also a cretin.
Well, Vince McMahon is a cretin too.
Oh,
I agree with that.
Garbage.
So cretin's a cretin.
Yeah.
Do you remember 100 years ago, Hogan wrestled? It was an outdoor event. I think it might have been in Saudi Arabia or something. And like within the week of this match, he was in a horrible accident. And he like broke his back, shattered his orbital bone. I mean, horrible stuff.
Hogan?
Yeah. This was back in the day. But he was the man. This is when Hogan was at his height.
Okay.
And I think there might have been an outdoor event in Saudi Arabia. This is all by
there have been a lot of outdoor events in Saudi Arabia, but that's more recent. That's why I'm trying to because Hogan in his peak would have been in the 80s. 80s.
Early 90s maybe this happened.
Okay.
And he was I don't know how he got in the ring, but he had to perform back then. He was probably all doped up and everything. And the guy was like, I think it was a boat wreck, not a car wreck, but I think like a boat crash. I forget exactly, but he was banged up and still dragged his butt out there and performed. And that's stupid. This guy had a major back injury. His face was all smashed in from a real life near-death experience. But because of the power Vince had on these guys and probably still does, and you were getting paid per match and all that stuff.
This is the one I remember. The orbital bone thing. I remember him getting. From what I understand, he was punched. Yeah, that one I remember. That's WrestleMania 9 because he had the black eye in WrestleMania 9. That's when Bret Hart was blinded and then lost the championship to Yokozuna. And then Yokozuna, because bad guys in WWF were cretins, again, going back to my word of the day, It's like he just won the championship, but then he challenged Hulk Hogan, and then Hulk Hogan to defend the honor of Bret Hart went in, and he wasn't in the WrestleMania, but now he's in the WrestleMania, and now he's in the main event of the championship match, wins the championship again. Oh man, thank you, Hulk Hogan. Thank you for saving the day. I was like, why would you even agree to a match? You just won the damn title. Go home. Get out of here.
Well, I still remember it's something about him being
hurt. No, the general story
event.
has no doubt played out for a lot of guys, including guys of that level and that stature. They did a lot of it. Now, mind you, there are some guys who went and reversed it on Vince over the years, and they went and like, yeah, I'll perform, but my contract's expired, so you're gonna have to cut a big old check. Yeah. And they've made Vince pay for it over the years, so it's like it's been a little bit of this in there, but like there's a lot going on with that guy.
Patrice Bergeron for the Bruins played in the Stanley Cup Finals with a punctured lung. It's like, are you nuts?
Yeah, that's what I say. Like, I understand competitiveness. I understand wanting to perform, whatever kind of performance that is. Wanting to perform, I get that. I don't get the idea of doing it to your own detriment to a certain degree.
Yeah.
So here's special place to help Vince McMahon the way he used and abused underpaid wrestlers. Very greedy narcissist. A lot of that fits. Oh, yeah. Here's a guy who's not a greedy narcissist. We'll say much nicer things about him. Andy, she blinded me with Refractors. Good evening, Andy. How's it going?
How's it going, guys?
You are not a greedy narcissist. Hey. We're leading with that.
Maybe I am. I don't know.
Well, look. Do I have to point at the logo? I'm one of those things for sure.
You're one of them, yeah.
One of them, yeah. So you are not here alone. You are joined by another. Are you ready?
We're ready.
Bob Lewis.
Oh yeah.
Oh, of course.
Mr. Lewis, what's going on?
How we doing, everybody?
I called in the big guns, guys. I called in the big guns.
We got the six-pack showing, brother.
So first of all, let's since he's a guest here, I'll put you right dead center here, right beside me. Andy, good evening. How are you?
I'm good, man. I got caught up on the phone, and I was trying to get here earlier, but.
Yeah, no worries. I wanted to make sure I had contingencies, and Bob showed up as well, and then he mentioned his PSA thing. I was like, well, it could be like 6 months to 5 years before we see a video. So I was like, tell us more, Bob. Tell us more. Although he has been on a bit of a run. He's been on a prodigious run of video production lately.
Yeah, I can't set the bar too high for myself.
Well, I think you made more videos in the last couple of weeks or couple of months than you have in ever.
Yeah, right. So no matter what I do, I'm ahead of the pace.
You really are. Yeah.
But no, I got another one coming up. One of the guys in the community, they do like a prediction contest for the MLB season every year. So they lay out like 20 questions. I like to participate in that one. So that'll probably be my next one. And then depending upon how fast they can get this order back to me, I swear there's another guy that has an order out. Bink Scott, he's in the chat sometimes, and we were sort of keeping each other posted, like what stage are you in, just to maybe give the other guy an idea of, when something might be happening on their end. And so just yesterday it went from assembly to the QA1, and then it finished QA2 and shipped. So it's like you get that email, the grades are ready, and it's like, oh. So yeah, 71 card order.
Do you wait, Bob, or do you get them? Do you read them online, or do you wait till the package?
I can't wait. I always think it'd be cool to do a blind reveal, like that type of thing, make that video. But
well, Bob, I beat you to that when Brad got the stuff in because I sent it through Brad revealed it before he even shipped it to me.
Yeah, right. You had some nice stuff in there for sure.
I tried.
Nothing in my order was really, I don't think there's a $500 card in there, but there's definitely some nice stuff. And I would, you inevitably, well, you were kind of shocked with your 8 on Ovechkin. I had a John Morant that got a 6, so clearly I missed something.
Yeah, it was a situation where it was possible. I did take a reason. I thought I took a reason. I'm usually pretty good. It's one of those things. Over the years, I've got a pretty good gauge. So like, I can identify if there's a chance. Like, maybe I get pinged for this. I try to be more critical about it when I'm sending it in. I go, let me try to make sure that. okay, look, if I see some obvious flaws, let's back this one out because I can wait for a lower price level. Then there's no sense in doing that. But it seemed all right. I figured I'd get good. If I only have 1 or 2 disappointments in 10 cards, that's not bad.
I try to not play the game like maybe they won't notice that, you know?
No.
But no, I had a 76% gem rate. I had 71 cards. I got 54 tens. So
Wow.
That'll work. For ultra modern, that's good. That's solid.
Yeah.
That's honestly what should happen if you're being deliberate and actually trying to look through them. That makes sense to me.
I was, you watch so many that's been out a little over a year, and you just see. I've watched a lot of reveals since then, and it seems like, everybody's like they're stingy on the tens, and I just wonder, were people getting a little bit too?
They're really they're not, Bob. I'll be honest. You can get a 10 on that. Like I was the biggest surprises that I had in that reveal when Brad showed them to me were that there were ones that I honestly thought were 9s and they came back 10s. And that tends to be more my experience, but I'm extremely critical. Like I've seen enough of these cards. One of the cards that came back in 8, I was not surprised at because the centering was off. But I knew that in the holder it would be easier to move if I wanted to move it. So there was a purpose for me sending it in. So I was cool. I was fine.
Right.
But that's experience. That you got to know what you're looking for.
Sure.
Call you Black Label Bob now.
Yeah. Do you have Philippe?
Yeah, I know. No comment.
There you go. Let me read a couple of these comments here, and I'll ask a couple questions here. Suddenly, a mint collective panel. No, we actually know about the hobby. Burn. We have 6 guys on screen now. Yeah, but here's a work diversity. Yeah, there's diversity of beards. You got that. Look, man, I do what I can. I don't exclude anybody, but it's one of those things. Like it's a timing thing. And this is the first time we got Andy on here, so this is a special treat. So you guys are getting a special treat
It's
today.
my debut.
There you go. I've been looking forward to bringing you on at some point, but it's just finding the right time. And I actually think we've got a couple of topics that we touched on tonight, but I want to get your take on them as well.
Okay.
So how much value yanked for modern orders since you submitted? Curious for your thoughts. How much has the value yanked for the modern order? I think that one came through quicker, right? That was the one that went the current one, the one that you're talking about.
Well, I'm not sure the question. Like,
so the question here is this: for the one that you just got the information for that you're talking about, 71. Was that a long time one, or is that the more recent one?
No, that was a long time one. It went out March of 21.
So has the value on the stuff you're seeing there, is it okay, or did it go up, or did it go down, or how are we doing?
I get it. I mean, there were a couple Luka Don Russ rookies that are down. Zion down, but Jaw's probably around the same because I think he's playing well. I don't check the basketball stuff that well, but I've been hearing more about Jaw, and I know Zion's hurt.
Yeah.
There are only 2 Zions. I had a couple, like, there was the big, second year Luka and the first LeBron prism in the Lakers uniform, like certain cards like that I really knew didn't have like that long-term hold, but I figured they'd be trade bait or something. But a lot of Soto, a lot of Acuna, a lot of Tatis.
Somewhere off in the distance, Cryptogriff is like Soto.
Yeah. Well, that gem rate on the Soto Chrome, it's super high.
It is. I had one of those. I love the card. I actually had one of those. I bought that Soto Chrome. Testament, as I like to call Ed Cryptogriff, because he was Cryptogriff until he abandoned Doge. Now he's dead to me. But the point is that he and I do share in the appreciation of the one Soto. But the thing is that, like, that Chrome card, I picked it up on the ComC in 2019 when they were headed towards the World Series. I paid $15 for it. I sent it to PSA, got it in a 10, held it for a while. Then it went up over $500, and I was like, it is not difficult to 10 this card.
No.
I will take your $500. Good day, sir. I could buy it back for a fraction of that now.
260, 275,
Sure.
From what I saw.
Yeah, but I sold it for $500. So even if I wanted to rebuy it, like, it's like, you take it for $500, I'll buy it for $260, $250, sure.
Well, I had 2 pinks in 10s, and again, do I regret selling them? Not really, because for what I got them in retail packs, and and I think I sold one around like the 450, which was earlier, and then when the other one I saw it was up to like $700. So they're like 1,200 now, though.
Yeah.
But
It's one of
it
those
is
things.
what
It's
it is.
timing. It's timing.
Yeah. Who knew? Who knew Crypto Griff's influence was going to just explode his market? But the one that I can't say I'm bummed at all. I'm very thrilled with the grades. But one I wanted the 10 on was the 2020 Topps short print of Soto in the Expos uniform.
Okay.
Came back in 9, which it is what it is. But that was one I was like, oh, it's okay.
Doesn't selling at that price. Do you put that money back into it, Bob? Like into the hobby, like to buy more packs or whatever, and so that investment, although it's 1,200 today, and you only got 450 or 700, whatever, it could.
Yeah, there'll be it will all go back into the hobby. I won't be like paying bills with this stuff.
Gotcha.
Actually,
So you're not using it for bills. You're not using it for protection money from the dude. So it's just
Right.
strictly into the hobby.
It will probably fund my national trip a little
Okay.
bit.
Okay.
Oh, so
Set
that's
some of that off to the side.
Okay. That's fair.
And the dude will get paid back the grading fee. I mean, because I think that was $15 a card.
Not bad.
Ooh.
So then I think so kind of to Baz's question from earlier. I think you're okay then. At $15 a
Yeah.
card, like you really can't go wrong at that point.
Well, I wasn't grading like, I don't know. I just saw stuff that I didn't. Okay, I will say this. I did grade 5 2020 Topps Kyle Lewis rookies. So, like, there's a couple players in there that had sort of some kind of a market, and then but he's still so young. I'm not willing to just like toss him out.
Lewis, last same name. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What a coincidence. Interesting. Bob Lewis. Interesting. All right, real quick here, I'll read this. Yep, sniped a nice OV insert. Congratulations, Albert. Bob from a lot of reels I watched, they always mention with furrowed brow. Why did the said card get that grade? Whenever it's a number they don't like. Yeah, I've seen a lot of those reveals. A lot of folks are like, that's why though I always I don't argue with them, but at the same time I'm like, look, I'm watching a video. I can't see the card closely enough to judge one way or the other. But it's one of those things like, okay, look, if you really believe it's wrong, that's why I say like, look, complain about PSA all you want. Their standard is printed. If you're telling me that card is good enough based on the standard and it meets the standard, well then fair enough. You got an argumentation point. They wrote down the standard. You can see what it is. This is how much centering. This is what flaws are okay. This is what's not okay. So then go and confirm it. Go and double check that. But if you're saying like, oh, I think it is, and then I see like 3 scratches here, I see a dent here, I see a nick here, it's like, you probably got the grade you deserved on that one.
Yeah. Surface is tough to judge.
It is.
It's tough in person sometimes, let alone from a video. So like, yeah, I can't really get on their gripe if I can't see the card. That's a good point.
Yeah, I've seen ones where the edges or corners are nicked, and you can see that on the video. It's like, dude, you got the grade you deserved. You're good.
Well, then there was a guy I saw. He was comparing his SGC with PSA conversion. And he says, I got a 10 because he did a private reveal. He did 2 cards. I forget the name of the site. Sorry, guys. And he says, that card had a couple bumps on it. And I was really kind of worried about it. I got the 10 from SGC. I was wondering if it would go to PSA, but I was really worried. And he still got the 10. So sometimes even those couple little bumps on whatever cards that you think that it affects it, it doesn't really. Maybe they missed it, or, well, both of them missing it would be difficult. But maybe it's not that much of a consideration then.
I agree.
There's that flux we have in between the grades. Does that really matter? Or are they going to catch that? Yeah. Obviously, you're getting 10s left and right, so I don't know what's going on. So,
I want to ask Bob a question. Bob, I mean, you got 51 10s. Is that what you said?
54 out of 71.
Don't shortchange Bob Lewis.
I'm sorry, Bob. I apologize. Please forgive
14
me.
9s, 1 8, 1 7, 1 6.
So
call
But
Brad.
it's a great 6.
So,
It's a
Bob,
hell of a 6.
What is your process? What are you doing to get 54 10s out of a submission?
I'm submitting Chrome cards that if you got a clean surface, you don't have to worry about your edges, especially with a lot of those 2018s, which there's a lot of Devers, there's a lot of Acuna. I didn't have any Otanis in there, which I'm sort of kicking myself now, but oh well. There's no border on them, so it's kind of a tough call with centering. I like Carlos mentioned, I'm really ultra critical it's if I see something that prevents it in my mind from being a 10, then I don't submit it. But I've definitely submitted stuff because it was a card that was worth grading, expecting a 9 and coming back a 10. I mean, that happened with an Otani Gold rookie that I had. Came back a 10, and it wasn't a 10 in my mind. So it was a little bit easier to get rid of in that way.
So Bob, what do you do? Do you take a
Oh my God! You're asking for the Bob Lewis process. You want to know about the incantations? You want to know about the secret meetings? You weren't invited for a reason, Eric.
I am never
Bob,
invited to the secret meetings.
We have an oath. Don't say one word. Don't talk to the plebe. Not one word.
I thought I could trick them into telling me.
Yeah. I mean, I will pre-grade your stuff for a fee, but
okay.
There you go. As long as it's for a fee, that's important. All right. Let me get Andy in here because this is first time popping in. So, Andy, I did want to talk to you about a couple of things, but let me touch on this. Actually, since we're on the grading topic really briefly, have you been, do you still send anything in for grading? Do you do much of that yourself, or what's going on from your side of that?
I do quite a bit of it. Yeah. I have, like Bob was talking about how he just got an order back from March that you sent in, right, of March 2021. So I have 4 orders that I sent in March of 2021, and those haven't even made it to the grading stage yet.
Wow.
Yeah. The what I've seen based on the way that I've followed the backlog is that what's going to happen, most likely with you, I'm just guessing, but what's going to most likely happen is if you've got 4, there's a real likelihood maybe you'll like get 3 popping almost simultaneously, because literally as they're going through the backlog, it's like they're grabbing that, because March is right around the time that big influx came in all at once. It's this big glut. It's all in this big old pile. And then all of a sudden, basically by the time they get to April, it'll shoot like 6 months. Because as soon as that shutdown happens, you're going to see that jump. All of a sudden, they're like, oh, I sent this in like in September of 2021. Wasn't it March, like 3 seconds ago? Yeah, as soon as they cleared March, they just jumped a bunch of months.
Yeah. And then also to Bob's point, I think you said you sent in 5 Kyle Lewis. I think everybody that submitted to PSA sent in 5 Kyle Lewises at that time. But yeah, like I've submitted cards with PSA since probably like 2008. But more so in the last couple of years, I would say, than I did. Like I used to send in maybe 2 or 3 times a year, but now I do it pretty regularly. I've done some of the economy submissions with them, and those have been going really fast.
Yes.
It's kind of like good in a way, but it's also frustrating because you have the ones that have been there for over a year and they haven't done anything with, right? Yeah. So, I mean, I wish they would obviously get that backlog, caught up on so we could maybe get back to some sense of normalcy, but we'll see how long that takes.
Well, I think it's going to be fun. Well, here's the thing. I believe as time goes on, I increasingly believe what they have projected now. Their claim is that they will clear that backlog by the fall. They're projecting with the amount of stuff they're going through, because I think it's going to happen the way I just said it. March is sitting there. You're like, man, March just doesn't seem to be going. All of a sudden, boom, this one pops, this one pops, this one pops. And then all of a sudden, they're looking at September 2021, like in the blink of an eye. And you're like, how the heck are you almost at the end of 2021? Boom, December 2021. All of a sudden, you're in 2022, and you're like, are you caught up? Basically.
I did that SGC order. It was less than 2 weeks for from door to door. 15 days, I think it was. 15 days. It was the $30. Oh, was it 30 or 40? But I can't remember. I might have paid up for the quicker, but they nailed it, man. Right when they should.
That's been their claim to fame, and I try to balance out giving them the credit because they do deserve it. They deserve some credit. They've done a good job. But it's one of those things, like, you do know they receive less cards, right? They have no backlog. So actually my expectation is what you experience. That is correct. PSA still has millions of cards sitting in the backlog. So what
is the number at? Do you listen to podcasts?
It's about, I have been listening to podcasts. I think it's at about 4 million. They started, I'm going to guess, probably they started closer to 12 or 15. You have to think they've gone through like 10 or 11 million cards off that backlog. A lot of cards. Now, what's going to happen is it's going to be this glut because they had 600,000 coming in one day. And this is where I say, like, I want to give credit where it's due, but I don't want to like sit there and go like, oh, SGC's got all figured. Guys, if I drop 600,000 cards in SGC's doorsteps right now, that is a 100-day backlog in 4 seconds. Immediately. They don't have the capacity to do that. They have the capacity for 4, 5, 6,000 per day.
Yeah.
PSA has a capacity for 50,000 per day. There's a big difference. Even SGC has a bigger capacity than SGC does. People don't really know that. They actually do. So it's one of those things where SGC's in a good spot. They're actually very happy. That's why Peter hasn't done a full court press. They're like, yeah, we want your business, but I don't want to get hit with 10,000 cards in a day, 20,000 cards in a day, and then all of a sudden that's more than a day's worth of work. So I actually start getting a backlog out of nowhere, and I now suddenly have to mess around with my pricing again. Because he's done that before. And if they have to do it, they'll do it again. But right now they're in a good balance. They're like, we have enough business, but we also have enough people to handle it. We're actually in a good spot right now.
And that's a smart way of going forward. You know, PSA got a little gluttonous and should have stopped the shipments way early. Obviously, they're down to 4 million cards. At 4 million, even back then, is still too many.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
Considering the year that went.
You almost, but it's one of those things. You almost have to like in your brain as a collector. You can't even envision 4 million slabs. You can't envision
million,
like
16 million.
Like you can't even envision this ridiculous number. And then you imagine that at one point, Nat and the team walked in on the thing and just looked at that pile of boxes and they're like, "We have to grade that shit? Really?
Yeah.
How much time do we? How many of you are there?"
You got to show Brad's basement picture with him about 60,000 slabs, and it's half the basement.
Yeah.
To put it into perspective, obviously much smaller market being in Canada, but at the same time, it's that. Here's what's funny: the Canadian backlog for PSA stuff that we sent in, we cleared that out like 8 months ago. we have no backlog. All the stuff that was sent in on this side of the border has already been cleared a long time ago. It's just you, Bob. Literally just you.
Yeah, me
I
and
still
Bob.
got one with them.
Yeah, pretty much exactly. But no, that's fair. The other piece that I was kind of looking at, and I think this would be kind of a fun one. We did talk about it a little earlier tonight. I'll grab a couple of these comments as we're going. And Bob Lewis's chair is correct. We don't want to know what the process. We never want to know about that.
If you told me, you'd have to kill me.
Oh, agreed, 100%. Besides, you're Ratchet. We can't tell you anything.
That's the rumor.
Yeah, it is. Let me ask you this, Andy, because this kind of all played out this week. It was kind of fun. I was messaging you separately, and I was talking about like the whole thing with a lot of the WWE stuff, and then Prism was going to come in, and I was watching some of the Topps Chrome, WWE stuff, and then all of a sudden Fanatics swoops in and go, so you know how Topps is no longer the licensee? They're going to be the licensee again.
Right.
What do you think about it? It's funny because I've heard this argument almost like conversely turned. It's like, oh, well, we're going to have Prism WWE. That'll raise the prices of Topps Chrome. They're like, oh, Topps Chrome's going to come back. That's going to raise the price of Topps Chrome. It's like, so no matter what, the price of Topps Chrome is going to go up.
Well, I don't know if you guys have noticed, but like the Topps Chrome stuff, especially like the gold refractors and stuff, have just went absolutely bonkers lately.
Look, I have nothing to do with that. I don't care. You're not seeing a box in my hand that might have a bunch of WWE crap in it. That's definitely not me. Look, I don't know what you're talking about. That's not me. It has nothing to do with me.
If you have
it's probably Bob Lewis
in there, I would seriously think about selling them. One of my good friends that he's a big wrestling collector, he sent me this link earlier, and I can't remember if it was like a 2014 or 2015 Topps Chrome, and it was the Rock gold refractor, like a PSA 9. It was like $6,000 is what it sold.
It was. Yeah, I saw that posting recently. The Rock thing does not shock me. So here's the thing. I've been a buyer on a couple of these things, not at $6,000. I'm buying at like 15, 20, 30 bucks. And I'm not grabbing the biggest guys because they're already kind of priced up a little bit. But if there are folks that are working on the set, which I'm seeing some folks that I think are working on that set, obviously they're paying big money for some of those. I did win a Rock regular refractor from that year. But even those are starting to go for like 70, 80 bucks. And that's the regular refractor. It's not even the numbered one. So it's been, now if you grade it and it does well, it's actually been a lot more aggressive. But it's the Rock. That's when I'm seeing these prices and I'm looking at Roman Reigns selling for record amounts, I'm thinking like, The Rock is way more famous than Roman Reigns. The Rock is a much bigger star in general, just in general terms. I'm like, Roman Reigns starts going like that, people are going to look at The Rock and go, The Rock card's kind of cheap comparatively. The Rock is kind of a big movie star in addition to all the other accolades.
Yeah, Roman Reigns recently had a superfractor that it sold for like $6,000 too. Did you see that?
And another one that sold for 15. There was a Super Refractor Auto that sold for
15,000?
15. Yes.
I
Some
know
aggressive prices.
I know a couple of guys on Instagram that collect Roman Reigns, and they collect a bunch of different wrestlers though. They're going nuts over this stuff.
Well, the reason I thought it'd be kind of interesting to chat with you about it a little bit is obviously it's a different genre, but you saw the changeover that happened when UFC went from Topps to Panini. So that's why I thought like the comparison is very like there's a very clear comparison to be made like here. We're not coming out of left field here. Like we've seen this story kind of play out a little bit to a certain degree.
It's interesting because like with wrestling, I feel like the older stuff kind of took off first.
Yes.
Where with UFC, it's been the opposite.
I blame Garrett.
Yeah.
It's pretty much his fault. And I think it's here's my theory, Andy, and you can pass this along. I haven't talked to Garrett in a while. I was on his show with him and Mike.
Right.
And I destroyed them both in that draft. It was a farce. I destroyed them all. I think his bitterness though has fueled his passion for that 82 Wrestling All-Star. That's the story that I'm going with.
He has a ton of those, but yeah.
He does.
With the UFC stuff, when Panini got in the game, it's like I really think that so many of the people that are into like the newer Panini stuff, I'm not even sure that they realize that there is a bunch of this older top stuff yet.
Yep.
There are a couple of people that I follow on Instagram. Like one of them, I think his handle is the UFC Card Father. Do you follow him?
Not him. I know Brett Stacking Slabs. I know a couple of the other guys. Because I've started to post on my Instagram some of the wrestling cards. And actually, I'm going to ask you a follow-up question on that. So just bear in mind that what I'm saying there. I'm going to bring that up again in a second. But I am following some other folks, and they're starting to follow me a little bit because I'm posting some of these cards that I'm picking up as well. To be clear, I've been a wrestling fan forever. I enjoy it for what it is. I like it. The refractor thing. Honestly, I enjoy it. I love. Your handle is perfect for what we're talking about. But I like refractors. I enjoy them. I enjoy them for what they are. I think they're aesthetically attractive cards. I like them. So for me, it was a simple one. And as long as the price to me is reasonable, I'm okay with it. If it wants to grow a little bit, but there is a follow-up that we'll touch on where it can get a little bit dark side and it gets a little bit interesting. But just the general dynamic is what makes it interesting to me. And to your point, there's a lot of folks posting about it.
Yeah, and the guy that I'm talking about, his handle is the UFC Card Father. And I've spoken with him a couple of times since I got into UFC stuff because I like to learn from these guys that have kind of been in it since, back in 2009 when it kind of all started. And this guy, man, he has amassed just an incredible collection because he started buying this stuff in 2009 when like the round one stuff came out, and he's really never sold anything. Like he has probably 100 one-of-ones, like just absolute crazy stuff that you just never see. I didn't even know some of the stuff existed that he has. But yeah, you should give him a follow because he's a really nice guy too, and he's a wealth of knowledge on that stuff. If anybody's interested in it, like I would reach out to him and he'll teach you something for sure.
For sure. No, it sounds good. It's a good recommendation. Part of the reason why I think it's a little bit interesting is that, this is a situation, let me kind of leverage this into it, and I'll come back around to a little bit of the UFC thing as well, because I think there's a lot of interesting stuff there. I think part of there's statements that are true, and there are statements that are also kind of convenient at the same time. One of the statements that are true is that they didn't produce a lot of those earlier Chrome WWE stuff. That is 100% true because it wasn't as popular. It's a niche. It's a super niche. The AEW product went up like crazy because they thought they wanted to print it out like a flagship product kind of thing. And they figured, all right, X amount. Now, I'm not speculating on that. I had the guy who designed the product on the show a couple of different times to talk about it. The thought process was, okay, we'll print X amount. This will be good. Well, it turned out it wasn't good enough to meet the demand. Therefore, it jacked up the secondary market price. That wasn't within their control. They wouldn't have pictured it that way if they would have printed more if they had thought that was going to be to spread it out a little bit more. But the fan base is rabid. And now that some of them have started to latch onto it, there's actually not as much stuff. To your point, that rock it's out of 50. So you think like, oh, $6,000 for an out of 50 gold refractor? That seems like, yeah, it's the Rock, but you could have bought it 3 or 4 years ago, probably for $100. Honestly,
Oh, yeah,
even if
probably
that.
2 years ago.
Yeah, so it's one of those things where it's like, why is it suddenly 6,000? Well, actually, there's only 50, and you've got a couple folks that are aggressively hoarding this stuff, and you've got a few collectors, because the wrestling guys are a bit weird about this. They're very, very strange, because some of them will hoard it, but they're like, their intention is actually to hoard it. They actually don't want to give it up. So there's not a lot of supply, relatively speaking, and you've got a couple of hoarders in there, so all of a sudden the supply is even thinner. So then it's really easy to get the price to go up really fast because it doesn't take many sales.
Well, and when we say there's 50 of a card, are there ever really 50 of them available though? I mean, because you're going to have a lot of them, like you said, are going to be hoarded, and then how many of them were just not pulled from packs that are still just sitting in packs somewhere?
Sure.
So there's never truly as many as the print run says on some of these lower print cards. But yeah, and it's similar to like what I've seen with the UFC stuff. Like I was telling you about that guy. There's a lot of these guys that hoard this stuff, not because they think it's going to go up and then they're going to sell it. They just want it.
Yeah.
So it's not going anywhere. So they kind of have some of that stuff locked away. And then you have this other group of people, the ones that just kind of jump on whatever is hot. They're going to try to, flip whatever they have. They're just trying to, they don't even know who some of these guys are that they're buying. I mean, I see this at card shows all the time. Like, people will be asking about a certain player or wrestler or fighter, whatever. And, if you question them a little bit, they don't even know who it is really. They're just buying what somebody told them to buy.
That's fair. The problem is we're all prone to the influencers, Bob Lewis. We're all prone to those people that just tell us what to buy, Bob Lewis. The insidious amongst us in the hobby.
Yeah, for sure.
Bob Lewis.
I just keep my head down and
see, Andy, this is the fun part about hosting a show.
Right?
You set up the joke, and you get it right to where it needs to be.
Yeah, exactly.
That's how you do it. But no, I agree with you 100%. Part of the reason I want to talk to you about it is because, you are familiar with it, but also you do go to some of the card shows. Now, we'll come back around to it, but there's a couple of angles I can take on this. It's part of the fun. So good evening,
I have a
Will.
question.
Go ahead, please.
So, is there still this idea of like, what's going to be? I see like some Serena Williams cards going for big money at Sports Illustrated, so like, is there still the people out there like, what's going to be the next ripple effect?
Totally.
Like, it's like sports to wrestling to UFC, or maybe those two are backwards. But like,
what's next?
The Masters is coming up. Is golf going to start ticking up now that the Masters is around the corner and that season's underway? Like, I mean, is racing, or do people do racing? Are there?
Well, the F1 is the one that was being pushed for quite a while. The F1 is very heavily being pushed. Yes. Yeah. Okay, so let's actually expand it, because Bob is touching on kind of where I want to go with this. Andy, I want to get your take on this as well, because you've been at some of the card shows. And I want to leverage some of that, because also there's two angles to this, okay? So let me lead with this, and then we'll play into it. I know that you've had a chance to deal with a lot of the folks that obviously are on YouTube. You've had some dealings with the Roth cards. You've had some dealings with a couple of those guys as well. And people have their feelings about them, good, bad, or indifferent. They have their feelings. Yeah. And if you, they do. But I'm just stating a fact. I put no judgment on it because I don't care. I'm cool with what they're doing. That's fine with me. Like, whatever. But obviously, some folks get in their feelings about a lot of the stuff they're doing because they're to a certain degree, they're kind of transient. They've entered into the space, not necessarily organically as a card collector. There was an opportunity there, and there was a lot. Some of them came from shoes, some of them came from other stuff, but like there was opportunities presented themselves. But they're the kind of guys that do jump around from different things because they like, oh, are you a UFC guy? Well, no, but I just learned about it because it's like there's an opportunity here. Or like, oh, WWE, if the moment is right, because right now we got some folks promoting that. Where do you balance yourself on it? Because you do set up a couple of the shows. You had some decent relationship with the guy. And this is always a reoccurring theme for me. And I'll just share it with you and everybody else. The reoccurring theme for me is that you can have good dealings with some folks and be like, okay, look, you're a nice guy. You're always good to me. Like, we have a good conversation or whatever. I have no personal issue with you. But it's like, I know you're kind of just doing this as a transient thing. This is not a judgment thing, but it's like, yeah, it is what it is. Like, you're here for the moment, and if it was this thing tomorrow, if it's F1 tomorrow, or if it's UFC tomorrow, or if it's WWE tomorrow, it'll be that tomorrow. It's not, you're not really attached to the stuff. It's just you're doing it today.
So, yeah, I do see a lot of these guys, pretty regularly, because I'll go to the Dallas show. It's like every 2 or 3 months, and I probably went to like, I don't know, the last 5 or 6 at least.
I do want to make it out to that one, and if I do, we'll have a beer.
Yeah, for sure. And so you do see a lot of these same guys, and there's some of them that I definitely didn't think that I would like, that I do like, and then there's some that I was like, yeah, I thought I would like this guy, but not really.
There are people around here that are like that sometimes. People that you're like, I don't know if I'm going to like this guy. Sometimes that happens sometimes. No, but you know what? There are also some people that like, you know what? Frankly, I know I don't like those people. Some people have like some serious issues and problems. Like I got questions about these individuals.
Now, I will say 2 of the guys that I wasn't really sure about are, one of them you just talked about, Roth Cards.
Yep.
And then Kenny Fornos.
Sure.
I wasn't sure, like, I wasn't sure about those guys until I met them. But those 2 are actually 2 of the nicer guys that I've actually met, as far as, some of the newer people. They do their thing as far as like, buying, selling, flipping, all that stuff. But they're really respectful to people.
It's called hustling, Andy. It's called
hustling, right. Now, I think sometimes people, they just kind of like put all these guys together like in the same group, and they're like, oh, just a bunch of punks, right? And there are some of those too. But yeah, I've had really good interaction with both of those guys. There's some of the other people that are considered to be like, the influencers. Not so much.
I'm not going to ask you to name names. You can leave it out. It's fine.
Right. Yeah, I mean, you can probably guess some of them pretty easily that are just they're as fake as you would think they would be.
Right.
For sure.
Big shock.
Right.
But this is why I try to this is why I try. I have my fun, Andy. You've seen enough to know that I do have my fun. Now, for better or worse, I am what I am. And if I ever do pop down there and we have a beer, what you're going to discover is the sarcastic asshole before you is the same one that'll be there having the beer. That's what's going to happen. But I feel like that's the appropriate thing. I think that's the right thing. It's like I'm not selling a bill of goods over here. It is what it is. I like what I like, and I don't like what I don't like. That's just how it's going to be. But I think people can accept that if they understand. Like, no, that's the truth. There it is.
People want authenticity more than a character. Believe me.
That's a good way to put it, Bob, because I was about to say there are some of these guys that are essentially like YouTube characters. Like,
yes,
just posers, yeah.
And they are, they're still being that same character when they're at these shows, really. Like, there's some people that, like, they play a character on YouTube, and then you can tell that they're like this real person at the show. And then there's some of them that they're still in character at the show. And
I think that's fair.
One of them may or may not have put out a somewhat controversial video today.
Oh.
Okay, I want to have a little bit of fun with this. Now, it's like you opened the can of worms, Andy. You opened a can of worms. Okay, so we're talking about SCI, right?
I mean, we might be.
Yeah, okay. So let's say hypothetically we're talking about SCI. Let me take a little controversial take here.
Yeah.
I actually like the video. Now, again, natural troll. But 2 things. Number 1, first critique, Jeff Wilson. First critique, Jeff Wilson, listen to me. You better listen to me because I got the big players over here. I got Shill with me, Refractors, and I got Bob Lewis. And I got the Burrell over there. Like, pay attention. Listen, Jeff, pay attention. Jeff with a G, because your parents couldn't spell normally.
Yanick,
Who's Jeff with a G? Jerk. All right, Geoff, listen to me very carefully. So the point is that
Yanick, we suck.
Okay.
anyway, children, calm down. Anyway, the pre-video I didn't like. I didn't like the setup video for it. The April Fool's thing, I don't care. I don't really care. Because it was very obvious. It was very telegraphed. Like, it was obvious what it was. Here's the thing. I watched the video. The pre-video had me predisposed to be like, you idiot. This is garbage. What are you going to do? And then I watched it. It has the Usual Suspects reference in it, man. I love the Usual Suspects. I like the video for what it was. As a standalone one-off video specifically for it, like, actually not bad. You worked way too hard on this, but I'll give you that. As team no effort, I was like, okay, I wouldn't bother going that far. But I did appreciate that they had the Usual Suspects reference in there. Now, this isn't a testament on Jeff Wilson the person. I don't care about Jeff Wilson the person. But as a one-off standalone video, I was looking at it, actually, I didn't think it was bad. Like, just as a one-off video. That's my opinion.
Well, I agree with you that I disliked the one that he did yesterday way more.
Yes.
Because in that one, he's basically saying, trust me, guys, and let me explain myself tomorrow because I want to be honest with you, but I'm lying to you right now.
Yes.
But I didn't have a problem. And I mean, to be honest, like, I didn't have a problem with either of these videos the last 2 days, as I do with most of his videos he's made in his entire career.
Okay, so Andy, I like to be very transparent as much as I can, and I there's no issue with it. What is it in particular that you don't like about his? And I don't have an issue with it because I don't disagree. I think a lot of his videos are very vapid and very empty. But what is it in particular that you don't like about his general content? This is a critique. Let's take it as a constructive critique. What is it you don't like?
Well, I think the biggest thing with, and it's not just him, there's a lot of people that have come into the hobby in the last couple of years, and the biggest critique that I would have is they think because they know more than someone that knows nothing that they're an expert.
Okay. Seems reasonable.
That's fair.
I think that's reasonable. There's a lot of that. There's a lot of that.
An awful lot.
Yeah.
They can look like they're somewhat competent if they're talking to someone that's never done anything in cards before.
Mm-hmm.
And you see this a lot at shows. I mean, to be honest, like at shows, a lot of these guys, they're kind of laughed at by pretty much anybody that's been around for, any amount of time. They're kind of like a punchline to a lot of jokes, really.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like, I don't know anybody that like has been in cards for a long time that actually takes these guys seriously in any way.
No.
Yeah,
I mean,
no, I agree. I agree. I agree. I think you made the salient point.
But
There is a very
I will say the only people that do take them seriously in any way, or at least pretend to, are the people that can benefit from somehow knowing them or
That exposure that he can give.
yes. So they'll kind of go along with it in order to get that exposure. But yeah, they probably don't take him too seriously other than just using him for that exposure.
I think that's fair. I think that's I like where you went with it. That the reason why I wanted to open it up is because Bob knows, Yanick knows, Eric knows, Bobby knows, and you've seen enough. I like to actually have the conversation. Let's just say the thing. Let's name the names. Let's do that thing. Look, I'll take my pot shots. I take as many pot shots as anybody in the hobby, and Lord knows I love my pot shots. I do. But I'm very picky about where to take the pot shots because they know exactly who they are, and a lot of the audience knows exactly who I'm talking about. But if it's a little more open-ended, let's just say what it is. Let's call it what it is. I agree with a lot of that, and it is true that a lot of it is very low-hanging fruit. A lot of it is designed to appeal to the lowest common denominator folks that don't have any knowledge of the hobby. Now, I like to be fair, because people can disagree with this, and that's fine. I get it, but I try to be fair about this. That's why I can say the last couple of the setup to this April Fool's joke, I didn't like that video. I think they should have stuck with the April Fool's one. I think it would have been more effective. I did think the April Fool's video was actually pretty clever. I thought it was really well thought out, overly thought out almost. but I like the references in it, and I like the fact that it actually had a storyline and a flow. Like as a standalone video, I actually enjoyed that video and the little references in it. I'm surprised Jeff. I'm not surprised, I should say, that Jeff is as good as an actor as he is, given other things. But his family also played into it very well. His employees actually played into it very well. They all played their roles. I was actually very impressed with what they executed, all things considered. But we got to be fair about this, and I want to touch on this. And I'm going to let you off the hook. I'm going to let you, even though I'm not in Canada, and normally we don't acknowledge this. I will let you plead the fifth on this if you want to. But I got to be fair about this because someone else opined on this very same video and very same concept, and we're gonna touch on it. You put it in the public space, you open it up to discussion. So
Okay.
this is my rule: you put it in the public space, you open it up. You
It's
did
all on
this.
Andy.
So I'll let you off the hook if you want. So Chris HOJ, who you're familiar with, and who I've had on here a couple of times, and I've had Josh on here a couple of times, and I like the guy, and I can make two things at the same time. I actually don't mind those guys, and I like those guys, and I'm happy to chat with them when I do. We're not buddy. We're not talking every 5 minutes, but I got to call a spade. I got to play a spade when I see it. This is getting silly, and I understand some of the backstory to it, not all of it, but I know enough about it. I get it, but I think it's ill-advised to keep playing this game that you're playing. So here, for those of you who care about, this was a series of Instagram story posts. But specifically here, for those who care about your card values going up, so after taking a pot shot at, the clowns in the hobby, Jeff Wilson, Geoff, it's time to support thinkers in our space who produce research and scholarship, which will bring the Michael Saylors of the world. The only person who produces research and scholarship in cards, because it's not that serious and doesn't require research and scholarship, is Chris Hoge. I don't give a fuck about Michael Saylor. Let me just make this as clear as I can. I've been here for 30 years. I don't give a fuck about Michael Saylor. I do know who that is, but I don't care about Michael Saylor. Oh my God, if we don't have Michael Saylor, heaven forbid.
Who is Michael Saylor?
He's actually he's basically a guy who does a lot of economics work, a lot of different investment vehicles and things. That's a lot of the background in it. But here's the thing. So if they talk about it, then suddenly you're a legitimate investment class. I don't care about being a legitimate investment class. I just want to collect my stupid little pieces of cardboard. If it happens to go up in price, that's cool. So he's an entrepreneur and business executive. Basically, legit folks in business is the bottom line here. Okay? It's time to shun and reject the cornball influencer content. Dude, it was actually have a decent video. That's why I led with it. I'm like, I didn't mind the video, which is actively repelling the Michael Saylors of the world. If an April Fool's video is actively rejecting the Michael Saylors of the world, imagine if they saw a Bob Lewis video.
Imagine.
Good Lord.
We need more Bob Lewis videos, actually.
Well, it'll either repel or attract to a disturbing degree. Bob, you may need a restraining order.
Maybe.
But are you getting my point, Andy? Like, you can't be sanctimonious about this. Like, look, and also, by the way, there is personal bad blood between the parties involved. I'll leave it at that. There is personal bad blood. There's 100%. But this is what you decide to. Are you aware you're a collector's employee? I don't know if you know this. You actually work for a company in the space. By the way, Jeff Wilson does the bulk submission with friggin' PSA. Nat Turner over there basically works with Jeff Wilson indirectly. Your boss. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, it's kind of funny because I really believe that what Chris said was it's fair enough what he wants to say.
Yeah.
I just feel that guys like Joff is entertainment value. So if you're, for guys like us who've been around for a long time, he's just an entertainer. And sometimes he does the funny video and you give him credit for it. That's fine, but it's entertainment.
That was honestly probably his best video in forever. And that's why I said
the LaMelo Ball was good. I like that.
But that was a while ago. That's my point. It's been a while.
Today.
The thing is that, and this is why I'm very clear about this. I try to be as transparent about this as much as I can. The honest truth is, a lot of his content is fluff. It's garbage. It's lazy garbage. But if you produce a good video, I can think most of your stuff is lazy garbage. And I can say this video is actually decent. There's some good movie references in it and stuff. Like I thought it was fine. As a standalone video on its own, sure, great. But what Chris's point is he basically they spend an inordinate amount of time on the crossover, and I listen to every episode of the crossover. That's their spot where it's weird because they'll act like no one watches it. And I'll be like, no, people do watch it. You got Carvin in the chat, and you got a bunch of you got Lefko, and you'll have people in there. It's like, look, man, you can't play both ways. You don't like Jeff Wilson for personal reasons, that many of which are legitimate. All good. But the guy's in the space. What do you want? Like, look, you're not going to get rid of him. Like, there's nothing you can say on a scathing Instagram IG story that's going to get rid of the guy. So basically, you're just being petty. If you want to say Jeff Wilson's a piece of trash and I hate his guts, go ahead. At least then I'd applaud your balls, but then you're not actually saying anything. You're like, some cornball influencers. I know who you're talking about. A bunch of us know who you're talking about, but you won't name the guy.
Why?
You can't have it both ways. Like, so do you want to get into a turf war with the guy officially, or do you want to keep like, let me put my jabs from over here, but let me keep backing up as I take the jab?
It's almost a little holier than thou.
The middle of it is where I got real annoyed. The middle of it is where I got, it's like, the scholarship in the space. They're
Really?
cards, bro. We don't need. I'm a history major. I spent many years doing scholarship in a space that requires scholarship. Sports cards do not require scholarship. You want to do scholarship? Cool. Enjoy. Have fun. Have a good time. It doesn't require it.
Yeah, I've been documenting things for 25 years, man. Come on. Talk about it.
So I know those guys.
You do.
And
I by the way, I'm offering you the 5th if you want to take it.
no, I mean, like, I will obviously be somewhat biased. So
Sure.
I'll say that before I say anything, because I do know those guys and I'm friends with those guys. And you're right. They have had, because they're in a competitive space. They're in the same space, obviously, as Jeff, right?
Mhm.
So, they've had this, I don't know what you like, I guess you would call it like like a turf war or something. But
Competition.
Yeah.
I mean, it's, and it has it's gotten a little bit nasty at times, I would say.
Yes. Good evening, Rick. I just
A
want to make sure I
little
acknowledge
bit
him.
heated. And you know Chris and Josh too, so you know how seriously Chris.
But that's why I wanted to make sure that I was very clear on this.
Right.
I can separate two things, Andy. If for better or worse, and some people won't like me for this. For better or worse, I can give you your praise where you deserve it. I can say that actually, personally, I like you to a certain degree. Like I do. I don't know Jeff from anybody else, but I have talked to Chris and Josh. I've had them on here, and I've talked to them extensively. I respect some of the stuff they're doing, but sometimes they take themselves a little too seriously, and stuff like this really irks me. And I'm going to call a spade when I don't like it, when I think it's BS. And if someone wants to, I'm not friends with them, but I'm familiar with them. But if you're a friend of mine, guess what? You're going to get the harshest critiques of all.
Sure.
You're going to get roasted. My buddy literally, like, I will torch this man.
See, we need you like in the actual news media. Because
That's the thing. You can play both ways, but you can do both. You can be like, look, personally, I think it's cool. But if you deserve to get torched, I will torch you. So guess what? All you got to do, and I told my buddy years ago, all you got to do is don't say stupid shit. Don't say something stupid, and then I won't have to torch you. That's all I ask.
And I mean, like, we obviously, regardless of whether you're friends with somebody or not, like, that doesn't mean you have to agree on everything. And yeah, like, if I, like, just, looking at that, like, I hadn't seen that post before just now, but yeah,
Sure.
that's, and Chris does, I mean, he will admit that he does take things a little bit too seriously, probably from time to time. But he does take data, of course, obviously very seriously. And, well, I mean,
But that's the reason
just
why
data.
that's the
It's
reason
just
why,
data.
like, I'm sitting there like, we can do two things at once. We can give praise where it's deserved. I think they've done an excellent job building up a startup. I think they've done a lot of good work in it. But look, man, we don't need hobby scholarship. Is there benefit to it? Can we use it? Yeah, sure. If you want to provide some of that, that's awesome. That's great. That's good. There's a lot of folks who have built a lot of great resources in the hobby. You could consider that a scholarship. That's wonderful. That's not a bad thing. I'm not going to roast one of those people, but
Yeah.
they're chugging along doing their thing. But there are times where, like, where Chris and Josh will be like, it's like, guys, let somebody else pat you on the back. You don't get to do it.
Yes.
The only person who gets to speak of themselves in great praise is the guy who's become Carlos. Because it's my goddamn show. It's my name on it. I can do that whenever I want.
Right.
But if you're not doing that, if that's not your brand, you don't get to do that. You wait for people. They'll give you the praise. You'll get it. Just do the work. And if you want to take pot shots at the guy, look, man, you want to declare war for goodness sake. But you realize you're part of a bigger company now. You're not the startup anymore.
Yeah, and it's interesting because like I'm kind of like you. Like I will always listen to the crossover every week, and if you're ever listening to it when it's live, it's an interesting crowd because it's basically just all people that are collectors are in there. Like, and you go to like, you know, a lot of times if you go to a lot of these bigger live streams, like, you know, like the one, I mean, I'm not saying that one's anywhere close to this one was, but like the one where, you know, it was Ken Golden and Drake, you know, like there's just tons of people from all different avenues in there, right? So
Yep.
you don't really know who's a collector, who's just, you know, random person, but yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. It's an interesting topic, and
so we did have a little bit of time where we were chatting about that one because I know I was going back and forth with you during the Golden Drake thing. I was explaining earlier tonight that I was giving him a hard time. It's like one of us ramshackle YouTubers without a fraction of the budget and a StreamYard account can actually run a live stream for hours without an issue, and Ken Golden in one iPhone and does them in.
yeah,
It's over.
exactly.
And it's like how many millions of dollars worth of product you got on the table and you can't run a live stream worth a damn? I don't know about that. It's not so good.
That was surprising to me that they struggled that much with just the simple technology.
There you go, Bob. Wait, is that the new one? Is that the new year?
It's the new
Crack
mega
it.
box. Not the tin. I haven't found the tins yet. But
Oh, okay, gotcha. So
I'm gonna open this if that's all right.
no, by all means.
I don't need to be featured or anything. I'm just
No worries. I'll read a couple of these comments as we go. Yeah, Calder, Gary V, Jeff Wilson, many others. Yeah, and one of the things thank you for that, Baz. One of the things that I'm trying to make the point is I'm not trying to play it into this whole thing. And by the way, if Christian Josh, you guys get mad at me, they're more than welcome to. They can message me if they don't like it. But I'll call it for what it is. I don't really care. My job isn't to make them happy. My job is to it's like, guys, it's like you're stepping on a line. And I understand you think you're entitled to step over that line, but the problem is you haven't established why you're entitled to that line. If you want to air out your dirty laundry, then do it. If you don't want to air it out your dirty laundry, then you can't have it both ways. I said it before. I always make the long-running joke. Our Fanatics overlords, if they want to come in with a big old check, they can buy my channel. It's like, dude, they can totally buy my channel. Also, like I got bills to pay. I got a mortgage to pay. Like, Josh Luber, get over here and sign it. And we'll go corporate real fast. But I'll do it in a farcical way where it'll be abundantly clear. Like Eric will be decked out in Fanatics from head to toe. It'll be ridiculous. All of it's going to be amazing.
Anybody watching those shows anyways, do they really want them to stop watching it? Because if they are watching it, that's their purview.
Sure.
If they're being misled and you think they're being misled, that's their problem. You can't educate them with a statement like that. It's a reverse. It's exactly opposite. Because they'll be teenagers and turn around and go, I'm going to watch them anyways.
Well, it's very funny. Like I said, I think that they've done a very, again, I'll give them their flowers. They've done a very excellent job building up their startup and turning it into the point that collectors was willing to buy them. And there's a lot of value in that. The crossover at its best, if Jeff Wilson went on live right now, hit the button and went live on YouTube randomly in the middle of the night, he'd get 10 times the audience of the crossover. For better or worse, he would get 10 times the audience. So guess what? He's built a bigger audience. You don't think it's deserved? Cool. You don't think it's appropriate? Cool. Doesn't matter. You've got 1/10 the audience on a good day. Accept it. It is what it is. Most of the mass populace are very comfortable with very lazy stuff. Very lazy. They want a top 5 list. They want to be told what to buy. That's always been true. It's not. We just see it more. Social media shows it to us. All social media has done is expose the same truth that was always available there. We would have seen it in 1990 if we could have seen it. Most people are the average common masses, and they just want to be told what to do. But instead of Beckett Magazine top hot list, now it's Jeff Wilson's top 5 video this week.
Yeah.
That's it. It's the only thing that's changed. Beckett was Jeff Wilson before Jeff Wilson was Jeff Wilson.
Yes.
The hot list was there. I'm sorry. It was. It existed. I know that's not what people want to think about because they think about Beckett. Oh my God, Dr. Beckett.
Carlos, I don't mean to. I'm sorry. I don't mean to.
I know. I'm talking about your favorite Beckett. Yes.
Can you watch your language, please?
About which part?
You keep saying the B word, and
yeah, I know.
You're making me uncomfortable.
You're offended, Eric.
Yeah, see that's the one that offends him.
You just say Jim.
Yeah, Jimmy, Jimbo.
Oh.
Yeah, but anyway, the point is that back at that time, yes, it served a wonderful purpose. The guide gave a great anchor point to a lot of. By the way, it was very useful to us. So again, I don't negate the value of what he was doing, but I was like, let's not overplay it. All right, man. Look, it's like you're a doctor, but I can't ask you about medical ailments. Okay, you're the other kind of doctor. You're a doctor of statistics. Settle down. All right, I'm the doctor of thugonomics when I feel like it. All right. John Cena relinquished that one, so now I am the doctor of thugonomics. So shut the fuck up. Okay, moving on. Yeah, there's
we'll end with that.
It's supposed to be a general hobbyist. Days full of cards, thousands. Yeah, lost touch with the common man. Yep. Data is one thing. Card ladder guys have the data, but no background in playing and understanding the games players play. Candy scouts who do 1-5%. They do watch a lot of the basketball. If it's basketball, they do watch that pretty extensively. I'll give them credit for that. That is accurate.
Chris's passion is basketball.
Absolutely.
His knowledge is unbelievable. He just loves statistics, and then talking with about basketball, about a game tonight, he'll start rattling off information and statistics that I just shake my head, and it's like, how does he know that this guy's free throw percentage, or it's just his whole life is like this.
Yeah. Well, it's one of the fun things because Chris is a very smart guy.
Absolutely.
He went to law school and he understands. So he understands the importance of language, the importance of how you phrase things. That's why I hold him to a higher standard. So when we went in and I was conversing with him and I was talking with him about a couple of things, you guys can go back and watch the tape. I'm not making it up. Go watch it. I'm taking a very different angle and take on a lot of things. Let's put it this way. I'm not wowed by anything Chris is telling me. I'm not in awe of anything he's telling me because I'm like, dude, I'm going to stare you down. We're going to talk because I'm asking you questions that I'm like, I know you're very smart. I know you can talk your way around this. I'm not interested in you talking your way around this. I'm interested in you answering my question. You're not going to wow me and you're not going to outsmart me. So answer my question. That's the best way to approach this.
Smarter guys have less emotion. So sometimes what they say is not always taken the right way.
Yeah. But that's why you offer opportunity for clarity. You really can't, you can be like, no, just if we're not clear, you can explain yourself. Not a problem. Sure, Barry Horowitz might have the gimmick infringement case against me. Do people seem to think the hobby started when they entered? They don't have any respect for the past. The hobby was fine before Lucas started playing basketball. Well, that's the other thing. Like the guys, Chris came back to the hobby, and Josh came back to the hobby. So they've been in since they got back in. They've been knee deep in it. But at the same time, it's like there was a lot going on before you came back. So you got to understand that there was more information there to be had. Somebody from Hobby Scholarship. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, I didn't know what he meant by that.
Oh, okay.
Chris has, I've seen him do enough interviews where, he's been known to filibuster a little bit from time to time.
Well, one time he filibustered on a show where he said he was on a time restriction. And I had to cut him off on his own filibuster. I was like, do you want to get off on time? Like, I'm going to stop you from that.
Well, I mean, if you let him keep going, like, if you have like an hour, I mean, you may just get through one question.
Yeah. Well, that was the thing. Like, I wanted to get through a couple of different questions. Like, no, you're not doing that with me.
Yeah.
Here's my problem. The problem is that I'm not Canadian enough. Eric's more Canadian than I am.
I don't know how to take
Canadian.
I'll get back to you on how I'm going to take that.
Be quiet. Bees are at Boosh, yeah. We all remember Spud Sabo and Roberto Kelly. Yes. Good old Roberto Kelly. True. Sidebar. All suppliers are so ridiculous expensive. No, I found they've been okay the last little while. I went and did some shopping for actually some one-touches and stuff for my wrestling cards that I'm going to be pumping in a future video. Andy, brace yourself for it. It's coming. It's going to be great.
Yeah.
Actually, I was joking in my pickup video, this last pickup video. I have a couple that I added. But the thing is, I laugh because when I go and send my next ship my cards thing, that means I'm going to have a mail day that is going to be like 98% wrestling. So it's like, so how many comments am I going to get that I'm pumping wrestling cards? The thing is, those are the ones that have been at the price point that I've been happy with. And I'm like, okay, these are ones that I think are cool, fun. It's like, oh, you're pumping wrestling now? It's like, these are the ones that I think are cool that were at a price point I was happy with. That's what was available. The other stuff I was either too expensive or I just wasn't as interested. Not at the price you're asking.
I'm getting
Showing your
tired.
cards, man.
I'm getting tired of
People will accuse you of that.
Yeah.
It's like, how dare you like a thing? It's like,
Yeah.
that's what I've been buying lately.
I'm really getting tired of this whole pumping accusation over everything, over every discussion, over every
Yes.
Instagram post, ever showing something off, being proud of what you have. You're pumping. It's like, are you kidding? It's like no. It's just I'm sick and tired of hearing that. It's almost become like a dirty word in the hobby. It's like the first person who says it, I'm like, all right, you lose the argument.
Yeah.
It's an investment-minded paradigm that changed in the hobby.
It
in the
is.
last,
It is.
few
Now,
years.
Andy, this was kind of one of the points that I was alluding to a little bit earlier, because that's why I wanted to finish that piece of the conversation and come back around to it. And you've had a taste of this. That's why the Roth cards, the Kenny Fornos, like there's a lot. This plays into it as well. There's a lot of that.
Okay.
Those guys are doing their thing, fine, good, whatever. You like them or you don't like them, cool, whatever. But now we have the thing where like we're almost not allowed to say what we like. Heaven forbid, especially if you have any platform, especially if you have any audience, because it's like, well, I'll have my Juan Soto cards here and there, but we know, good old Cryptogriff. He's got his fixation with Soto. It's a little disturbing, quite frankly. But maybe we'll have to compare notes. But the point is that regardless, if you show enough of anything, it's like, oh well, are you pumping it and promoting it? It's like, well, I guess to a degree, in the sense that that's a pickup video. This is what I have bought. This is disclosure. This is as good as it gets. Like it's like, no, this is actually what I bought with my money.
You don't have 10,000 followers, so that's like.
But here's the thing. What if you run the same video and you do? That's where
the difference.
That's what I mean. Like, but even at lower thresholds, people are starting to get this idea. It's like, oh well, it's like, look, I don't have 10,000 followers, but now I have 4,000 subscribers, and years ago I had 3,000, 2,000, 1,000, 500, 100.
At that point, it's everything in life then. So
that's what I mean.
I mean, I think there are definitely people in this hobby now that have a big enough audience that they can make something true.
yeah.
I agree with
what
that.
I mean?
Oh yeah.
And it may not be like a long-term thing, but in the short term, they can move the market on certain things. And I mean, I've seen
You're talking nefariously, right, Andy?
I mean, I don't know that a lot of times they necessarily are doing it nefariously, but I think sometimes yes. Because if you have a bunch of a card and then you start talking about how good of a buy it is right now, and then you have a bunch of people that listen to you and they think you know what you're talking about, they go out and start buying them. A lot of times they end up buying them from you, the person that
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
that's where I think there's a differentiator. So Bob,
Yes.
there's like some weird interference. I just muted you just to double check. It's like I could hear this weird background noise. It's not too crazy. I'm just letting you know. I don't know if there's anything going on around you.
I mean, I'm in a quiet room right now. It's weird.
Okay. So no
I
problem.
can't hear it, and it's
If-
still
Remember,
going.
there was feedback.
Yeah, there's a little bit of feedback. It's not a big deal, Bob. But if you want to say anything or chime in at any point, just let me know, okay?
Sounds good.
I just want to make sure. We're not going to mute Bob Lewis, but we needed to get the. I could hear the interference, so I was just catching.
If you mute Bob Lewis, I'm out of here.
Anyway, so the important thing is, see, Andy, this is why I do what I do.
Oh yeah.
Eric is always on the eject chair.
He's always. Well, it's funny is at least I don't have oh my God, what's his name?
Justin.
Thank you. I knew it was with a J, and I was about to say Josh, and I was like, that's wrong. That's wrong. After all the jokes. So, sorry, Justin. My apologies.
I've seen Justin get talk quite a bit.
Well, I had a highlight reel for him.
Yeah,
I did warn him. It's like you have been a segment of my highlight reel.
I saw that.
The amount of time he's been talking. And I feel like I can't convey. I'm really having a lot of fun. I have so much fun with this shit. I really do.
And that's what we're here for. Is we're having fun in the hobby.
Yeah, that's right. How do you approach a common card in a 22 product ought to go for? It's comps. It's what it is. honestly, it's also what you want it for. Like, if it's low enough, do you really care that much? If it's something that's going to go for a little bit more money, well, then yeah, compare it. Compare it to other things. Look at what it's been going for, and that's usually how you want to compare it. It's a great question, though. Thank you, DR. Anybody want to add anything to that?
It's a tough call, Larry.
Yeah. I think it's pretty straightforward. I think you just want to approach it. If it's a common card, though, you can almost always wait. Like, if you don't like the price, you can wait.
In 2022 yet.
As long as they're comparable.
Yeah, there's a little bit out there. Just use the comparables. And here's the thing. Honestly, if it's a common card, he used the word common card, then honestly, I would preach patience. Because if it's a common card, honestly, you can probably wait and get a better price on it if you wait a little bit. It's not a big deal.
Everybody jumps in as soon as the set's out, and then they're just paying all these prices, and some go up, but most of them will end up going down.
Yeah, that's fair.
After 4 or 5 weeks, it's like, oh, half price.
Yeah, no, that's fair. Yeah, the Yankees now play baseball. Yeah, it's a little bit of sabermetrics. Chris really does, like I said, not to mention as a knock, but Chris really does fall in love with the analytics of the card ladder tool and what they've built out in terms of indexes and everything. And I can appreciate it. I've read the white paper, okay? I'm one of the 5 people on the planet who've read the stupid white paper, all right? I get it. It wasn't necessary. It was too much. You're working way too hard for this. Way too hard for this.
Got Jerry Maguire.
You want to know? Here's the funny thing. You want to serious this. This is the best card ladder recommendation I can give. This is the one thing they did that I thought was really good. I don't know if that's what they initially intended to do, but they did it by accident. And this is, by the way, you need the profiles if you want me to take you seriously for the rest of it. But here's what they did. They built into it probably the best version of the eBay completed items search that I've ever seen. Because it also includes the PWCC and whatever, and it actually pulls a lot of good information for that. And you can look up, if it's not in a profile in the system, you can put up something and it will pull up the last whatever, and you can sort them by most recent and whatever, and go back years because they've got some old data in there as well. Mm-hmm. So you can actually get a sense of what the comps were over time looking at that search. It's actually a really good, impressive search that they've built into that tool.
I call it serendipity.
Yeah.
I used it. And it works pretty well, actually.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That probably accidentally is the best feature they've done. It has nothing to do with an index. Isn't that funny? Isn't that weird? It's nothing to do with the index. I don't need predicted models. Like, just tell me what the last couple sold for. Cool? All right. Good times.
Basically, yeah.
By the way, Albert's giving you credit on your Instagram post there, Eric.
Well, thank you very much, Albert. You kind of sparked that, and I appreciate you sending me that 8x10 of Normand Lebaillet. And if anyone's interested, they can go check out my Instagram account, Sanderson Door, and check. I like to think I put a little bit of work into it today. I didn't just throw something up and go, oh, hey, look at this. I put some work into it, and I'm proud of it. And it's a good story. So
they're good, buddy.
Yeah, it was a good write-up. I told you it was a good write-up. We just need to hit the enter button a couple times in the middle of it. But it was it's a good story. If you got a minute, read it. The cards are commodities concept drives me nuts. Faulting cards, I guess, change with the times you get left behind to a certain degree, but you can also kind of roll with it. Like I said, the vaulting thing, if it's useful, I can see some applications. It depends on what you're talking about. Pod Van Poppel going to the moon July 1st. That would be actually kind of interesting if all the market dropped and Todd Van Poppel's the one that went up.
Yeah.
That would seem appropriate.
That, Eric? July 1st?
It's going to be a new
just Todd Van Poppel. Only Todd Van Poppel.
The new coin we're going to call
it.
Up or down?
Would you like? All right, listen. I'll give you guys 5 names that I'll allow to be.
Is one of them Poopy Pony? Be honest with me. One of them is Poopy Pony, isn't it?
Probably.
Well, that's number 1. Poopy Pony shall remain safe. Todd Van Poppel, Ziggy Palfy. You got 2 more. I'll put 2 more on the save list.
Bob, what do you want? What do you want to survive the crash, the zombie apocalypse of the hobby? What do you want? You get one, Bob. Go ahead.
Vaughn Hayes.
Vaughn Hayes. There you go. All
okay.
right. All right. Andy, pick a UFC fighter. Let's go. Who are you liking?
It has to be a UFC fighter?
Well, it doesn't have to be. Like, what else would you like? Westbrook? What are you feeling?
We only have 1 spot left. Everything else is going to crash and die.
All right, the Montreal Yanick. I'm sorry, the Montreal Experts are doomed again.
I'm gonna
move on.
I'm gonna go with.
They're ridiculous.
Let's go with Nick Collison.
All right.
Okay, he's on the list. There you go.
Fair enough. So those are the ones exempted from the zombie apocalypse of the hobby.
Everything else
Congratulations.
is going to fall like a stone.
Yeah, it's disappointments for everyone else on that horrible bombshell. We'll move on.
Jump on Eric's arc. Let's go.
That's right. Are the comps from 10 years ago? Are the comps from 10 years ago still relevant today, though? I think they're interesting for some comparison perspective, but no, they're not relevant. More recent comps are always going to be better. Just naturally, they are. I always thought they built Card Ladder to be acquired. Logically, I would hope so, because I don't think it was ever sustainable as a model without the resources that a collectors can provide.
I was surprised who else would really buy them with the amount of work that they had to do. Like, that was a lot of physical work to put it into a business. And to grow your business, you would have to hire a lot more people and add a lot more cars. And it's such a
well, you know who would have been a candidate if they had been interested in the tack they're going now? eBay. Because they were already using eBay data. The integration would have been very natural. They could have rolled it because they did do like a price guide kind of thing they were trying to do briefly in there. Yeah, the card ladder stuff they included into it would have actually been a more natural, immediately plug and play with eBay. It would have been a lot easier for them to integrate those two things together.
So it's
and
more
eBay
about
already
the
has
system than the research.
Yeah,
because that is just data. That is easy to research. I'm not saying it's easy. It's a lot of work.
Yeah,
you know, the stuff I research or been researching for Tony, I have to dig 10 levels deep, plus off a cliff on like Yahoo, Google. You know, those are the things you have to really search for. These guys, the data's out there.
I'll be impressed if we're doing Alta Vista and web crawler. I was a web crawler guy.
I was gonna say Bing, but I refrained.
There you go. So Buzzy here. Chris does a great job. The only problem I have is with the show is superfluous. Yeah, we got it. You don't like Christina. I got to step up my IG game. Start hashtagging everything. Facts. Greg Jeffries. Yep. Perfect. But yeah, so good. We caught up in the comments. But that's the thing, though, is that we're here. According to their most recent valuation, collectors almost 5 times the valuation. Do they ring the register and go public soon? Right after they went private? No. Down the road, sure. But like the whole point of going private is that you can do these acquisitions and operate. As soon as you go public, you have to deal with the board of directors. Like, it's actually a pain to deal with.
Mm-hmm.
You just have to kind of think about that. At some point, could they go public again? Sure. But they're going to want to have all their assets and everything lined up already, and it'll make their life a lot easier.
It's the time to take the strategic moves that you need to do before. Yeah. And they did a smart thing doing that.
Yeah, it's down the road, though. It's a real play. I expect it. Okay, so perfect. We got that caught up. Let me ask you this question. So let me throw this one to you, Andy. You do set up at the Dallas show a little bit. You've been on the dealer side of the table. Let me broach this topic from the most broad perspective that I can, just from your perspective as a dealer. Let's just do it that way. Okay. So when you're at the show, you're setting up, you got your stuff in your showcase. Let me ask you, I haven't seen your table. So let me ask you a question. Do you price all your items on the table?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you do flip through a lot of things, occasionally, you may get up from the table. I'm keeping this as broad as possible just to make Eric uncomfortable while at the same time not saying.
He took the glasses off already.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I want to make Eric as uncomfortable as possible without actually saying it.
Well,
see, this, Chris, is how you do it proproperly. This is how you do it properly.
It's just questions.
Between the card ladder stuff and now this, I just...
Elite level trolldom. This is elite. Sports Show Radio. Take fucking notes. Take notes, children. You're not on my level. Anyway, moving on.
You're unbiased, Eric. Here.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, so no, a serious question. Let's focus on the serious question at hand.
Okay.
So if you do need to get up from the table and do something, you leave somebody to observe. Do you have any instructions? Is there anything that you would normally do? So we got Bob Lewis at the show. He's at Dallas. You're going to entrust the hobby legend Bob Lewis to watch over your table for a little time while you go grab a bite or something. What do you tell Bob Lewis? What are the instructions? What is he doing?
So, okay, so we have there's 4 of us that set up together there.
Sure.
So
but right now I'm putting Bob Lewis in charge. Bob Lewis is the one. You've got hobby legend Bob Lewis at your table.
I mean, I don't have to tell Bob Lewis anything.
Bob, you're free reign. You can do whatever you want. Great.
I mean,
Bob Lewis tells us.
I should be so honored that Bob Lewis is going to walk my table. He's going to do a better job than I would if I was there.
Maybe.
No, I mean, I just tell whoever is watching. There's 4 of us there, so there's usually always at least 2 of us that are always there. So, yeah, I just say if anybody has a question about anything, just call me. I'm not going to be very far away usually. I don't.
Sure.
when I like if I set up at a show, I typically don't go out on the show floor that often, just because I like to be there. Because I just like to be there talking to the people that are coming up. Like even if they don't buy anything or what, I just like to talk to people. So,
Okay, that's fair. So my kind of the angle of my question, and I don't know if you understand where I'm going with this again to make Eric uncomfortable, but I don't know if you know where I'm going with this. My question is kind of as a policy thing. So is it a situation though where nothing sells when you're not there, or is it a situation where it can, but only under very specific circumstances? That's kind of what I'm wondering from the dealer perspective when you set up.
Oh yeah, it can sell while I'm going.
Okay, but like at sticker price, or do they have some latitude? What's your policy on that?
I mean, the people that I'm there with, I mean, they kind of know what I would
No,
take.
you have Bob Lewis there.
Bob
Bob
Lewis
Lewis.
knows. He knows what I would take.
Bob, do you know what he would take?
80% off.
What's the intel? What's the intel here? Yeah.
I mean,
Telepathy. I like it. Okay, Bob. I like it.
now that I think about,
Bob Lewis tells you what you'll take.
I know. It's like I need you to take double the sticker. What?
So
It's
now-
like that's what you're
now
gonna
that I
pay.
think about this question, though, I don't know that I have ever sold anything when I've been away from the table, because I usually price stuff pretty high.
Sure.
I price it to keep.
Oh.
That's what I always tell people.
I'm asking you because you've actually set up at a show. The reason I'm asking you, it's like Albert knows where I'm going with this.
I know where
knows.
you're going with this.
Of course. Anybody who's been paying close attention knows exactly where I'm going with this.
Should I
But
go put-
there
I go
is
put my
ways
other
of
hat
doing
on?
this. There's a ways of doing this. What's that, Eric?
Can I go put my other hat on?
Oh no, please do by all means.
Yes.
No, please do it by all means. Go ahead,
Uh-huh.
do it right now.
No,
Are you
Come
sure?
on.
Are you sure you don't want to do it?
I'm
I
not
bet you
doing
want to do it. I can tell.
I'm not gonna do it.
Okay.
Okay.
I've been selling for 20 years too at shows.
Yeah, it's a
You
couple
gonna
minutes.
ask me a question?
No, please, Bobby Bro. If you set up at a show and you're going to leave the table, what does a responsible, experienced dealer do?
Well, I make sure everything is priced, and that's the key, because I've been asked to watch other people's tables for them while they're gone, and then people will come up, and this is prime time show. You know, you're talking a Friday night, Saturday afternoon, and you want to sell something, and sometimes you only have one chance to sell somebody something. You know, and Andy would know that from people coming by. You know, you miss that guy, you could have made that high end sale. You know, the guy willing to pay. So you don't want to miss those people. So I've watched other people booth; they don't have anything priced. It's like, what do? I don't know. You know, I know what the price of the item is because
Sure.
I do price guides and what have you. So I could tell them, but I don't know what they have it priced at. They may be
Correct.
priced up like Andy or something. You know,
Yeah.
I don't know. You
Yeah.
know, they're at the real high end of the marketplace. You know, based on
I'm
rarity.
higher than the high end.
Respect. Oh, really? Okay. I
No.
was giving you a little bit of a space
the,
there, Andy.
the reason, Andy, that I was asking the question is that I haven't set up at a table, but I've watched tables. So I've been on the other side of this equation.
Sure.
And what happens is I always ask, and this is from buddies who I've known. One of them I've known for over 20 years at the show, the setting up there. And my first question is, you got a price on your stuff? Yep. Okay. So if anybody wants to ask anything seriously, do you want me to just call you over? If you're down whatever on the other side of the building, because where the expo is, the way they're set up, it's quite a distance. I can't yell to you. I have to call you and be like, hey, get over here. So do you want me to do that, or do you want me to just make sure, or just stick the sticker for now? These are questions I ask, as a person who's familiar with the inventory.
It's always sticker price. You don't know.
Yeah.
You don't know.
Yeah.
You
So
can't
for me, I won't go deviate from sticker price. Why? Because yes, I know what, if it was mine, I know what I could offer and do the back and forth. I'm familiar with the stuff, but at the same time, it's like, I don't know what you have into it. Is it like an exceptional patch that you paid top market and you're really insistent on like hitting that number? Or is it a case where you got a lot of latitude? If I'm on the buying side, I might rake you over the coals and really stretch you because I know you didn't pay nearly as much as you're putting on that sticker. But I can do that. Somebody else who just showed up and we've never seen each other before, whatever. You're like, no, you're paying sticker. If you want to negotiate a little bit, there might be some room on it. Come back in a bit and he'll come back because it's not my stuff. I'm not going to sell somebody else's stuff if it's not mine. If you get what I'm saying.
Even
But
the
that's
guys
straightforward.
at my booth would sell for, they'd give $5 or $10 off, but they
Yeah.
wouldn't do anything beyond that.
Very nominal amounts. And if there's if there's a tie, if you're not sure, then it's, you know what? He's going to be back in a couple of minutes. Come by and then coming back, and then he could figure it
That's
out.
what
with you.
I do.
Yeah, I just always have my phone with me.
Yeah.
And I'll have it on vibrate, and I'll carry it like actually in my hand just to make sure that I don't miss a call if somebody from the table calls me. But yeah, like I said, I don't spend a ton of time away from the table anyway, just because I don't know. I'd just rather be there.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Like
So,
Andy, we used to have 4 people at our booth, and in 2002, I think, or 3, I bought walkie-talkies so we could, because the cell rates weren't, we couldn't have it cheap anyways. So we used to use walkie-talkies, and a lot of times you just keep it up because you don't want to hear. You're trying to make a way around the booth or around the show, to other people's booths, and you got guys go, hey, what's this price? This price? You never get around. It kind of pisses you off. So.
there was actually a company for a while. I think it was called Mike, and they actually did cellular walkie-talkies.
Oh,
It was a very brief run. Like I remember them because they were literally walkie-talkies, but they would actually go over cellular service, and your rate included that you could do it over very long distances because it was cellular walkie-talkie, and you would press the button just like a walkie-talkie and talk into it. It was very interesting. I don't think they were around anymore, but I thought it was very interesting when it was around at the time. I was like, okay, cool.
I know I can't sell these ones now. It's time's over.
That's
They're
right.
called Mike's.
They're going to be collectibles.
I'm thinking it's been so long, but I think they were actually called Mike. I think that was the brand that they went by.
I remember that.
Yeah, it's been a long time, but I think that's right. So yeah, Paul knows where I'm going with this. So Andy, hypothetically, so you're saying there's no real scenario, hypothetically, that you could have something on price that could be sold for like a fraction of the price of the actual item.
I mean,
That's not a scenario that would play out in your booth.
I mean, it could, I guess, if I just happen to miss pricing something, but I don't think.
But you've got prices on the stuff. The point is, you've got prices on the stuff.
Right.
So as long as that's being adhered to, I don't think this is an issue.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now let's say hypothetically you left the sticker off, and hobby legend Bob Lewis. He's distracted. His adoring public is like begging him for autographs and stuff, and they're like, "Oh, tell us stories about the dude." And Bob's a little distracted. He's not on his game that day.
He's pulling tens.
Yeah, like he's busy. He's a busy man. He's got stuff going on. But he's Bob Lewis. You gotta love him. So you accidentally forgot to price something, and it's $1,000 card or something. Hypothetically, or $7,000 hypothetically. And for some reason Bob got in his head to sell it for $1,375 or something like that. Something crazy. And he sells it, and it's done. Just hypothetically. Like I said, making Eric as uncomfortable as possible is wonderful. Hypothetically, then, is the deal final? Does the word of Bob Lewis stand?
So
Yeah. I mean,
Careful, he's a legend.
So let's say that. So if I had a card that was, $5,000, and I come back and Bob says I sold this card for you, here's $1,300, I'll be like, where's the rest?
It's with the Pittsburgh Pirates. It's all with the Pittsburgh Pirates. All the money.
So I'm guessing that with Eric being really uncomfortable about this is
Extremely
happened.
uncomfortable.
This has happened to you before, is that right?
No, it's not happened to me. I'm not an idiot. I'm not a moron. I'm not a cretin.
Eric, because he's the one.
Only an idiot would do something like what I described. Come on. Only a true peon, not like a hobby goat, like an idiot. Like someone who's
This looks like it's very painful for him.
I'm not. I have nothing to do with this. I don't sell cards.
No. But there's an individual that he knows, and and I know, who may have done this.
we all
Hypothetically,
know this person.
like read Aussie Card Dad's comment, and you'll understand where I'm going with this.
Yes. It's the slow draw.
It really is. It really is. But now imagine, Andy. Unfortunately, you got you got upset. You didn't get satisfaction with Bob Lewis. You two had a hashing out. But then you said, you know what? This cannot stand. I cannot have, my $5,000 Amanda Nunes UFC, Prism, whatever happens. It's like, this is unacceptable. This is no good. This is not cool, man. So you know what you do? You go on Instagram and you make a post and you show a picture of this card with the code on it, and you say, I would really like the buyer to come back to me and return this card. You say that because I'm Andy. She blind with Refractors. I cannot accept this. This is not acceptable. This cannot happen to me. And then people reach out and the guy has to come back. And then you expect them to reverse the transaction. The rest from there is open to interpretation. But is this a move you pull off? Do you go on Instagram and like try to do backsies? Take backsies?
No,
You can't do that. That's not cool.
I would be too embarrassed to even try to do that. First off, but I mean, the way I would look at it, if I left Bob in charge of my booth and I had something that wasn't priced, that's my fault. That's my fault, right?
So you say your prices are actually really above. So actually, if you did sell for 13, you'd probably be about.
Yeah, it'd be even worse,
value.
wouldn't it? It'd be even
It'd
worse,
market
wouldn't it?
value per
Bob, really Bob, you can't pay attention to your fans this hard. Like it's bad.
Yeah, but I mean that would be my fault if I didn't price it though.
That is true. But like, imagine though, if you're like a pillar of the hobby, like you got like an interview show or something, like on YouTube. Like say you did an interview show on YouTube that a lot of people cite.
Pre-interview.
Yeah, would that change anything in the calculation? Not so much.
No.
Eric, would you like to add anything? I feel so much better. I really do.
Who did this happen to?
What's that?
Who did this happen?
You did with all the hints. You really didn't get it. You didn't know who I was talking about. Okay, let's. I'll put it on this.
Somebody in the chat say it, maybe.
Read what it says. Can you see it?
Okay. Yeah.
Need the hobby's help.
18.
I was away at the booth and a friend misread the price on the card and sold for 18% of the price. Would greatly appreciate the buyer returning the card. And if the hobby can please spread the word.
I mean, that's not going to happen.
I mean,
but it did. They reached out. They basically bugged the guy so that he would come back. Now, I'm going to leave the rest to conjecture. Y'all can figure out the rest on your own. The post should have never happened is the point. That should never have occurred.
I was money. I don't know where 18 came from.
I don't really care. I don't really care.
That's too finite.
So,
That scenario, Andy, was not made up. I just
so are you saying that he actually got the card back?
What I'm saying is, so this is from the discussion that was had. So he didn't get the card back per se. So let me help out. And look, I don't know what happened. I was minding my business, and I don't know why. Like my phone accidentally took screenshots. Of all this, like it was weird. Like I don't know what happened. Like I was just chilling on Instagram. My phone took screenshots, and I happened to have them.
You
Weird.
held down. It did the multiple.
Like I was pushing the wrong button. I was having a Ken Golden moment. Like I was pushing stuff.
Did you blame your kid then, Carlos?
I blame my kid, absolutely. So anyway, update. Thank you to everybody who reached out and shared the post. The buyer made contact with me tomorrow to find a solution. I can tell he's a stand-up guy from a phone call.
That was the last post I personally saw.
That was the last post from Jeremy. The other individual on it posted and gave a very different account. However, this is a he said, she said thing. I can only stick to what the first individual put in there.
Can we see the other?
We can, but I feel like I've already done my job. Like, if you want, I'll read it to you, but it's a he said, she said thing. Like, I've done so well.
Okay, so, like, from what I gather from this post, like, whoever bought that card, I mean, they must be, like, a really good person if they're doing that, but if it was me that sold the card...
To be clear, they did. To be clear, they tried to, like, leverage... So, from their side of the story...
Yeah.
They basically offered a card to kind of make up some of the difference. They're like, I'm not giving back the card.
In lieu.
But here's what I'm willing to do. I will offer you this, so to make up some of the value. And then individuals who made the original post were not completely thrilled with that. But at the same time, my opinion... Now, here's where I'll interject my opinion. My opinion is, if you're in this scenario and you're the buyer, if you were not authorized to sell it, you shouldn't have sold it. I know you're Bob Lewis. Like, look, I got an autograph on the way out. That was cool and all, but he sold it for that price. Like, deal's a deal. Cash changed hands, card changed hands. We're done. Mm-hmm. And if you're the original sellers, like who unfortunately lost out on some money, I sent Eric a link to a late '90s Canadian, rock pop band that had a brief hit. The hit was called "Sucks to Be You," and it fits so well here. It was a great song, very catchy. For like a little time period in 1998, it was great.
Yeah.
I mean, like if it was me and I had that happen to me, like I can guarantee you it would never get returned to me because I wouldn't ask.
Correct.
That's just me.
Yep.
See, I think there's a point where you are pissed off of, and who wouldn't be?
The pissed off part, I think, is a completely rational reaction to it. You're
Sure.
mad. You made a mistake. Look, the jokes aside and making Eric uncomfortable, which entertains me, aside, all that aside, if this situation happens, you allowed this to occur. You left someone in charge who presumably had the ability. Look, if they didn't have the authorization to sell, then you just hey, just hold the fort. Don't move anything. I'll be back in a bit. If the job is just to watch the table, the job is just to watch the table. That's it. If the job is like, look, if somebody asks, sticker price, it's on there. Just put that on there. Don't try to negotiate anything. All good. I'll be back in a little bit. You're setting the parameters. You're setting the parameters. Like that's, but guess what? As soon as it's done, a deal is a deal, man. It's over. You're in a place of business at that point. You're at a card show, setting up as a dealer. You're basically running a business at that point. You screwed up. You put the wrong sticker on it, or you didn't put a sticker on it, and somebody was misinterpreted. That is the responsibility of the proprietor of the business, which is the dealer at the show. Like, am I way off base here, Andy? Like, am I nuts here?
No, I mean that's kind of the way I would view it. I mean, I guess my lesson would be to not leave Bob Lewis in charge of my booth.
There you go. Bad word said.
Dang.
Was
That burn. And I thought I was hitting some burn bombs, and there's a burn.
it's
And
all
then Bob's going to be like, I can't read your writing on these stickers. And we're going to have this whole back and forth thing, and it's going to get ugly.
I guess the whole reason behind all of this is that we, in this hobby, we have social media, we have friends, we have acquaintances, we have whoever. Stuff happens. People say things. Sometimes I say the wrong things.
Yeah.
Maybe you don't agree. Maybe you disagree.
Yes.
And that happens. And we have to understand that, we're not perfect. And things happen. And some people react or overreact. I try not. The one big thing for me is I try not to let my my hobby, the amount of time that I've invested in the hobby, I don't try to bring that to being more important than anything else. I try to help people, and I've always tried to help people. I never let it try to go to my head too much. And, and I'm just a historian. That's all I am. I'm very small in this world of collectibles, but I've documented a lot of stuff and changed a lot of stuff in this course of history. So I'm happy in my space.
Yeah.
I don't take that space anywhere else.
Yeah.
So,
I think though, Bobby and I had a conversation offline about this, and our opinion was exactly the same. I'm sorry, people talk in the back. Sorry, but the reality is that we're in agreement on this one specific thing. Like, look, man, you screwed up. Just own it. It sucks. Like nobody likes to make a mistake. We've all made mistakes at every level. Buying, we bought the wrong thing at the wrong price. We shouldn't have done that. We got a little overzealous. Maybe we overthought it, or maybe we missed out on a great deal that we should have just pulled the trigger
all
on.
my bobos there, like
Yeah, like it's like there are so many times where but we've all made those mistakes. All of us. There's no take backsies. Like you made a decision. You made the call. Like you were wrong, or in this case, you did the one cardinal. Hopefully, what you should do. And I may have put the comment on an Instagram post somewhere, allegedly. And my statement was, in this scenario, pick your favorite condiment and eat it. Pick your favorite condiment and eat it. You made a mistake. It happens, man. It happens.
What about this? Would this be different in your eyes? Like this can be for everybody.
Go ahead.
Like, would it be different in your eyes? Like, let's say the same thing happened. Like, let's say I was away, Bob sold my card way too cheap, and I get back and Bob tells me what happened, and I'm like, oh my gosh. But the guy is he's still like just a few tables down from us. And I explained to him what had happened. Would that be different than reaching out like through a post like this?
100%. Because at that point, you're still within earshot. You can you can have a discussion on the spot. Going out of your way to create a post to track someone down,
that's the difference.
to try to be this only works if you have a following.
Yeah.
If you don't know anybody on Instagram, like posting some random thing on there isn't going to get you any traction. But if you've got a little bit, I'm leaving out some pertinent pieces that actually make it worse. But it's he said, she said, so I'm not going to get into that. I'm not going to get into the in between. I'm just sticking to what we got. This is what is posted in this format. I'm going to leave it be.
All right, Mike. All right. I've sat
Please,
here
Eric.
I've sat here for a half hour. So I agree, and Carlos, you and I have talked about this. I agree with just about everything that you've said when you're being serious.
I have moments of that.
Yes, and when you have commented on this situation, and you have been serious, I agree with everything that you've said.
As you should.
You said almost before, but
okay.
anyways.
So the part that Carlos and I do not agree.
And I want to get everybody else's take on this because I know where he's going with this. I think it's a good discussion topic. I think it's actually, and I want to get the chat's take. So go ahead.
So what we don't agree on is the other side of the coin. That the other person involved in this seems to be someone who has been in the hobby for a very long time, is highly educated, knows the prices of things, knows what's worth what. Okay, this is not a 15-year-old kid who said, this card's cool, it's my favorite player, and there was a mistake made. The kid, paid someone $10 and walked away. This is a highly experienced person in the hobby.
Obviously not.
No.
The buyer.
Yes,
we're talking about the buyer.
The buyer.
I know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Gotcha.
So this buyer knew at the very moment that something wasn't right.
This is the buyer. Just so we're
They
clear.
knew that this was a $7,000 card. They knew the price he was quoted of 13 is not even close, and took advantage of this and paid it and ran like hell.
Whoa.
And
That's conjecture, sir.
Now-
He could have casually strolled like hell.
Yes.
Don't interject
Last
speed of moving.
I think there's an issue there and a discussion to be had. If you are knowingly taking advantage, you are knowingly you're being dishonest. Someone's making a mistake. They're making a $5,000 something mistake, and you're like, hey, sorry, buddy. Listen, this wasn't $5. It was $5,000. And I think that is immoral. I think it is someone without values. And I have no use for this guy. Now, keep in mind, I've already said I also agree with the other comments that it's Jeremy's responsibility who he leaves in charge of.
We didn't name him. Oh my God! Why?
You wrecked it all, Eric. Hold on, you now.
Listen. So I agree with all that. The thing wasn't marked correctly. The number on the back was more like some type of serial number tracking thing to help organize the collection, whatever. And so it's 100%. I get it. He's wrong. This experienced buyer knew something was wrong, and in my opinion, stole that card.
Bold moves. Bold
How do you know what he was thinking?
Again,
how do you know what he knew?
He could have been looping Britney Spears song in his head. It could have been like oh yeah, sure, 1,300, whatever.
He waited between bathroom breaks and he
did it again. Yeah.
If this was a 15-year-old kid that knew nothing and said this card is shiny and it's my favorite player and paid $15 for it and walked away, there's no malice there. An experienced person who knew exactly what this card was.
How do you base his experience?
No, see, you're mistaking intent here, and that's
Yeah.
the total.
Oh, I
difference.
think there was. I think that guy got a hard on as soon as he heard $1,300.
Whoa,
couldn't get-
allegations,
and
allegations.
couldn't get-
Good Lord.
and couldn't get that money out quick enough and ran like hell.
It's intent, and his intent wasn't go there to rip people off.
No,
His intent
but
was to go
once
there
the
to buy things.
opportunity came, he was like, yes.
And anybody who puts a $10 item on their table who didn't price it right or doesn't know the price, that is not my problem. If you want to
Okay.
price it right, buy my book. Then the price is in there. Otherwise, don't bug me. I'm sorry. You go to a doctor because he's got 8 years of experience. You got to pay for that experience. You go to a backyard doctor down in, I don't know, Costa Rica, and you get your facelift done. What do you expect? So,
First of all, it's not a facelift; it's a butt implant.
oh,
Anyway,
get it right.
your personal medical history notwithstanding, I am going to partially disqualify Bobby and I because we have talked about this, and between the two of us, we have 457 combined years of hobby experience. 32 are mine. The rest are his. The point is, we're in alignment on this. So, like, in all honesty, like, it is what it is. Because if you're my big thing is that you're in I consider it to be a professional environment. You're inside of a card show. There are dealers that are setting up. This is not like somebody with a Pelican case that, screwed up with. This is a dealer that's setting up at a booth with the intention of selling items, presumably to make money, hopefully. This is basically what you're there to do, presumably. You set yourself up. That's why I laid the foundation first. I asked someone who set up at a show. I don't set up at shows. Bobby sets up at shows. I don't set up at shows. I've been behind the booth to help from that perspective. However, when you do this business and you do this, pricing it would be like the first step. It'd be a logical thing to do. Heaven forbid you do that. Secondly, if you're concerned, if you've got stuff that isn't quite priced or whatever, then the person watching the booth needs to understand what they can and cannot do. We cannot let Bob Lewis run amok. We can't allow it.
I told you I agree with everything you're saying.
I understand.
I agree
But now we're
with
getting to the buyer side.
everything.
I want to make clear. Now we're getting to the buyer side. Andy, so now we're taking off the dealer hat and we're putting on the buyer hat. Bobby and I are kind of very similar opinion. I'll go with it this way. If this situation happens and I see this and I can tell the pricing is way off, I'm back to the Sucks to Be You song. Later on in the song, there's another verse that says, I'm a bastard. I'm okay with that.
it's on the other side.
Yoink!
Okay,
Yoink, sucker!
So,
Yeah.
so the points that Eric made, I totally agree with. And here's what I think after hearing more about this. Like,
Sure.
I don't think that this guy should have to give the card back, but especially if he's somebody that goes to a lot of these shows and people know who he is, I would think really hard about it, because this might be the last really great deal that you get.
Oh, but here's the funny thing. Remember, I left out a couple of things. Now,
Okay.
I want to stick to the surface. I want to focus specifically. I want to focus specifically on the deal itself.
That moment.
On the
You
deal
don't
itself.
Deal with the other stuff.
Because remember, he was called out on social media by a guy who has a following, who then had people bug him and harass him. Now, there is more to it. I can tell you about that offline. That actually makes it. Let's put it this way. When he made his post rebutting, it was like 99-1 in his favor. Nobody agreed with the seller.
it was pretty bad.
Nobody agreed with the seller. And they said a lot of harsher things than I did. Forgetting all that, I'm of the opinion that, look, man, it's your job when you're setting up as a dealer at the booth to price the thing correctly. If you're not up on the latest comps, not my problem. If you price it wrong, not my problem. You put the decimal in the wrong place, not my problem. You leave someone who shouldn't be selling it to sell it, not my problem.
You didn't go to Card Ladder and check it out.
Not my problem. None of those things are my problem. As a buyer, I'm not giving you a damn thing more than what you're asking for if what you're asking for is wrong. Because I have gone to card shows where people have put in things where I know flat out it's wrong. I'm not going to argue with you. Here's your money. Good day. Goodbye.
Yeah. I am sympathetic when I see people stuff on their table that dealers I know for a long time. I go, dude, that's priced a little low.
Yeah. I've also seen it where they put a price tag on it and the price tag was flat out wrong. They put the price tag on it. It was wrong. It's like,
I think though, see, I agree with a lot of what Eric said, because I think that if you're in a situation like that, just because you can take advantage of somebody doesn't mean you should.
That's
True.
Thank you.
True enough.
Listen,
No.
my mother would be disappointed in me if she found out that I knew a mistake was made and I didn't say, well, listen, you realize this is a $7,000 card, right?
Yeah.
Maybe he didn't. If he
And
I
that's
didn't
the thing,
buy
it's
it.
hard to
This
know the
guy
intent.
knew. This guy knew. He has a history. He is an expert. He is a professional. He knew. That's why he asked about the card. That's because he knew what this thing was, and he has the money and capital to have given $7,000 to buy that if he wanted to.
So
And-
what if some guy who just doesn't care, he pulled the card from a pack, got it graded, he's only got so much into it, he puts it up for that much money. What? You're gonna pass and let
How
somebody
dare
else buy
you
it?
sell it to me for cheap?
Yes.
The audacity of you, sir.
Wait a minute. If that is what the intent was, and the owner of the card can sell it for a penny or give it out for free, that's their choice.
The intent is everything.
But
He didn't
we're
intend
talking.
But
to
we're
rip
also
anybody
assuming
off.
intent. But we're also assuming intent.
We are.
Yes,
assuming
he
intent.
is an experienced buyer. Yes, he's got some very nice cards on his Instagram.
Yes.
But we are assuming a lot as far as his intent.
And see, another thing here is like, see, I look at it differently. If somebody has something like the owner of the card, if he has it priced wrong, and that's what somebody pays, to me, that's different than somebody else misreading what he had it priced at.
You're
Well,
trying
here,
to prove
in this
intent
case,
right
it
now, really.
wasn't priced, but he put stickers on it that had numbers on them, but they were inventory control numbers. So you left somebody there who's looking at it, sees a number on there that looks like a number.
That's where I want Bob Lewis to call me up and be like, "Hey, what do these numbers mean?"
That would
100%.
make sense. Yes.
And again, I want to make sure everyone hears this. I agree 100%. I'm saying there is two sides to this coin. I definitely think the majority of the responsibility has to go on thou who shall not be named. Okay.
You already named.
I also, everyone got mad, even though
Put it in
everyone knew
reverse.
that, you know.
It's like undo the last 45 minutes, y'all. You didn't hear shit. Don't worry
3
about it.
minutes in the
I
past.
mean, listen, I get it. I agree. But are we actually going to say that it's completely okay and there's nothing wrong with someone knowing that they're taking advantage of someone? What if it isn't, Mr. King of YouTube content, who people have feelings for one way or another?
What if he was going to give the money to nuns?
What if it was a 15-year-old kid working his first show?
Oh my God.
And someone took advantage of him. And forget
The buyer was 15
$7,000
years old
card.
and the seller was 50 years old.
What-
Oh my
what-
God,
what-
Eric.
What if the card's $200 and there was, the 15-year-old somehow screwed it up and it's someone bought it for $2.
Well,
And
here,
they
let's-
knew it was a $200 card, and they took advantage of this kid. You
You're
wouldn't go out to
assuming.
the parking lot and bounce
You're
the guy
assuming.
off a couple of cars?
No, you're assuming because that situation may change. Hey, kid, are you sure you got that price right?
That's what I would
to
say.
An
What's the
experienced
difference?
dealer in a car lot, wherever. Dealer there. This guy knows what he's doing. He's got a nice setup. What the hell?
Well, he's kind of new, Bobby. He's only been in the hobby 40 years. He's kind of
No,
new.
the
He's
other
kind
guy
of new.
who looked after the Bob.
Oh,
Lewis.
yeah. Gotcha. Well, but he was left in charge by the guy who's been in the
We
hobby 40
don't
years.
need to talk about that side of the coin anymore. We all agree.
The intent is everything.
We're
And if
talking
there's a-
about the discussion
not a
is now
15-year-old kid.
about the
It's not.
buyer.
because that's
We
a
all
different
agree.
scenario.
But we know the seller's not a 15-year-old though. In order for your scenario to work, we know the seller's not a
I'm
15-year-old.
saying, what's the difference if you're
I don't know
taking
what the difference
advantage of a 15-year-old or you're taking advantage of a 40-year-old? You know what you're doing is wrong.
Well, how do you know what he knows?
That's right. That's
Okay.
presumptuous.
Again, I go back to this was not a newbie this is a professional. He wanted to look
How
at this
does he-
And the
$7,000
dealer is
card.
not a
Cars on his
newbie; it's a
Instagram.
professional.
Come on, man.
He wanted to look at the $7,000 card because he knew exactly what it was.
I
and he
want
has
whatever
the-
crystal
and he
ball you
has-
got, buddy.
And he
Okay.
has the
Okay.
money.
So I want to ask a question. Let me ask a question. All right. You already know what my take is. Like, I don't need to repeat it.
That's fine.
You know Bobby's take on it. We don't need to repeat it. Yannick is also kind of in the same boat. I know Andy's kind of in the middle of the two. You know,
I'm in the middle. I'm just.
but
trying to figure
the
out
reason
if
why I
you
wanted, the
find
reason kind of why I wanted to ask.
intent of someone you don't even fucking know. I'm sorry.
Yeah. I got you. That's the reason why I wanted to get kind of in between. I want to get the one person who hasn't said anything because I'm kind of curious. So Bob, don't worry, you didn't sell the card.
Bob's the guy
You're
who
cool.
sold
You're
it.
cool. Everything's fine. I want to hear from you. I want your opinion. You've got a chance to hear a lot of the takes to and from. We're operating here as a buyer. You are Bob Lewis, the buyer.
Feedback's bad.
You're up at the dealer. You're up at a show. We got to keep Brian Hayes. It's $1,000 card.
I have an example. Like,
Please do. What the hell is that background noise?
I have no idea.
Bob, is anything
Last time,
plugged
Bob.
into your machine? Like
You have something plugged in.
something is interfering. Like it's like
happened
you're
last time.
underwater. It's weird.
This happened last time. He unplugged something.
Go out and come back in.
Okay, do that, and come back because I actually want to hear. I want to hear what Bob has to say because the other one hasn't chimed
It's
in
an
yet.
example.
Yeah, I want an example. Exactly, I want to hear. Yeah, Bob, these are safe. Yeah, they're safe.
He's the one who made the mistake and sold my card too cheap.
It is
I
true.
wanna hear
It
what
is
he
true.
has to say.
He needs to redeem himself. You know, and explain himself. a
Yeah,
little
he
bit.
needs to
The
explain.
rumor tomorrow will be Bob Lewis ripped off.
It's like
Yeah.
Andy and Bob Lewis have beef.
That's gonna be.
Thank you,
all
hashtag
the
content
videos
gods.
tomorrow.
Absolutely.
You don't
Sounds
think
good.
that's going to be on Carlos's post tomorrow?
Probably. At that point, we clip it. Okay, let's hear Bob.
Any better?
You're good.
You're
Way better.
perfect.
I don't know. I don't know what happened before you, but you're perfect now.
Perfect.
First
All
of
right.
So you got an example. You said.
Yeah. So the last card show that I was at, maybe September of last year, going through like value slab boxes.
Mhm.
The guy clearly had 90% of what he had was 70s, 80s, and 90s football. Looked like in-person authenticated autographs and stuff like that. And an autograph collector would love it because he had some obscure players, and if you're trying to go for whatever. So my point is,
Bob, are you sure you want to go here? Because you could indemnify yourself on this.
Yeah, they might go on Instagram and say mean things about you.
Yes.
I mean, it's
And it-
already out there. I've already told this story. So,
All right.
so this card, the Ortiz
Okay. Yep.
Fleer rookie, I just came across it. It's the only baseball card that I had even come across. I asked the guy how much. He said $8. So I knew that was cheap.
You knew. See?
So you said, sir, I demand you take $80.
No,
Yes.
right.
Yeah,
I didn't
right.
realize how much. I mean, I'm an informed collector, but
Mm.
I didn't realize that it's like 150 now since the Hall of Fame. It's in the Beckett for $200 and going up.
Wait, so this is a situation that you, as an informed buyer, knew
can't
that there was a
believe
price discrepancy, but you didn't understand the magnitude of the price discrepancy.
Oh.
Listen,
Mhm.
I mean, I've spent a lot of time in this hobby finding those sweet deals that I can high five my dad about. I didn't feel bad at all for the guy who sold me the card. I mean,
You
I really-
immoral bastard.
I'm sorry.
You bought it for 2% of the card. That's worse than 18%.
Outrageous, Bob Lewis. This is
Maybe I should have
controversy.
Maybe I should have went back and offered him something else.
A stale donut or something. It would have been good.
$9?
Yeah.
No, I don't know, man. I've been on both
I
sides
get
of
it.
it where I had stuff.
Sure.
I had I had sold a card. I've told this story. I had a couple Kobe Bryants that I sold on Friday. I was out of town, and then the tragedy happened. I had to mail those cards out on Monday, knowing what the price was then. But I sold them for a $50 PSA Upper Deck rookie, 10 PSA 10 Upper Deck rookie for $50, and we know what that market did. So I believe it kind of comes back around to me. Like, you do the right thing I'm not a karma guy, but just I just feel like it's that was the right thing to do in that situation, and I feel like this was just an opportunity that I was able to use the expression "take advantage of" in this one. And seriously, like my dad and he still brings it up. Man, I can't believe you found that awesome, that rookie card and the. I mean, we're not taking shots at the guy. The guy was doing pretty well. He had 6 other guys at this table, So I just happened to find the card that was the steal there. So
Bob, you're saying
Bob.
the dude enabled you to be a bad person? As a bad person, high five to you and the dude. Just to be clear, I fully acknowledge bad person. I'm cool with it.
now because
Eric thinks you're abhorrent.
Yeah, like you are. What is wrong with that?
Took advantage. I can't believe it.
Took advantage of it.
2% of the
because
price.
the dollar amounts are different and they're much higher in the situation we're talking about, does it matter?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Eric, does it matter? The dollar amounts matter? Is it percentage based? What are we doing?
Where's the cutoff point? 1,000, 5,000, 8,000.
Bob's an adult. He's not 15. Dealer wasn't 15. It was a very large percentage discrepancy.
Listen.
What's the deal?
And the seller was Nat Taylor.
You have to be able to look yourself in the mirror. If you can look yourself in the mirror, that's on you. If you can't, then obviously you did something wrong.
That's a great
He
way
did.
to. I love looking at myself in the mirror.
I believe you. Bob, high five again. Virtual high five a second time.
High five for narcissism. Yes.
So Andy, did Bob redeem himself? Are we any better off, or are you still mad that he sold your card?
But to me, that's like what Bob did there is not the same thing as what we were talking about, though, because in order for that to be the same thing, like that would be like if Bob was trying to buy that card for $8, the dealer was away, and the person that was watching it sold him to him for like 8 cents or something. You know what I mean? Like,
Right.
because in the
But here's the thing, though. Real quick, let me interject one thing. Real quick. The problem is if in the scenario we're talking about, he asked and the guy said $8. If it had an $8 sticker on it, and Bobby goes, okay, so $8 then? He goes, yep, and he gives him the $8.
Bob
The guy
might even say, "Would you take
misread. The sticker had the number on it. Like the guy didn't make up the number out of the blue, but he used this number. This was not meant to be a dollar amount.
yeah,
That's the point. It is a number. It is a sticker on the holder, but it's not meant to be a dollar amount. It's meant to be used as an inventory thing to keep track of his whatever convoluted inventory thing he came up with. But the guy who was watching the table cited the number on there, said the number out loud, said $13.75. The other guy goes, okay.
Like that guy didn't have much hobby knowledge at all. Like I'm not.
I don't know. I don't know the answer to that.
Right.
I know it was his buddy. I don't know if he has hobby knowledge. He's at a card show for some reason. I can't speak to his hobby knowledge or lack thereof.
I wouldn't know
Sure.
a $7,000 Jordan card if it fell on me.
There you go.
Same here.
yeah. I mean, that's.
But how do I know what you know and what you're supposed to know when you're giving me an offer and what he's supposed to know while he's watching his buddy's table? You know,
It's a messed up situation though, because if I'm watching somebody's
money
table,
all over again. Sorry,
if I'm watching somebody's table for them, I'm not selling one of their cards unless I'm sure.
Correct.
You know what I mean?
There is an accountability in the middle that we left out.
Yeah.
There is someone in the middle who made a decision to execute on a deal for an item that was not theirs.
Yeah, that's just a weird situation. But yeah, there's a lot of good conversation can come from it, though. I mean, there's a lot to talk about.
That's the reason why I wanted to. That's the reason why I wanted to. In addition to having my fun.
So, Scott, can I just say this last thing? So the real question is this, because again, we all agree on one side of the coin. I want to make sure that is clearly stated. The question remains is this: does a buyer have a moral obligation to correct a known mistake by the seller?
I like this question.
No.
So hold on. You know what? I'm going to implement the infamous polling. We already had the Eric Bougie poll.
Yeah.
Let's get the poll out there. Okay, so first, for folks in the room, we've established it's a complicated scenario. It's not simple. It's a complicated scenario.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So here's my question. So let me go kind of clockwise here. for my view here. So Andy, you've seen both sides of this. There's a lot of complications. You've been a dealer. You've watched booths. You've been on the buying side. So in this kind of thing, so you're the buyer. Are you going to correct this for the seller? Do you personally, Andy, are you correcting this for him? What do we want to do here?
Man, it's so weird because if it's the actual owner of the card, probably not. But if it's somebody else, probably. You know what I mean?
Do you know that? Did you know that? Do we know that?
But that's the thing. Like that's why
Well, you've seen. Well,
There's new ones, right?
you know, if we're talking about this specific situation, you know what Jeremy's booth looks like. He actually has like a picture of himself.
What? Outrageous! What kind of a narcissist would have a picture of themselves?
Whatever. You know, he has a picture of himself there, and
I went to the show. I thought he knew about cards. I guess he doesn't.
So
wow,
this guy doesn't look like the guy, and this guy that's selling me this doesn't look like the guy in the picture.
Yep. So Andy, so overall, Andy, as the buyer, what are you feeling?
Walmart guy, it doesn't count.
If it was drastically off,
Okay.
yes, I probably would correct it.
Okay.
By
Now-
$5,000.
So here's the question though. But if it's drastically off, here's where I kind of find it interesting. If it's drastically off, if you already know it's drastically off, are you even leaving the table at that point? So they're citing you at price, right? And you know it's off. Are we even having this discussion because are you even leaving the table making the purchase? Where does the second part come in then? If we want to play this card, then at that point you're like, that seems double check that.
It just
If you want to play that card, you're going to say double check that at the spot.
It just depends. Like if it's so weird because like if you're like I don't know who this buyer was, but if he knows that that's Jeremy's booth, and he's purposely trying to deal with this person because he knows, that he's gonna rip them off.
Oh, that's a different scenario. Yeah.
Sure, but the thing is,
That's different. Totally.
Why is this person authorized to make a deal? You can ask to see the card. Again, going back to my experience, I'm not selling anything. I'm watching the booth. You want to see the card? Sure, you can see the card. Oh, how much is it for? It's like, that's the sticker price. If you want to talk about it a little more, they're going to come back in a couple minutes.
But
I'm not selling it.
He's authorized to sell it at the correct sticker price, though.
But there was no sticker.
There was no price.
Ah, man. Yeah,
that's the thing. The sticker wasn't there. There was no sticker.
There was a code number.
If only he had put a price on it, because that would make logical sense. But he didn't.
But we're talking about that side of the coin again. You guys keep going back. The question that's supposed to be polled is, does a buyer have a moral obligation to correct a seller's price if they know there's a mistake being made? That is the question.
So, Bob, in this case, yes. The question you're asking here, so this, Bob, in this case, the question you're asking is yes. Because in this case, you've made a purchase. It has now become abundantly clear, and you've been informed through social media in this case, that the price is, there's a huge price discrepancy. What you paid versus the value of the card. Are you going back? The deal was initially done. Are you coming back on it? Because if you're already at the table, you can keep talking. Like if the deal hasn't been done, you can keep talking. Up or down on the price. But in this case, you bought something. There's a large price discrepancy. Are you coming back?
I would. Me personally, twice lately. Once in November. I still have the stack here. We're not talking millions of dollar cards, but obviously the guy didn't care of his prices. And I asked him not once, not twice, 3 times. Mm-hmm. At some freaking point, I'm sorry, but if after 3 times I'm asking you, are you okay with your prices? I'm taking you to town, man. I don't give a hell at that point, But the correct thing, yes, if I know that this is completely friggin' out of whack, like Eric says, prices and all. Let's say I know for a fact that these are going for $5,000, and the guy's giving me a $500. I'm like, my first reaction to me will be like, I couldn't even keep a poker face and say, dude, you're freaking off your rocker, right? Like, this is, you're so off your price. This is, I can't even keep a face straight. Would I take him to rip him off? Hell no. I would just first of all try to if you don't have your big giant head on your poster, I would try to find out, do you even own this card, first of all? Like, am I talking with the right person? Because I know another fact is lately I've been helping out a common friend of me and Bobby have. And I do know for a fact that if he's leaving for 5 or 10 minutes for something, and somebody come over and literally legit's gonna start anything over $100, I don't feel comfortable in making a decision. That's the end of it. Do I found that one side or the other is right or wrong? I'm not any one to judge about this, but what I'm trying to figure out here is, how do you, Eric, know what was either the seller's intention or the buyer's intention? Were you there?
No.
But at the same time, if you're like the guy who drives all the way home and realize that you didn't pay your toilet paper in the cart and you want to drive all the way back to the store, like, knock yourself out. But you can't judge people on their saying, like, how could you rip someone off, yes or no? Like the other way around too, on, like, you know, sell people rip kids off, like you just mentioned. The 15-year-old doesn't know, right? I'm not saying like right or wrong. I'm just saying, like, you can't know what fucking someone's thinking, right?
My question is, does a buyer have a moral obligation to correct a seller if they know that the price is off?
Here's the, without getting
My
into value,
answer is hell no after 2 to 3 times.
I
So-
say hell no after once.
Okay.
I'm gonna say, I mean, I would say no, but I think Carlos brought this up earlier about, like, does the value of the card matter?
Yeah.
And I think it does, because there's a big difference between, like, if somebody has a $10 card marked at
Hell yeah, it
$2 versus, you know, a $10,000 card marked at $1,500 or something. That's a big difference.
To us,
Well, part of the reason I asked the question, and that goes back to the example that I use with Bob, is in the scenario he presented. If you know it's off, but you don't know the magnitude, does that make a difference? You know it's off, but it's, you know, he's asking for $500, probably about $1,000, $1,200.
it's not like it was a
Is that good?
SG
No
rookie
good?
and a 7. You know exactly.
nay?
what it's worth.
Jeez.
No, that's what I'm saying. There's a lot of nuance. It's not that. Now, for
Yeah,
me, to be
there is.
perfectly honest, the most important lesson I've learned here is that I'm not inviting Yanick when I'm about to pwn some noob. He can't keep a straight face. It's like, sucker, goodbye.
Yeah.
But, you know, it's like,
Three times.
it's like, if I believed in hell, I'm going there. The good news is I like heat, so bring it on. So I'm cool.
I mean, I just
I
think
know.
I don't
Go
know.
ahead. Go ahead.
if you're wanting to, if you're gonna be in this hobby, like, either as a buyer or a seller for a long time, like, if you're wanting to have, like, if you have a long-term outlook on things, I think, like, I don't think that you should have to correct people on these things,
Mhm.
but like Eric was saying, is it the right thing to do, and should you do it? I mean, I think in a lot of cases, yes is the answer. And I mean, I've actually seen dealers before, like, when they're making a deal with somebody, like, somebody will quote them a price and they'll be like, that's not enough. That's too cheap. And they'll actually pay them more. I've seen that happen. And these are people that are, you know, they're going to buy it and still sell it for more, but they still will, you know, if somebody has something super low, they'll pay more.
Andy, take this in stride when I ask this. Have you ever paid way too much for something?
Sure.
Have you ever heard of anybody paying too much? Because I know your prices are super high, but I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Everybody who buys from Andy.
Yeah, anybody that buys from me pays too much.
No, I have guys who come back to me and they buy this item, you know, $2,500, and I sat there and went,
You're
$500. That's a $500 thing. Am I to go back and tell him that he paid too much and he should go back over to that dealer and go get his money back because it's too much?
No.
This is an appraised value thing. This isn't a technical. This isn't a bar of soap. It's $1.50. It's, you know, this is cards. I can't
Right.
tell him to do that. It's not my responsibility at that point. Whatever
No.
happens at the hobby happens at the hobby. If you steal something purposely, different story, of course.
Yeah.
But the intent is everything, and we don't know the definite intent. of what happened. Did that guy know it was, maybe he thought it was a $2,500 card, he got it for half price. Great. Now, does that make a difference? No, because the values were here. Did he know it was a 6,000? How does that guy know every card that's 5, 6, 7, 8,000? Like, man, it's tough because there's thousands of them out there.
No,
So
and that's
if
that's
you can
the
tell me
beauty.
the intent, Eric, then I'll agree with you at that point.
That's the beauty
Until
of the
that
whole
time,
thing, though.
Exactly.
nuance.
All right, so do we all agree that I have a all right? So I have a knowledge of vintage hockey. I go up to a table tomorrow morning. The guy's got a Bobby Orr rookie card, which I know everything about, and I say, how much you asking for that? And he takes and looks at the sticker, and he says $10. Now it says 10,000 on the back. He says $10. I have every bit of knowledge about that card, upside down and backwards. Do I hand him the $10 and run to my car, or do I say, whoa, buddy, it's not $10? What do I do?
The example is
see what he
too
answers.
dramatic here, Eric. We're at a point like this. You're going.
Yeah, I think in order for your number to work, what's a decent ore going for? Like, let's say it's raw card. What's a
What
decent ore?
grade? Did I miss something? Because maybe it's not as good. Maybe there's a crease.
No,
Maybe I
just
missed
for
it.
the hell of it, just
Otherwise,
for the hell of
fine.
argument, Bobby. Just so I have an anchor point. Let's say like a mid-grade ore. Say like a mid-grade ore. What are they going for now?
A 5 ore?
Yeah,
point
sure. No, hold on. Let me anchor it back to real. Eric, let me anchor it back. We the ratio does matter here.
Okay.
So Bobby, go with a 5 ore, just around a 5.
See, I don't do PSA. I don't do the grade. But let's say $5,000.
Okay, $5,000. So then the number we're looking for is about $1,000 on a $5,000 card.
Yeah.
That's the ratio we're looking for. We're looking at something along that line.
Of what happened.
Yeah, it's not a $10 to 5,000. It's a 1,000 to
And it was
5,000.
graded. What was the card? Card was graded, correct?
Yeah.
And what was the grade? 10?
I believe so. Yeah.
Pop
Okay.
46.
So the guy knows instantaneously a pop 46 got to be worth $6,000. This guy, I know him. No, I don't think so, Eric. I don't think it was that. So the degree that this is taken to is too far. Then we take the next step after that, and that's all wrong. But all this other part, the initial part, I screwed up. Oh well, I got to eat it.
Yeah. So real quick, I'll grab this comment here.
people
Can't pay his
answer-
rent the next day.
People are still not answering my question. They keep going back to the other side of the coin, and they keep taking about money and all. Does a buyer have the moral obligation to correct a seller if they know the seller has mispriced an item and has made a mistake?
And nobody's
No.
answering the question
No.
because it's
No,
like
I
it
keep saying-
depends on the situation. So we keep setting up the different scenarios and situations where it
Yes.
is right, where it isn't right. I mean, there's
Exactly
no.
right, Bob.
I think it's just a black and white.
It is contextual based, and I want to make it clear. This is for the record for everybody. I have never been more disappointed in myself than I am right now. I literally on my shelf have like an ethics textbook that I was going to put on the screen while I was talking. And like it was such a missed opportunity, such a miss by me. I am so irritated at myself.
Talking of intent right now and morality, like seriously.
Yeah. And by the way, I took ethics classes.
Yeah.
Did you pass?
Yeah, I did pass. I did pass. But I'm an evil bastard. I can lie. Andy.
Did
I
you
don't care.
cheat?
I didn't have to cheat. The beauty of proper philosophy is it's ambiguous. It depends on how you make the argument. The context does matter. That's the reason I was really good at philosophy. That's the reality. Context does matter. The ratios do matter. The truth is, in the scenario that we're presented here, Bob here put a comment. This is some additional information in this specific scenario. I left it out because it would taint some of the discussion. I wanted to keep it as pure as possible to the numbers and the specific scenario. There are some mitigating things, but again, I'm looking at the buyer's perspective where he had some dealings with the seller that were unsavory. I'm leaving that out because that may taint some of the thought process on it, and I want to leave it away. I want to stay as clean as possible to let's focus on the specific scenario. My thing is, honestly, I buy it, hit the Prozac song, roll on.
Process.
Hit the Prozac song. I'm done. Sucks to be you. Moving on.
Can you play the song?
I could, but I would probably get copyright blocked. Otherwise, I would have already played it. Yeah,
Yes,
I guarantee that. Hold on. You know what? I can't do that. But here's what I can do.
Good for us, Carlos.
Yannick, I can't play the song, but you know what I can do? That deserved the full playing.
Thank you, sir.
And I would do that, and I would do that as I play the Prozac song and hit the road.
And last with your card at half price.
Facts.
And I just go back to saying you got to look yourself in the mirror, and if you look in the mirror and you're happy with what you see, then all good. But
with
Eric,
the
you're saying
proceeds,
that he
with the
knew
proceeds, you could buy a
From
nicer
last
mirror
buddy.
and get angles.
You're saying that this guy knew the exact price of that
Yeah.
card was $6,000, and that he was making this much money. You think he knew that everything off by heart of that card?
Do you know this guy personally?
I have.
If you can't answer
feeling.
that question, then you.
What if I
cannot-
know the guy personally? No, I'll answer the question. I do not know the guy personally. Don't even know the guy's name.
Yeah, regardless of that, we're asking. The question is, do we know what was going through this guy's head? Did he know exactly? If it was a $2,500 card, he's thinking in his head, it's got to be worth $2,000 to $2,000. Why is it pitching $1,000? Maybe it's, maybe I'm off a little bit, but I'll take a risk on it.
Yeah.
Or was he sitting going, I'm going to get this guy for $5,000? That's the way it came across.
Yeah. This is
This
actually,
guy
again,
knew every little price. I don't
Yeah.
know. Like I said, I know cards. I've been doing hockey cards for 30 years. I don't know the price of graded cards.
Yeah.
I don't know. What was a 5 worth? I'd like to know what a PSA 5 ore is worth. I have no idea. And maybe I missed something, or maybe it's graded by KSA, or maybe there's so many different. The nuance of this is
but that's the reason.
the
that's
morality factor.
Well,
is
with
there for
KSA,
sure.
they should pay you to take it.
Correct. But that's the reason why I said context does matter. That's the reason why I made the joke, but I'm actually serious. In those ethics courses, the professor doesn't care what your argument is.
No.
That isn't how you pass the course. It's not giving the right answer. It's you pick your direction and you make the case. You make the argument. You're presented a scenario, an ethical scenario. Most of those ethical scenarios involve murder. They don't involve money. Most of them are a little more serious in terms of stakes. But guess what? You could argue both sides.
Yeah.
Oh, is this morally okay? Is this morally wrong? Is this ethical? Is it right or is it wrong? The way you pass the course is based on how you build the argument and present the case.
Yeah, and is it ethical? At what dollar amount does ethical?
Well, that's why I like Baz's question here,
come into it?
because this is a good example on a smaller scale. Again, scale, right? Dollar amount,
Sure.
much different. Card Collector 2 in videos goes through the dollar bins, dollar boxes and things like that. And sometimes he'll identify certain cards that he knows are worth substantially more than the dollar or two.
You underpriced this.
Yeah.
Oh my
If you go in the dollar bin and you're buying and you find $40 or $50 cards, in terms of ratio, dollar amount, it's not even close. The two scenarios can be further apart. Percentage basis, this is a way more egregious mispricing. But again, you say, oh, well, $40, $50, the seller is out. Whatever. It's not a big deal. You put it in the dollar bin. That's your problem. That's not a concern. And also he's a dealer and it's his job to know what's going on there. And he sees something that he knows is off and, he's going to take it with the pile of the other stuff and buy it at $1 a card or less. He might even negotiate it down. But obviously we say, oh, $40, $50, that's not a big deal, whatever. Thousands of dollars, it becomes a much more serious thing. One card versus a lot of cards. You bought $1,000 worth of cards for $100. That's a 10-to-1 ratio. You bought $10,000 worth of cards for $1,000. 10-to-1 ratio. All we did was up the numbers, but the ratio stayed the same.
You were low, Bobby.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I figured it was about 7,500.
Probably for a 5. There's a couple 4s on here. One for $69.50. One for a little over $6,000 for a 4.
Yeah, but they might be overpriced like Andy. So who knows if it's 2,500 or higher?
Could be.
Just saying.
Maybe those are mine.
Maybe those.
But
Yep.
you guys know
Maybe.
what the good news is? All of this is going to be done on July 1st, right, Eric?
True. That is true.
Yeah, this whole hobby.
Does that take into account this deal? Because if everything's tanking, actually, he may be paid too much.
Ooh.
Absolutely.
Oh my God. That jerk Jeremy should give him back some money.
That's what. And on the second, he's going to have to.
Damn.
There you go.
This
Problem
story
solved.
just took a twist. This
So-
story just took a twist. My goodness.
And if you know him and he knows you, and what was going on and told that, then he knows on purpose. So he's actually at fault and he's guilty of.
What stake did Bob Lewis have in this? What did he have to do with this? Because I feel like he was
I
involved.
offer a $200 card. I don't know, whatever.
Bob, were you and Chair involved in the end of this transaction? Like, there's a lot of confusion here.
Sure.
I mean, what isn't Chair involved in?
That is true. That is a fact.
And everything.
So Albert here says, remember the hobby is a small world. If you buy knowing slow and people find out, they'll give you a high five. I will buy this man a beer.
Yeah, it is about getting a deal. Honestly,
it is.
Really
is. People cheer deals all the time. Oh man, you got a steal! Congratulations! Like that's actually the common response for a lot of stuff.
If I got a friend whose booth who's underpriced, I'll go tell him, hey, jump that up another $100.
That's right.
That's different scenario. I'm just giving a little educated kind of thing because I care about the person because I know the person. Otherwise, all fair. If it's person I didn't know, I'll be going, here's your $25. Thank you. Bye.
That's fair. So
you could have bought my book for $50 and you could have looked it up, but you don't need that book because why? Because you like selling stuff too cheap. Done.
Wow.
I paid $70.
Well, you should actually. That's aftermarket. You would have came to my booth at one time. You could have got it for $25, but you never traveled to the Toronto show, so you didn't get that education. So you really don't have that proper way to price things out. So there you go.
Interesting. So yeah, Aussie Card Dad basically laid out the dollar bin scenario that I was talking about. Absolutely. Yeah. I would suggest a seller's cost basis for 40-year collection is 100,000, not worth $1 million. Yeah. Well, he might have been on a millionaire panel, cardboard millionaire panel. You never know. It depends. Yep, pretty much. So anyway, I'll give you guys I'll give you guys about 4 or 5 more minutes if you want to add anything. Right now we've got 11 votes in the poll. Right now the poll is sitting at 91% no.
Oh.
So the question was, in this scenario, are you as the buyer coming back and paying more? So you bought the thing, you figure out there's a discrepancy, however you figure it out, are you coming back and paying more? That was the question I asked. Right now it's 91% no, 9% yes.
Eric,
that's 11 votes.
The tribe has spoken.
So far it seems. I'm giving them a couple more minutes. If a couple more of them want to hit
fire.
There's your fire.
Yeah.
Please vote me off this island.
Go on the island.
You weren't even on the island area.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah. If for me, your life depends on being honest because you're being the best you can in life. It might not kill you to be honest. Okay, you lost me on this one. Maybe Bob can translate this one for me. Yeah, for me, if your life depends on being honest, because you're being the best you can in life, and it might kill you to not to be honest, then maybe so or yes. At least I wouldn't drink over it. Okay. Thank you, Colorado Sports.
Oh, I got it.
Did you get that, Andy? You got that? Is that clear?
Yeah, it's clear as mud.
I wanted to give it a shot. Like I really wanted to give it a shot.
It was just basically a yes.
I think yes. I think that's what happened.
If you feel bad about it, don't.
Yeah, exactly.
Go all alcoholic. So.
The thing is, I wanted to refill my beer after reading that.
Oh yeah.
It depends. If the cards in the showcase, if it's a random card, $1 box with 10,000 cards, no. Yeah, there you go. I bet things like this happen all the time. They do. And if it bothered you enough to say something, if more often than not. Yeah, I agree with that. Aussie Card Dad, my point is more the average person, you should shut up and take the L. Agreed.
And here's the thing, if we didn't know this person, we wouldn't even be talking about this right now. If we didn't know this person, it wouldn't have come up on social media and it wouldn't have been a discussion.
Hold on. And maybe Carlos, because you got 2 screens, you can look this up. 30 years ago, the same thing happened with the Nolan Ryan rookie, and it went all the way to court. The person went into a card shop. Somebody was working the counter that didn't know what the hell was going on, sold the Nolan Ryan rookie for next to nothing. The owner came back, said, "Where's the Ryan rookie?" And they're like, "I sold it." They're like, well, "How much?" And they're like, $10. They tracked the person down, asked for it back, and it ended up going to court.
What happened?
I don't remember.
I'm looking. I think
it was 30 years ago.
Dismissed.
Yeah, I know, right? And the best part is he has to go to 30-year-old reference to get this. Okay, hold on here. Let me see here. I'm scanning quickly to see what they came up with.
I think we all sitting here, we have high morals. Definitely we have scruples as people in the hobby.
Yeah, but this guy hobby here in the corner, I don't know.
I'm not making those gratuitous marketing claims.
Yes,
please continue.
We all do have that sense, but there's another sense where this is an open market. You don't know the exact price of everything, especially graded. We don't know their intent. We don't know what he was thinking. The after part after this, which, I don't even think we should even have to go there, but it gets worse. But this part here is open to whatever you think that they think, that I think, that you think, that he thinks. At this point, it doesn't matter, because he might have thought it was a $2,000 card and he bought it for $1,300, so he paid $700 under. Good deal for you. And you can prove that against it or not. It's up to you. So you cannot go off on a tangent if you don't know the other person's opinion, if you don't know what they were thinking of that time period. Did he know? I don't know. Take him to court. Put him on a lie detector. How are you ever going to figure that out, Eric? You can't. So you're giving the doubt of the benefit instead of the benefit of the doubt. And that doesn't work. You can't be guilty in a court of law as soon as you walk in. You have to go through the process. Innocent before guilt. So, and you can't give guilt to this guy because he didn't know the exact price. I didn't know. I was $2,500 off. So if I paid $5,000 for that card, I'd probably want to pay $3,000 if I knew it was a $5,000 card to make the margins. But it was a $7,500 card. So, Eric, what did I do? Did I rip the guy off? I knew I was getting a deal, but how good of a deal? And where does the deal become bad when I'm making $700 or $7,000? Maybe I'm a millionaire. $7,000 is lunch money.
Okay, so I was able to figure it out. Sports Collectors
Daily.
Daily.
A lot of stuff.
Yeah, Sports Collectors Daily. It actually was very difficult to find the result. I found articles on it, but I was having some trouble finding the result. The case ended up in court, and a dual ownership was created, and it was auctioned for charity. That's basically the compromise.
That Nolan Ryan, really?
Yeah, this was in $1990. Basically, the issue was that it was around an $800 to $1,200 card at the time, book value wise, and a kid bought it for $12.
Oh wow.
Yeah, but the owner decided to pull in influencer in the hobby, floating head guy, and decided to come back and sue over it. So that's the thing. I suppose that's a move you could do. It's all public is above your favorite reputation matters. Yep. Is it your job to buy and sell cards for dealers of the show? Yeah. Percentage base. Yeah, that was part of the overall. Last or 5 sold for $7,300 in June 2021.
See,
okay.
And I paid like $5,000. I'm in trouble.
Awful. Kind of ironic that one of the tips for sellers of Virtual Expo was to price their cards and Jordan was the price. Ooh, that is true, actually. that is actually true. That is a fact. I just bought and graded an 8.5 Bruce Smith rookie for $35 in the live stream on eBay 20 minutes ago. Should I message sell right now and say I owe maybe $50? You should.
Yeah.
It's a moral thing to do. Go buy stock in TSC and ask for a reverse on a buy. The only reason I reject the stock one is that there's an automated mechanism for it, for the pricing. It's dynamic and it's based on buying and selling, so you wouldn't have control over that. You can have a computer error, but that's about it. BGS slaps for pennies on the dollar should feel guilty for selling so low.
No, you should feel guilty for owning BGS slabs.
True.
There you go. Scruples, hobby's new nickname. Yep. Fair enough. There you go. Bobby nailed it. Well said, Bobby. If I ever adopt a fourth kid, we're naming him Scruples. He will be honest and forthright. I like it. It. Yeah, the kid traded the card too. Yep. Very nice.
Yeah, the kid traded the card.
Yeah.
But what did he trade it for?
I don't know. I know that Sports Collectors Daily did like a recap, like on the old incident, because the original was 1990. I found a Chicago Tribune article from 1990 about it.
What had happened? 1990 exactly.
So in 1990, there was a situation where a kid bought a Nolan Ryan rookie for $12, and it was worth a lot more at that time.
Oh, of course.
So it was it was a very big difference. Today it would actually probably be worth even more if it was already graded and stuff.
I'm more into that kid knew exactly what he was doing. Buying a Nolan Ryan.
Oh yeah, he was taking advantage of that. He was taking advantage of that. And the best part is, to Eric's point, why his reference is actually hilariously appropriate, is the person who sold it was an employee of the owner of the card shop. So it wasn't the owner who sold it; it was an employee of the owner who sold it.
That's why I brought it up. It was.
So what you're saying is we need a lawsuit.
What I'm saying is there is a precedent of this happening in the past and it going court, of someone stood in for the owner of the card, made a mistake, someone purchased it at a much lower price, the owner wanted it back, and it went to court. That was my only point of bringing it up.
So
That-
return for the no run card, Brian received a 65 Joe Namath and a 67 Tom Seaver.
So who got the best deal?
For $12, it's okay. Kids should feel bad for getting a good deal, apparently. Most of us have been honest with scruples our whole lives. Buying a mispriced item is not a sin. Amen. Good stuff. I actually enjoyed that conversation. There was a lot of meat on that one. There was a lot.
And there's really no right answer.
Nope.
Well, except don't blast somebody on social media. That part we all agree is wrong. Don't do that.
I'm with you on that.
Yeah,
I'm
don't
with
do
you on the other side of the coin. I just have a different opinion than some other people on the other side of the coin.
Yep. All right, we are ending the poll. The poll now ends with 13 votes, 92%, 8% say yes. So basically 1% said yes.
Can you block that piece of shit?
The one person who said yes?
No, this piece of shit that's in the.
Oh, okay, hold on here. Let's see here.
Big pussy.
You're not supposed to read the name, Yanick. That defeats the point.
Oh.
All right, so let's see here. Yep, got that. Final poll results. Yep, we got it. Done. Here you go. Paul says, maybe the buyer was going to use the money he saved to buy lunches and shoes for orphans. Oh my God. This changes everything. Thank God that Bob Lewis sold the show for a good, cheap price. Thank goodness. The orphans are going to eat now and get shoes. That's important. They need shoes. We didn't even know that until now.
Eric, you got a bike ride tomorrow?
Yeah, I got to ride. I remember I told you guys I wanted to get out of here at 1.
Yeah, you're an hour.
But we had a good topic at the end.
I gotta be on my bike at 8:30 in the morning, and then after that I gotta go to the card show to see Bobby Hull and Grant Fuhrer.
Oh yeah,
Oh, wow.
but wait. The thing though is, after what you said though, are you sure you still want to get the autograph with Bobby Hull, or is it just a matter of just chatting with Bobby Hull? Because I already told you, if you want the Canada Post thing, you just have to reach out to me. We'll figure something out.
Yeah, it's
That one's signed years ago. The signature's a lot better.
Oh, I'm sure. It's just like this and a few other ones.
Yeah.
No, I really have been. I've told you guys this a bunch of times. I'm working on this 6970 set autograph, trying to get as many cards autographed, and I have an extra 6970 Hull, so I think I'm just going to have him sign that, and that'll be it.
There you go. So, Bob, for the record, the shoes and lunges for orphans is very noble, but blackjack and hookers is also noble. Like, I appreciate like Bender, man. That's solid right there. I can co-sign on that. That's a good reason too. You want blackjack and hookers? That's cool. There you go. Thank you, Ozzy Card Dad. Eric's gonna go check TJ Maxx. There you go. Well, the raccoons are vicious. We already established.
I can't.
There's Bob Lewis's heel turn. Sorry, Bob Jackson's heel turn.
Yeah.
There's too many Bobs. So I got Bobby, Bob, and Bob. I'm confused now.
Those
Okay.
raccoons are tough in New England, man.
But if you're going to the TJ Maxx dumpster, don't you kind of deserve it? What if the raccoons punk you and then take your wallet and then use it to buy a really cheap card off people at card shows that they underpaid for?
Well, I hope they don't take advantage of me like that.
That's very complex. That's
They're
problematic.
nasty down here. I'm telling you.
You never got a deal, Eric? A screaming deal?
Well, according to Eric, all the hockey cards are worth billions. All the hockey cards are worth billions, so he's been stealing cards for years.
Anytime there's something on sale, Eric runs away.
No, I refuse. Take more money, sir. Take more money. The ironic person who had their Jordan sold for lower than it was worth? Yes. There you go. Thank you, Name. Thank you, Name, for chiming in.
I listen. It's getting too late at night. I don't need him.
Chief Bender.
Name. Yeah. Hold on just a quick second. Name.
Go
Did you make that phone call yet?
For the hot dog cooking classes?
That's your chance. That's your chance to answer. Name.
He has to call back and ask, pretty please if I can come back to class, but I don't think it's going to happen.
I think he got ripped off for that class. I think he paid $5,000 too much.
There you
Didn't
go.
learn enough about hot dogs.
All
That's
right.
fine. Hold on just a quick second. I'm sorry. That's fine. Do it whenever.
Yep. The raccoons have no morals. Better watch out. It's facts. Sellers should have used trade safe. This would never have happened. I don't have to pay $10 for that. Dang, son.
Oh, that's the best. A good one. Thank you.
I want to make it clear. I'm an immoral bastard, but I love this chat. I'm just saying, like, I love this chat on levels I can't even explain.
Oh yes, I know. I understand.
Y'all get me. Y'all get me. I don't even have to do it. The jokes are there. It's a beautiful thing. Only buy items if fair market value, never under. I didn't even complete my thought. If you want to finish your thought name, now's your chance. Write it down. All right, last
That was
comments,
a good
guys.
one,
Last
baby.
comments, and then we'll shut her down. All right, Eric took advantage of the raccoons because he's bigger and more ferocious than they are. Pick on someone your own size. That's a good point. That's a good point.
Raccoons are big here.
Oh, you should see our raccoons here, buddy.
Oh yeah.
If it's a good joke, Bob, you can make it again. Just make some. There was a lot of comments there in that part in between because there's a lot of discussion, so you got to throw it in again. That's fine. We got
Throw
it.
it in. We'll
Sounds
listen.
good. Well, Andy, I do appreciate you coming in and hanging out. It was a bit of a content. It was kind of a fun. It was a fun topic, but there were a lot of angles on it, and I did want to get your take on it because because you've been on that side of the table, and it was a complex. There is more to it, but I wanted to stick to that base level because it was already complicated enough. If I add more complication, it's like, look, we don't actually need to be here all night. let's give ourselves a little room to get out of it. But it was still complicated. As it was still complicated.
Yeah.
And it was funny too because I actually hadn't heard about that.
Oh, it was a bit of a contentious thing on Instagram for a little bit there. It was quite
I
a
had
bit.
no idea what we were even talking about for a
Yeah.
while.
It's all good. It's all good. That's why I needed to lay the groundwork. I needed the chat to catch up with where I was going with this, and we fill in the blanks as we go.
Yeah.
So I know it's been a little bit. You've probably been busy. Coming back with some videos soon, or what's going on?
You know, like there's I've just been watching videos lately. I haven't really. I mean, I could. I'm not gonna say I won't make any videos, but I just haven't had the desire to. Like I've just and it's hard to find something that like, there's not like 100 people already talking about.
You know what you should do? You should just mess with people. I'll say this out loud for the chat. No one's watching anyway. It's fine. What you should do is you should do a video on Bob Lewis's channel, and Bob Lewis should do a video on yours.
I think
And
that'd be good.
just confuse people. Be like, Bob, you haven't made a video on your channel for a while. There's a video on there.
Right.
So, but why is Andy? What is going on?
I think
Maybe I
all
should
of
just
you
start-
should just stop making content because Yanick's taking YouTube over.
Yes.
Well, as soon as he adjusts the camera 90
You're the
degrees,
full-
he's got this. As soon as he adjusts it 90 degrees, it's gonna be good.
What if I
Clarity.
only make videos about Bob Lewis?
Honestly, that's
There's a lot
the
of
gift.
content
That's the
there.
gift that keeps on giving content wise. The content gods have provided us so much.
I'd subscribe, Andy.
Okay.
I like it.
I'm still waiting for Chair's channel.
True. That'd be good. But the best part is that if Bob made a chair channel, it'd be like, why does this have 150,000 subscribers? There's one video and it's just me putting chair for 25 minutes. It's got 15 million views. What is going on?
You like that fireplace channel, yeah?
That'd be amazing. Hey, I used to get asked about that all the time at the satellite company. All the time, the fireplace channel. Thank you, Azakar Dad. Would have been more ironic if the person sold it cheaply was one of the trade safe people. Yes, it would be ironic. I enjoyed it. Thank you. French Canadian raccoons. Yes. I think the thing we need to be thankful for is that we have a friend like Eric who has extremely high morals and ethics. This is true. I often
agree.
thank
Thank you, Eric, for keeping us on the right side of the line.
Do you know how much I had to pay him to write that?
I can't even imagine. Did you pay the difference between like $1,375 and $7,000? Because that seems about right.
Just about.
Just throw it out there. Random numbers I came up with. Video on how to make underpriced purchases at card shows. Facts. Arrow down. I love that he used the emoji. Wow.
Wow.
Well, on that, sir, is the last word. Thank you all for hanging out. Appreciate you as always. Enjoy your weekend. Have a good one. We will catch you in the next one.
I know.